Calvin Franz lay strapped to a stretcher inside the spacious cabin of a Bell 222 helicopter, his legs broken and his body rigid with pain. The twin-engine aircraft, usually reserved for corporate executives or law enforcement, had been modified, its middle seats removed, to make space for the injured man. The rear doors swung wide like those of a delivery truck, making it easy for the two men to maneuver Franz inside, despite the rotor wash whipping around them. One handler stepped backward, guiding the stretcher up into the cabin while the other shoved it forward with a sharp push. Franz groaned as the movement jostled his injuries, but the tight straps kept him from thrashing. The men climbed in after him, securing themselves in the remaining seats before slamming the doors shut. Outside, a third figure emerged from a steel-gray doorway, his tie flapping wildly until he pressed a hand against his chest to keep it in place, an oddly defensive gesture, as if he were swearing an oath. He circled the helicopter's sleek nose and slid into the co-pilot's seat. "Go," he ordered, fumbling with his harness as the turbines roared to life. The blade's lazy thrum sharpened into a rapid whine before vanishing beneath the engine's scream. The Bell lifted off, tilting slightly before steadying itself, then shot northward, climbing fast. Below, the landscape blurred subdivisions with manicured lawns, industrial parks, and shimmering pools catching the last golden streaks of sunset. The helicopter banked east, soaring over a snaking highway where headlights glowed like opposing streams of fireflies. Soon, the developed land gave way to scrubby hills, their slopes painted orange by the dying light before fading into the shadowed valleys beyond. The man in front twisted in his seat, glancing down at Franz. 20 more minutes, he said, though Franz barely registered the words through the haze of pain. At cruising speed, the Bell chewed through the miles, leaving the mountains behind as it entered the vast, empty desert. The pilot eased back on the throttle, letting the aircraft hover in the still night air. "Where are we?" the co-pilot asked, pressing his face to the window. "Same as last time," the pilot replied. "Exactly. Close enough." The co-pilot squinted into the darkness. "What's down there?" "Sand. Altitude. 3 grand. Stable? Like glass." A pause. "Then do it." The pilot adjusted the controls, holding the helicopter steady. The two men in back unbuckled their harnesses. One edged forward, careful not to bump Franz's injured legs, and reached for the door latch, his free hand gripping the loose strap of his seatbelt. The desert waited below, silent and vast. The helicopter pilot twisted in his seat, keeping one eye on the chaos unfolding behind him. With a slight adjustment of the controls, he let the cabin door swing open completely, then leveled the Bell out again, letting centrifugal force and the rushing wind hold it wide. Near the back, one man crouched beside Franz's stretcher, heaving it upward at an angle while the other braced his foot against the rail to keep it from sliding. With a grunt, the second man wrenched the stretcher nearly vertical, the straps straining under Franz's weight. Franz was strong, his upper body tense, his head thrashing, but his legs were useless. The first man flicked open a gravity knife and sliced through the thigh strap in one smooth motion. A heartbeat later, he cut the chest strap just as the other man yanked the stretcher upright. Franz lurched forward, his shattered right leg buckling under him. A sharp cry escaped him before his left leg gave way too. Arms flailing, he pitched forward, his momentum carrying him straight out the open door into the roaring night, swallowed by the rotor wash and the empty darkness below. For a split second, the cabin was eerily quiet, even the engine noise fading into the background. Then the pilot swung the Bell the opposite way, the door snapping shut with a click. The turbines roared back to life, the nose dipped, and the two men returned to their seats like nothing had happened, "Let's get out of here," the one up front muttered. 17 days later, Jack Reacher found himself in Portland, Oregon, low on cash and with no real plan. He'd ended up there after hopping off a Greyhound 2 days earlier, and a chance meeting with an assistant die named Samantha had drained what little money he had left. 2 dinners, 2 nights at her place, and now he was walking away from her house at 9 in the morning, hair still damp from her shower, heading vaguely toward the bus station with barely enough bills in his pocket to cover a ticket. D1 had forced a couple of adjustments in Reacher's life. First, he now carried a passport, something he'd never needed before, but these days, even drifting required ID. Second, he ditched his old banking habits. No more phone calls to Virginia for wire transfers. The new world had made that impossible. So he'd gotten an ATM card, tucked inside his passport, with a pin he'd chosen for its mathematical elegance, 8197. Reacher wasn't a man of many talents, but he had his quirks, an internal clock that never failed him, and a strange knack for numbers. He liked 97 because it was the biggest 2-digit prime, and 81? That was special. The only number in existence where the square root equaled the sum of its digits. 9 was both the root of 81 and the result of 8 plus 1. No other number in the universe could claim that. To Reacher, that wasn't just math, it was perfection. Reacher had a habit of double-checking his bank balance whenever he withdrew. Years of skepticism about financial institutions had drilled that into him. He accounted for every ATM fee, every quarterly interest payment, no matter how small. And so far, the numbers had always added up exactly as he expected. No surprises. Until today. Standing at an ATM in Portland, he blinked at the screen. His balance was off, way off. Not short, but over. By exactly $1,030. A mistake, no doubt. Some bank teller had keyed in the wrong account number. He wasn't the type to celebrate unexpected windfalls, he knew better. Money didn't just appear out of thin air. He punched the button for a mini statement. The narrow strip of paper listed his last 5 transactions, 3 withdrawals he remembered, the usual interest deposit, and then. The parentheses marked it as a credit, not a debit. Reacher studied the number. Not prime. Divisible by 10, by 5, by 2. But why $1,030? Why not a round thousand? Why not a random amount? His mind shifted gears. Back in his MP days, a 1030 was a distress call, urgent backup needed. He pocketed his cash, dug for change, and headed for a payphone inside the bus station. The bank's customer service rep sounded efficient, if a little scripted. "There's an extra $1,030 in my account," he said. "I need to know who put it there." "It's likely just an error," she replied. "Happens sometimes. Or it's a message." "Oh, message. Military police code. 1030 means officer needs assistance." She hesitated. "Wouldn't they just call you?" "I don't have a phone." "An email? A letter?" Reacher exhaled. "Look at the number. Not 1030. 1030. Somebody's trying to tell me something." Silence on the line. Then cautiously, "I'll see what I can find out. Or maybe a letter. I don't exactly keep an address book." "Then how does anyone reach you?" "They don't. Depositing money into your account is a pretty strange way to send a message. Could be the only option. Not exactly convenient. Someone would have to track down your bank details." "That's the point," Reacher said. Only someone sharp and determined could pull it off. And if someone like that needs help, you know it's serious. Not to mention expensive. Whoever did it just dropped over $1,000. Right. So they're sharp, determined, and desperate. Silence stretched over the line. Then, why not just make a list of who it could be and call them? I've worked with a lot of sharp people. Most of them years ago. Tracking them all down would take weeks. By then it might be too late. Plus, I don't exactly carry a phone. More silence, broken only by the faint tapping of keys. Reacher said, "You're checking right now, aren't you?" The woman sighed. "I really shouldn't be doing this. Your secret's safe, with me." The typing stopped. Reacher could almost picture her staring at the screen. "Tell me," he pressed. "I can't just hand it over. You'll have to work for it. How? Give me something to go on. So I don't have to spell it out." "Like what?" She hesitated. "Would it be a man or a woman?" Reacher almost laughed. The answer was obvious. A woman smart, resourceful, the kind who'd think outside the box. Someone who knew his habit of crunching numbers. "Let me guess," he said. "The deposit came from Chicago." "Right. A personal check through a local bank." "Neagley," Reacher said. "That's the name we've got," the woman confirmed. "Francis L. Neagley." "Then pretend this never happened," Reacher said. "No bank error here." Reacher had spent 13 years in the Army, all of them in the military police. Francis Neagley had been part of 10 of those years, working alongside him for 7. He'd climbed the ranks second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, major, then a demotion back to captain before making major again. Neagley, though, Shad refused promotions, never even considered officer candidate school. Reacher never quite figured out why. There was plenty he didn't know about her, despite their decade together. But he knew enough. She was sharp, relentless, meticulous, tough as nails. And weirdly fearless, not in personal relationships, but in her work. If she decided something needed doing, nothing stopped her, not politics, not practicality, not even what civilians might call the law. At one point, he'd brought her into a special investigations unit. For 2 crucial years, she'd been the backbone of their biggest wins. Most credited Reacher's leadership, but he knew better it was her. She left an impression, sometimes even unnerved him. If she was calling for help, it wasn't over something small. Last he knew, she was working for a private security firm in Chicago. At least she had been 4 years ago, the last time their paths crossed. She'd left the Army a year after he did. Gone into business with someone she trusted, probably as a partner, not just an employee. He fished more quarters from his pocket, dialed long-distance information, and asked for Chicago. Gave the company name as he remembered it. The operator transferred him to an automated system, which rattled off a number. He hung up and dialed again. Reacher called the number and a receptionist answered. He asked for Francis Neagley and was immediately put on hold. The professional tone and background hum of office noise surprised him. He'd expected some hole-in-the-wall operation, not what sounded like a sleek downtown firm. The kind of place with glass partitions and potted plants, where assistants wore headsets and the coffee was always fresh. A man picked up. "Francis Neagley's office." "Is she in?" Reacher asked. "Who's calling?" "Jack Reacher." "Good. She'll be glad you called." Reacher frowned. "And you are her assistant." "She has an assistant now?" "Apparently so." "Is she there?" "On a flight to LA." Any message for me? She needs to see you. Soon. In Chicago? She'll be in LA for a while. You should head there. Reacher exhaled. What's going on? No idea. Not work. Doesn't seem like it. She'd have opened a case file, briefed the team. This is personal. Reacher smirked. I'm not exactly a stranger. Didn't mean to imply that. Where's she staying? Didn't say. So how am I supposed to find her? She seemed confident you would. Reacher rolled his eyes. This a loyalty test now? Her words, if you can't find her, she doesn't need you. She okay? Worried. Didn't say why. Reacher twisted the phone cord around his wrist, scanning the bus terminal. Who else is she calling? You're first on the list. Tell her I'm coming. An hour later, Reacher boarded a shuttle to Portland International, bought a last-minute ticket to LAX, and winced at the price. He could have flown budget, but he refused to support airlines that shoved scripture cards in his face mid-flight. Security was a breeze, no luggage, no gadgets, just emptying his pockets and slipping off his shoes. 2 minutes flat, and he was striding toward the gate, Neagley's mystery gnawing at him. Not work. So what? Francis didn't do personal. No hobbies, no drama. A noisy neighbor. She'd have them evicted by sundown. Some creep harassing her on the train? They'd be picking his teeth off the tracks. The only thing that made sense was the past catching up something from their army days. Maybe an old case getting fresh scrutiny. Some bureaucrat digging through files better left buried. Their unit hadn't exactly followed the rulebook. He settled into his seat, staring out at the tarmac. Chickens coming home to roost, maybe. But one thing was certain. If Neagley was rattled enough to call him, it wasn't about a parking ticket. Neagley had a motto everyone knew by heart. Don't mess with the special investigators. It wasn't just a saying, it was a threat, delivered with stone-cold seriousness. But now someone might actually be testing that warning. If subpoenas were flying, why would Neagley drag him into it? He was practically a ghost in the system, untraceable. She should have left him out of it entirely. He boarded the plane, using the flight to strategize where she'd hide in LA. Back in the day, tracking people was his specialty. The key wasn't just skill, it was understanding them. Think like they do, move like they do. Awal's soldiers were predictable, running from something, not toward it. They'd pick the opposite side of town, putting distance between themselves and trouble. A map, a bus schedule, and a gut feeling usually led him straight to their doorstep. Neagley was different. She wasn't running, she was hunting. And he didn't know her target. So he started with what he did know. She wasn't flashy. No fancy hotels, no extras. Just a locked door and a bed. She'd want somewhere anonymous, where people minded their own business. Downtown was too polished, Beverly Hills too obvious. That left miles of LA's sprawl. Where would I go? He asked himself. The answer came fast. Hollywood, but not the shiny part. The stretch where the lights dimmed and the rent stayed low. That's where she'd be. The plane touched down at LAX behind schedule. His last meal, a prosecutor's sad bran muffin, felt like ancient history. He ignored his growling stomach, grabbed a cab, and tuned out the driver's boxing rant. The guy might as well have been speaking another language. Reacher watched the city blur past palm trees, billboards, rivers of cars. A vintage Thunderbird cruised by, then a Corvette like a rolling car show. The cab dropped him near Sunset. He stepped onto the off-ramp, paid, and walked into the thick LA air, warm, dusty, tinged with exhaust. He scanned the boulevard, knowing the cheap motels were clustered here. Somewhere in this stretch, Neagley was waiting. He just had to find her. Reacher faced a long walk ahead, close to a 1.5-mile round trip, with a dozen motel front desks to check. It would take at least an hour, maybe more. His stomach growled as he spotted the glowing red Denny's sign up ahead, its familiar logo promising a quick meal. Work could wait. He weaved between parked cars and empty lots fenced in with chain link, kicking aside crumpled fast food wrappers and dried up clumps of weeds. Crossing back over the 101 on a concrete overpass, he took a shortcut through the diner's drive-through lane, skirting the edge of the parking lot. Then he saw her. Frances Neagley sat alone in a booth by the window, just as sharp as he remembered. 4 years had passed, but time hadn't dulled her. Her dark hair still fell smooth past her shoulders, her eyes bright and alert. She hadn't lost an ounce of muscle. Her sleeveless white tee clung to her frame, every inch of her toned and tanned. Even her nails were polished, her outfit crisp. She looked successful, settled. The kind of woman who belonged in upscale hotels, not roadside motels. For a split second, Reacher felt out of place in his worn boots and thrift store clothes. But the warmth of seeing an old friend pushed that aside. He bypassed the hostess stand and slid into the booth across from her. "Hey," she said, grinning. "Right back at you," he replied. "Hungry. That's why I'm here. Then let's eat. Took you long enough." He raised an eyebrow. "You were expecting me." "Like clockwork," she said. "Your call from Portland gave you away. Bus station payphone, right? Figured you'd grab the first United flight out. Alaska's too cramped for you. Did the math on cab time traffic. You're right on schedule. You knew I'd come to this Denny's?" "Old habits," she said. "You taught me to think like the person I'm tracking." "So I thought like you tracking me." Sunset Boulevard. Hollywood, where else would you start? And since United doesn't feed you, you'd want food fast. This place has the brightest sign. "No Michelin stars required." Reacher smirked. "So, I wasn't tracking you. You were tracking me, tracking you. Bingo. You staying around here? Beverly, Wilshire." He whistled low. "Fancy. Necessary," she corrected. "I need Wi-Fi, a business center FedEx pickup by 8 p.m. Can't do that at a no-tell motel. Guess I'm behind the times." "You're adapting," she said. "At least you use ATMs now." That bank transfer was a nice touch. "Had to make sure you could afford the flight." He paused. "You hacked my account." "Just a peek. Not exactly rolling in it, are you?" "Never wanted to be." "I know," she said. "But I wasn't about to let you pay your own way. That wouldn't have been fair." Reacher shrugged and dropped it. The reality was, he wasn't exactly rolling in cash. His savings had dwindled enough that he was seriously considering picking up some odd jobs, maybe a few weeks of temporary work, or finding another way to scrape together some money. The waitress slid 2 menus onto the table. Neagley barely glanced at hers before rattling off her order: cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke. Reacher followed suit, opting for a tuna melt and black coffee. As the waitress walked away, he leaned forward. "So, you gonna tell me what that 10:30 meeting was really about?" Neagley didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached into her bag and pulled out a thick black binder, sliding it across the table. Inside was a photocopied autopsy report. "Calvin Franz is dead," she said flatly. "And I'm pretty sure someone tossed him out of a plane." The past came rushing back the army. Franz had been an MP, just like Reacher, and they'd crossed paths more times than he could count over 13 years of service. Brief encounters in different corners of the world, phone consultations, overlapping investigations. Then came Panama, short but intense. The kind of mission that forged bonds tighter than rank or duty. After Reacher got his Special Investigations Unit, Franz was one of the first names on his list. For 2 years they worked side by side, a tight-knit team within a team. Then, like so many things in the military, orders changed, the unit dissolved, and they never saw each other again. Until now, in a grainy autopsy photo spread across a diner table. Franz had been a solid guy, not as big as Reacher, but imposing enough. 6'3", built like a linebacker with a no-nonsense attitude. In life he'd been steady, dependable, the kind of guy who made people feel safe just by being in the room. The photo told a different story. Pale, lifeless, sprawled on a steel tray under harsh lighting. Reacher flipped the page, scanning the cold, clinical details. 6'3", 190 pounds. Cause of death, massive trauma from impact. Broken legs, cracked ribs, signs of dehydration and starvation. Odd traces of rust-colored powder on his pant legs. Where'd they find him? Reacher asked. Middle of nowhere, Neagley said. 50 miles northeast of here. Just lying there, no tracks, no signs of a struggle. Like he dropped straight out of the sky. The waitress returned with their food. Reacher took a bite of his sandwich, keeping one hand clean to turn the pages. Neagley tore into her burger. 2 deputies spotted vultures, she said between bites. Hiked out, found him. Even the coroner thinks he fell. Reacher nodded slowly, his mind already racing. Reacher studied the coroner's report. A fall from 3,000 feet onto packed desert sand could explain the internal trauma, but only if Franz had been alive during the descent, twisting in midair to land flat. A corpse would have plummeted head first. Neagley broke the silence. They eyed him through prints. How'd you hear about it? Reacher asked. His wife called me. 3 days back. Turns out he kept a list old squad buddies. I was the only one she could track down. Didn't know he had a family. Recent marriage. Kids 4. Working. Neagley nodded. Private investigator. Solo operation. Started with corporate security consulting, then shifted to background checks. You remember how meticulous he was. Where? Los Angeles. Everyone else go the same route? Most of us. Only skill we had. Except me. Neagley ignored the remark. His wife just wanted to notify me. Didn't ask for help. She's leaving it to the cops? Lake County Sheriff's handling it. The body was found outside city limits. They're chasing leads on a plane maybe flying west from Vegas. Happened before, apparently. Reacher shook his head. Wasn't a plane. Neagley stayed silent. Stall speeds what, 80, 100 miles an hour? Reacher said. If he'd fallen from a plane, the wind shear would have slammed him into the tail. No way he'd land clean. Both legs were broken. How long's a 3,000-foot freefall? 20 seconds. His blood showed massive histamine spikes. Pain reaction. That takes time to build, way more than 20 seconds. So, leg fractures were days old. Rust particles in his pants, someone used an iron bar. Probably tied him up, went for the shins. Slow work. And he was dehydrated, underweight. They held him, tortured him. Neagley's jaw tightened. Had to be a chopper, Reacher continued. Night hover, straight drop. No Vegas run, most birds don't have the range. Came from LA. Cops are wasting time. Neagley didn't move. Coyote bait, Reacher muttered. No tracks, no trace. They tossed him alive to avoid ballistics. Clean disposal. He shut the file and slid it back. But you already knew all this. Testing me again. Seeing if I've still got it. Neagley's silence was answer enough. Reacher leaned back. You're pulling my strings. Still, she said nothing. Reacher leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Why drag me into this? Because the local cops are chasing shadows, Neagley shot back. And time to step up. Oh, I will. Count on it. Those bastards won't see another sunrise. You don't toss my people out of a chopper and walk away. Neagley shook her head. Not that. I need something else from you. Like, reassemble the team. The team. Classic military bureaucracy, years too late and slapped together in a panic. The Pentagon finally noticed a gap everyone else had seen ages ago, then drowned it in paperwork before shoving it onto some poor soul's desk. No sane officer wanted it, so they fobbed it off on the 11/10th MP. Plausible deniability was key. Success would be nice, but failure had to disappear without a trace. They needed someone capable but expendable. Enter Reacher. They thought promoting him back to major was a reward. For him, it was a chance to do things right for once. His rules. He handpicked every member, no clerks, no leaks, just 9 people who could move fast and hit hard. Tony Swan, Jorge Sanchez, Calvin Franz, Francis Neagley, Stanley Lowry, Manuel Orosco, David O'Donnell, and Carla Dixon. 2 women, 1 O, the rest officers, ranks all over the place, no clear chain of command. Didn't matter. They operated like a tight-knit crew, no egos, just relentless efficiency. A unit that punched way above its weight. Reacher exhaled. That was another lifetime. We have to act, Neagley pressed. Together. You remember the motto, nobody messes with us. That was just talk. No, it was real. We relied on it. Wishful thinking. Bragging to keep morale up. More than that. We had each other. Always. Back then. Still do. This is about loyalty. Franz is dead. We can't just shrug it off. How'd you feel if it were you and we did nothing? Dead men don't feel anything. You know what I mean. Reacher shut his eyes. The image flashed again, Franz spinning through the dark. His friend. I can handle it alone. Or you and me. But resurrecting the past, that never works. We have to. Why? Because the others deserve a say. They earned it. Cutting them out would be wrong. And we need them, Reacher. Franz was as sharp as they come, and someone still took him down. Hard. This won't be easy. We need everyone. Reacher studied her. Heard the echo of her assistant's words. You're the first she tracked down. The others should have been easier to find than me. Neagley nodded. She shook her head. No luck reaching any of them. A sheet of paper lay between them, 9 names scrawled in neat handwriting. 9 people who'd once been a team. Reacher could account for 3 himself and Neagley sitting in this Hollywood diner, and Franz, who wasn't answering calls for a very different reason. What about the rest? He asked. 5 now, Neagley corrected. Stan Lowry's gone. Wrapped his car around a tree in Montana years back. Some drunk took him out. Reacher exhaled. Didn't hear about that. Life's like that sometimes. Yeah, no kidding, he muttered. Stan had been solid quiet, dependable. The kind of guy who never let you down. Neagley tapped the list. Tony Swan's down here in SoCal. Some new defense contractor hired him as head of security. Small operation, barely a year old. Reacher nodded. Tony had been built like a fireplug, compact, tough, always grinning. The kind of guy who made bad situations feel lighter. Orosco and Sanchez are in Vegas, she continued. Private security for casinos. You know how those two are no patience for nonsense. That tracked. Sanchez had left the service bitter, and Orosco, despite his plans to stay in, had never been one for red tape. Both were quick, sharp, and relentless. Neagley kept going. Dave O'Donnell's in D, playing private eye. Plenty of cheating spouses and corporate secrets to keep him busy. Reacher smirked. Dave had been the unit's paperwork wizard, all polished manners and hidden edges, switchblade in one pocket, knuckles in the other. Carla Dixon's in New York, Neagley finished. Forensic accounting. Turns out she's got a real head for numbers. That didn't surprise him. Carla had always been sharp, with a knack for seeing the worst in people and usually being right. They'd wasted hours arguing over math problems neither of them could solve. How do you know all this? Reacher asked. I pay attention, she said simply. And nobody's picking up? Not a word. Reacher leaned back. You think someone's coming after all of us? Can't be, Neagley said. I'm easier to find than Dixon or O'Donnell, and nobody's kicked my door in. Yet. Maybe. He drummed his fingers on the table. You called them when you set up that bank thing for me. She nodded. 3 days isn't that long. They could just be tied up. You want to wait? I want to handle this ourselves. Just you and me, like old times. Neagley folded her hands over the black binder in front of her. Hypothetical, she said. Say I'd found the others first. Say we handled France's business without you. Years from now, you find out we left you out. How's that sit with you? Reacher was quiet for a second. Not great, he admitted. Then we try to find them, she said. But we don't wait forever. Outside, the sun glared off the red Mustang convertible she'd rented. Reacher squinted at it. You always did like flashy cars, he said. Neagley tossed him the keys. You drive. Neagley slid into the Mustang's driver's seat and tapped a button, letting the convertible top fold down with a smooth mechanical hum. She grabbed a pair of aviators from the dash and slipped them on before backing out of the parking spot. At the next light, she turned south, leaving Sunset Boulevard behind as they cruised toward Beverly Hills. Reacher stayed silent beside her, squinting against the glare of the afternoon sun. 30 yards west of the restaurant, a man named Thomas Brandt sat in a tan Ford Crown Vic, watching them leave. He thumbed his phone and dialed his boss, Curtis Monty, but got no answer. Brandt left a clipped message. She just picked up the first one. 5 cars back. Another man in a navy blue suit leaned against the wheel of his Chrysler, tracking the red Mustang as it vanished into the traffic haze. He lifted his own phone and muttered, "First pickup's done." Big guy, looks like he crawled out of a dumpster. He listened to the response, imagining his boss adjusting his tie with one hand while gripping the phone with the other. The Beverly Wilshire loomed ahead, its twin limestone structures, one grand and historic, the other sleek and modern framing, the entrance to Rodeo Drive. Neagley guided the Mustang into the valet lane, pulling up behind a row of Blacktown cars. Reacher eyed the opulence and sighed. "I can't swing this place." "Already handled," Neagley said. "Booked or paid for?" "My card." "I won't be good for it." "Then don't worry about it. This has to be, what, 400 a night. Call it an investment. Maybe we'll shake loose some cash from the bad guys later. If they're loaded." "They are," she said. "You don't run ops with a private chopper on a budget." She killed the engine but left the key in the ignition as they stepped out. A valet jogged over, handing her a ticket before she strode toward the hotel's grand lobby. Reacher followed, watching her glide effortlessly through the crowd like she wasn't even touching the ground. The lobby was massive, all marble and velvet, with guests dressed in designer labels lounging in plush chairs. Reacher glanced down at his worn boots and muttered, "I stick out like a sore thumb here." "Or like some eccentric millionaire," Neagley countered. "These days, who can tell?" She checked him in under Thomas Shannon, a nod to Stevie Ray Vaughan's bassist, one of Reacher's old favorites. He smirked at the alias, appreciating the lack of a paper trail. "What name are you using?" he asked. "My own," she said. "Too much hassle keeping up with fake IDs now." The clerk slid him a key card, which he tucked into his pocket. The air smelled like expensive perfume, the chandeliers casting soft light over towering floral arrangements. "Let's get to work," Reacher said. Upstairs, Neagley's suite was more like a palace than a hotel room. High ceilings, gilded accents, a desk by the window with two open laptops. Beside them sat an empty phone dock, a fresh notebook, and a stack of printouts, 5 names, 5 addresses. The remnants of their old unit, minus the dead and the 2 already here. Reacher picked up the top sheet. "Tell me about Stan Lowry." Neagley shrugged. "Not much to tell. He left the military behind, packed up, and headed to Montana, only to get plowed down by a truck." "Life kicks you hard," someone muttered. "No kidding," Reacher replied. "What was he even doing out there?" "Tending sheep, making butter, by himself. Had a woman with him." "She still around?" "Could be. They owned a lot of land." "Why sheep? Why butter?" "Not much demand for detectives in Montana." "And that's where she wanted to be." Reacher nodded. Stan Lowry hadn't exactly screamed country life at first glance. Big, tough, sharp as a blade, more at home in dim-lit bars and back alleys than open fields. But something in him had always been tied to the land. Reacher could see it now. Stan in a worn-out coat, boots sunk in tall grass under that endless Montana sky, freezing but content. "Why can't we track down the others?" Reacher asked. "No clue," Neagley said. "What was Franz wrapped up in?" "Nobody's talking." "His wife didn't say anything?" "She's not new. They were married 5 years." "She's new to me," Reacher shot back. "Wasn't exactly the right time to grill her. She was on the phone telling me her husband was dead. And she might not even know." "We'll have to talk to her. She's our best lead. After we try the others again," Neagley insisted. Reacher grabbed the printed sheets, handed 3 to Neagley, kept 2 for himself. She pulled out her cell. He used the hotel phone. His calls were for Dixon and O'Donnell Carla in New York, Dave and Dee. No answer. Just their old voicemails, voices he hadn't heard in years. He left the same message for both. Jack Reacher, here. Francis Neagley's got a 10:30 for you from the Beverly Wilshire. Wake up and call her back. He hung up, turned to Neagley pacing the room, leaving a similar message for Tony Swan. No home numbers, Reacher asked. Unlisted. Like mine. My guy in Chicago's working on it, but phone companies don't just hand that out anymore. They've gotta have cells. Who doesn't? Don't have those either. But they can check voicemail remotely, right? Easy. So why haven't they? 3 days and nothing? Neagley shrugged. Swan's got a whole office. Assistant director, he's got staff. All they're saying is he's temporarily out. Let me try. He took Swan's number, dialed. The line connected, rang, and rang, and rang. Dead air, Reacher said. Someone picked up earlier, Neagley countered. That's his direct line. Still nothing. He held the phone, listening to the endless tone. 30 rings later, he gave up. Checked the number, tried again. Same silence. Strange, he muttered. Where the hell is he? He scanned the paper. Name, number, no address. Where's this place? Not sure. Got a name? New Age Defense Systems. That's how they answer. Reacher scoffed. What kind of name is that for a weapons company? They gonna hug the enemy to death? Blast pamphlets until they surrender? He dialed information. No listing for New Age Defense Systems anywhere in the country. Corporations can be unlisted too? Guess so, Neagley said. Especially in defense. They're new. We need to find them. They've got to have a facility somewhere. At least an office, so the government can mail them checks, Reacher said. Got it, Neagley replied. We'll add it to the list right after we visit Mrs. Fron's. Flip that, Reacher said. Offices shut down at 5. Widows don't. Neagley pulled out her phone and dialed her contact in Chicago, instructing him to dig up a physical address for New Age Defense Systems. From what Reacher could overhear, the plan involved hacking into a shipping company's database. FedEx, UPS, maybe Dell. Businesses needed real street addresses for deliveries, not P. Boxes. Someone had to be there to sign. Grab their cell numbers too, Reacher called out. For the rest of the team. Neagley muted the phone. He's been working on that for days. It's not simple. She hung up and moved to the window, watching cars pull into the lot below. Now we wait, she said. Less than 20 minutes later, her laptop chimed with an incoming email from Chicago. The message contained 2 addresses for New Age, one in Colorado, the other in East LA. Smart, Neagley said. Diversified production. Less risk if one location gets hit. Reacher scoffed. More like double the lobbying. Republicans in Colorado, Democrats in California, twice the pork. Neagley shook her head. Swan wouldn't have worked there if that's all they were about. Maybe, Reacher conceded. She pulled up a map and they studied the East LA location, somewhere past Echo Park, beyond Dodger Stadium, in the industrial sprawl between South Pasadena and the city proper. That's a hike, Neagley said. Traffic's already a nightmare. Already. Traffic never stopped. It'll only end when the last drop of gas is gone or the air runs out. Either way, we won't make it before they close. Might as well save New Age for tomorrow and hit Mrs. Fron's today, like you suggested from the start. You're working me like a fiddle. She's closer, that's all. And she matters. Where's she at? Santa Monica. Franz lived in Santa Monica? Not beachfront, but still probably nice. And it was. Nicer than expected. A compact bungalow wedged between the 10 freeway and the Santa Monica airport, 2 miles from the coast. Not prime real estate, but the place had charm. Neat bay windows flanked a front door, a shaded porch with twin rocking chairs beneath an overhanging roof. The mix of styles, stone, Tudor beams, Spanish tiles should have clashed, but it didn't. The house was pristine, fresh paint, spotless windows, a manicured lawn. Even the driveway was flawless, smooth blacktop swept clean. It was a reflection of Calvin Fran's meticulous, deliberate. After circling twice, Neagley snagged a parking spot when a woman pulled out in her Camry. They walked back under the late afternoon sun, the faint salt breeze carrying the ocean scent. How many widows have we seen now? Reacher asked. Too many, Neagley said. Where do you live these days? Lake Forest, Illinois. Nice area. Yeah, good for you. Earned it. They turned onto Franz's street, then up the driveway, slowing as they neared the door. Reacher wasn't sure what waited inside, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. He'd handled widows before, some so fresh they didn't even realize they were widows until he broke the news. 17 days might have dulled the shock, but grief didn't follow a schedule. What's her name? He asked. Angela, Neagley said. Kid? Charlie. 4 years old. They walked up to the porch and Neagley pressed the doorbell with a light touch, like the button might judge their manners. A faint chime echoed inside, followed by silence. Then, after a long pause, the door creaked open, except there was no adult on the other side. Just a small boy straining on his toes to reach the handle, his grip barely enough to keep the door moving. You must be Charlie, Reacher said. The kid nodded. I was a friend of your dad's. My dad's dead. I know. I'm sorry. Me too. Reacher glanced down at him. The resemblance was startling. Same dark eyes, same quiet confidence, like he already knew how to carry the weight of the world. Even the way he stood, shoulders squared despite his small frame, was pure Franz. Neagley leaned in. Charlie, is your mom home? She's in the kitchen. He stepped back, letting them inside. The house was compact but immaculate, soft colors, polished floors, sunlight filtering through white shutters. It felt like a place that had once been full of warmth. Now the quiet pressed in, heavy and uneasy. Angela emerged from behind a half wall, as if she'd been waiting just out of sight. She was younger than Reacher expected, pale blonde with sharp blue eyes, her posture tense beneath a careful veneer of composure. Angela, Neagley said. I'm Francis Neagley. We spoke earlier. Angela offered a practiced smile and shook her hand. Then her gaze shifted to Reacher. Jack Reacher, he said. I'm sorry for your loss. Her fingers were cold in his. You've said that a lot, haven't you? Too many times. You're on Calvin's list. Another MP like him. Reacher shook his head. Not like him. He was better. That's kind of you. Just honest. He was one of the best. A flicker of something crossed her face, not quite sadness, not quite resignation. He talked about you. All of you. Sometimes I wondered if I was the replacement. She exhaled, the joke falling flat. Guess I am now. The air between them tightened. Reacher glanced at Charlie, still hovering nearby, watching with his father's eyes. The kid didn't need to hear this. Neagley cleared her throat. We should talk. Angela nodded, her fingers tightening around the edge of the counter. Yeah, we should. To all of you, Angela said softly. Reacher nodded. That's just how it was back then. The service, it was like family. At least for those of us who got lucky, and we did. Calvin used to say the same thing, she replied. Reacher gave a faint smile. I think he got even luckier after he left. Angela's lips twitched, but her eyes stayed distant. Maybe. But his luck ran out in the end, didn't it? Charlie watched them from the corner, his father's sharp gaze mirrored in his half-lidded eyes. Angela turned back to them, hesitating before she spoke. Thank you for coming. It means a lot. Is there anything we can do? Reacher asked. Angela let out a quiet breath. Can you raise the dead? Reacher stayed silent. Neagley leaned in. We could find out who did this. That's what we were good at. And in a way, that's the closest we can get to bringing him back. But it won't change anything, Angela said. No, Neagley admitted. It won't. I'm sorry. Angela crossed her arms. Why are you really here? You don't know me. I wasn't part of that life. She started toward the kitchen, then stopped and turned back, slipping between Reacher and Neagley before sinking into one of the armchairs. Her fingers tapped lightly against the armrests, restless, like she was tracing an old memory. I wasn't part of your group, she said. But Calvin was. He loved it. He used to say it all the time, you do not mess with the special investigators. Like it was his personal motto. A small laugh escaped her. He'd say it watching football. Some poor quarterback gets flattened, and there's Calvin grinning like a kid. Yeah, baby, you do not mess with the special investigators. She glanced at Charlie. He even said it to him. Tell Charlie to clean his room, and if he whined, Calvin would just point at him and say, Charlie, you do not mess with the special investigators. Charlie grinned, mimicking his father's tone in a high, playful voice. You do not mess. He trailed off as if the rest was too much for him to manage. Angela studied Reacher. So that's why you're here. Because of a slogan? Not the slogan, Reacher said. What it stood for. We looked out for each other. That's all. I'd be here even if Calvin had never said those words. You really think he'd have done the same for you? I know he would. She exhaled. He gave it all up when Charlie was born. Not because I asked him to. He just wanted to be a father. He only kept the easy jobs after that. Reacher frowned. He couldn't have just walked away. Angela shrugged. I guess not. What was he working on? She blinked, as if remembering herself. I'm sorry, you should sit. The living room was small, no space for a proper couch. 2 armchairs flanked a fireplace filled with dried flowers in a rough clay jug. Charlie's little rocking chair sat to the side, his name burned into the wood Charlie in careful, uneven letters. Probably Calvin's handiwork. Reacher took the chair across from Angela, while Neagley perched on the arm beside him, close but not touching. Charlie clambered over Reacher's boots and settled into his own seat. Reacher leaned forward. Angela. What was Calvin working on? She hesitated, then glanced at Charlie. Sweetheart, why don't you go play outside? Charlie shook his head. I want to stay. Reacher kept his voice steady. Angela. She sighed. After Charlie was born, he only did background checks. It was steady work, especially in L.A. Everyone's paranoid about hiring the wrong person or marrying one. Angela Franz sat in silence for a moment before responding. What exactly do you think I'm keeping from you? Reacher leaned forward slightly. Something that matters. Something that could help us figure out why Calvin died. Help you? Angela's voice tightened. What good does any of this do for me now? He wasn't just your husband, Reacher said. He was our friend, our teammate. We deserve answers too, whether you want to give them or not. Angela crossed her arms. Why would I lie? Because every time I ask a direct question, you dodge it. I asked about Calvin's work, and suddenly we all needed to sit down. I asked again, and you turned it into a conversation about Charlie going outside. Not to protect him, just to buy yourself time to avoid answering. Angela's gaze locked onto Reacher's. Should I be worried? Calvin once told me you broke a guy's arm during an interrogation. Or was that O'Donnell? Probably me, Reacher admitted. Dave preferred legs. She exhaled sharply. I swear I'm not holding anything back. I don't know what Calvin was working on. He never told me. Reacher studied her face, the tension in her jaw, the way her fingers twisted in her lap. She was hiding something, but maybe not about Calvin. At least not directly. He gave a slow nod. All right. The room felt smaller now, the air heavier. Charlie shifted on the couch, glancing between them. Angela's hands finally stilled, resting on her knees. If there was something, don't you think I'd say it? Reacher didn't answer right away. Outside, a car door slammed, the sound sharp in the quiet. For a second, it felt like the world was waiting. Reacher muttered a quick apology before he and Neagley stepped out, leaving behind the quiet grief of Franz's home. A man named Thomas Brandt lingered nearby, sipping coffee from a corner store as he observed them from a distance. His Crown Vic sat parked down the street, unnoticed, or so he thought. With practiced ease, he dialed his boss, Curtis Monty, and left a clipped message detailing their movements. Meanwhile, another man in a dark blue suit slid into his Chrysler outside the Beverly Wilshire, $50 lighter after bribing a desk clerk. The name Thomas Shannon meant nothing to him. It wasn't on his list. When he relayed this to his superior, the response was immediate. Old habits die hard with these guys. Once they turned the corner, Reacher glanced back. You catch that tan Crown Vic? He asked. Neagley nodded. Base model parked across the street. Empty. Pretty sure I saw the same one outside Denny's earlier. Could be coincidence. Those things are everywhere. Reacher hesitated, then shook his head. Probably nothing. Traffic on the 10 was a nightmare, crawling slower than a stroll. They stuck to the freeway, unfamiliar with LA's maze of side streets, until Venice Boulevard led them to Franz's office, a nondescript storefront wedged between a discount pharmacy and a nail salon. The door's frosted glass bore Franz's name in faded gold lettering, a far cry from their old military days. From the big green machine to this, Reacher muttered. Neagley shrugged. He had a family. Different priorities. She turned the key, but the door swung open to chaos, shattered furniture, empty spaces where equipment should have been. Someone had torn the place apart. The office had been torn apart with brutal efficiency, desk and file cabinets hammered to splinters, every drawer and compartment gutted in a frantic hunt for hidden compartments. The chair was reduced to a skeleton of broken wood, its stuffing scattered like confetti. Walls were stripped bare, insulation shredded into fibrous snow. Even the ceiling and floorboards hadn't been spared, ripped up to expose the skeletal frame beneath. The bathroom was a graveyard of shattered porcelain, the sink and toilet smashed beyond recognition. The crawl space was a sea of debris, knee-deep in shredded paper and wreckage. The place looked like a tornado had hit it twice. Reacher shook his head. La County deputies don't work this hard. Not in a million years, Neagley agreed. This was a cleanup crew. They got here first, tore the place apart looking for whatever Franz had on them. Probably days before the cops even showed up. And nobody told Angela? Reacher stepped back, eyeing the gold lettering on the door. Calvin Franz Discreet Investigations. He covered France's name with his palm, mentally swapping in the others O'Donnell, Sanchez, and Orosco Dixon. Wish they'd pick up their damn phones. Neagley crossed her arms. This isn't about the whole team. It's been over 2 weeks, and nobody's come for me. Or me, Reacher said. But then Franz didn't call us either. What's that supposed to mean? If Franz was in trouble, who'd he reach out to? The others, because they're easier to find. Not you, busy with your fancy life. Not me, because I'm basically a ghost. But what if he called them, and they all came running? What if they're all in the same mess now? Neagley frowned. Including Swan. He was closest. He'd have been first on the scene. Possible. Likely, Reacher corrected. Who else would Franz trust? Neagley's jaw tightened. He should have called me. I would have been here. Maybe he thought 6 people was enough. Her voice dropped. What kind of threat takes out 6 of our people? Reacher fell silent. There was a time he'd have bet on his team against anyone and won. But this wasn't a fair fight. Military training didn't just make soldiers. It made smarter criminals too. Neagley broke the quiet. Standing here won't help. They already took whatever they wanted. Or they didn't, Reacher countered. Why? Basic logic. If they'd found it, they'd have stopped tearing the place apart. But they didn't. So either they got lucky at the very end, unlikely, or they walked away empty-handed. Neagley exhaled sharply. Then where is it? Something small. Paperwork, a disc, maybe. Franz kept work and home separate. He wouldn't have taken it there. Reacher turned, pressing his back to the door as if stepping outside. He studied his empty hand, imagining the weight of a disc the size of a coffee coaster. He'd never burned one himself, but he knew how it worked. Thin plastic case 5 inches across. Small enough to hide. Big enough to ruin lives. The envelope was small, maybe 3 inches square. Standard letter-sized documents, folded down to roughly 8.5 by 4 inches. Tiny but crucial. Where would Calvin Franz stash something compact yet important? Neagley tapped her fingers against her thigh. Could have been in his car. He commuted, right? If it was a disc, he might have kept it in the CD changer. Hidden in plain sight like slot 4, right after his jazz collection. Reacher shook his head. Miles Davis. That was his guy. He only played Coltrane when Miles featured him. Neagley shrugged. He could have labeled it like a burned CD. Scribbled Miles Davis on it with a Sharpie. They'd have found it, Reacher said. These guys were thorough. Franz wouldn't risk something that exposed. Plain sight means constant stress. He wanted to clock out, go home to Angela and Charlie without looking over his shoulder. A safe deposit box, then? Reacher scanned the street. No bank nearby. And Franz wouldn't detour, not in this traffic, not if time was tight. Banks don't cater to guys working odd hours. Neagley jingled the keyring. 2 keys here. The small one might have been for his desk. Reacher turned back to the wreckage. Somewhere in that mess was a busted desk lock, a little metal rectangle ripped from the wood. He stepped to the curb, squinting down the block. Cupped his empty hand like he was weighing an idea. It's a digital file, he said. Add to B. They knew to hunt for it. Handwritten notes. Franz wouldn't have breathed a word. But computers leave trails. They probably snatched his hardware first, found traces of copied data. That's why they broke his legs. He refused to talk. So they trashed this place hunting for backups. Neagley crossed her arms. Then where is it? Reacher stared at his palm. Not some random spot. I'd want structure. Accountability. Bank box, Neagley repeated. The unmarked key fits. Reacher grimaced. Banks don't work for me. Hours are a hassle, and this wasn't a one-off. Backups are routine. You need something secure but simple. Available 24/7. Neagley smirked. I email myself important stuff. Reacher's mouth twitched. Smart. But friends? No way. His inbox would have been the first place they'd check. They'd be brute-forcing his password instead of tearing up drywall. So what did he do? Reacher's gaze landed on the post office at the end of the strip. Not email. Snail mail. He burned a disc, slipped it in an envelope, and dropped it in the box addressed to his P.O. box. No mail slot at his place, right? Once it's in the system, it's untouchable. The place was crawling with postal workers around the clock, keeping everything locked down tight. Not exactly fast service, Neagley pointed out. Reacher gave a slow nod. Guy must have kept a rotation going, 3 or 4 discs cycling through the mail. Most days, a couple would be in transit, but he always knew his latest work was secure. Try robbing a mailbox or sweet-talking a clerk into handing over someone else's mail. The USEPS runs tighter than a vault. The tiny key, Neagley said. Not his office. Not a bank. Reacher agreed. His P.box. But the postal service had its downsides. By late afternoon, the dry cleaner was still humming. The nail salon had customers, and the pharmacy hadn't flipped its sign yet, but the post office had already locked its doors. Lobby hours ended at 4 sharp. Tomorrow, Neagley said. We'll be stuck in the car all day. Swan's place is still on the list too, unless we split up. Takes 2 to handle this, Reacher countered. Maybe one of the others will finally crawl out of the woodwork and help. Wouldn't that be nice? And not just because I hate doing all the work. Out of habit, she pulled her phone and glanced at the screen. Nothing. No missed calls at the hotel desk, no voicemails, no emails on either of her laptops. Silence. They wouldn't ghost us like this, she muttered. Not a chance, Reacher said. Something's off. Been feeling that way since I hit that ATM in Portland. Blew all my cash taking someone out to eat. Twice. Should have just stayed in with a pizza. She might have even paid. Would have saved me from knowing any of this mess. Someone I met. Pretty. Like a movie star. Prettier than Carla Dixon? Different league. Prettier than me. Does such a thing exist? Did you sleep with her? Who? The Portland woman. Why do you care? Neagley ignored him, shuffling the contact sheets like a poker hand before dealing Reacher to Tony Swan and Carla Dixon. He grabbed the landline and dialed Swan first. 30-40 rings. Dead air. He hung up, then tried Dixon's New York number. Straight to voicemail after 6 rings. Her voice played back smooth as ever. He waited for the tone. Jack Reacher here. 10:30 from Neagley at the Beverly Wilshire. Get moving and call her back. A pause. Then softer, Carla, seriously. We need you. He hung up. Neagley snapped her phone shut, shaking her head. Not good. Maybe they're all on vacation. All at once. Could be in jail. We weren't exactly saints. Already checked. They're clean. Reacher stayed quiet. Neagley smirked. You really had a thing for Carla, huh? sounded downright cozy on that call. I liked the whole team, but her more. Did you ever dent at the det night eye? No. Why not? I recruited her. Chain of command. Wouldn't have been right. That the only reason? Mostly. Uh-huh. Reacher shifted gears. What's their work like? Any reason they'd all drop off the map for days. O'Donnell could be overseas, Neagley mused. His cases drag him everywhere, deadbeat dads in the Bahamas, adoption checks in China. Plenty of excuses. But I'd have to really stretch to buy one. And Carla could be chasing offshore money in the Caymans, I guess. Reacher leaned back in his chair, watching the last streaks of daylight fade outside the window. She'd probably handle the transfers from her office, he said. It's not like the cash is sitting in a vault somewhere. Neagley raised an eyebrow. Then where is it? Just numbers on a screen. Digital pulses in some server farm. What about Sanchez and Arosco? They've got everything they need in Vegas. Doubt they'd ever have to leave for work. Neagley tapped her fingers on the table. And Swan's company? Paperwork checks out, pays its taxes, has a real address. Beyond that, no idea. Reacher shrugged. Must have security concerns, or Swan wouldn't have been brought in. Every defense contractor thinks they're sitting on state secrets, Neagley said dryly. Half the time it's just paranoia. Reacher stayed quiet, his gaze fixed on the darkening skyline. Another long day winding down. France didn't head to his office the morning he vanished, he finally said. You sure? Angela had his keys. He left them behind. Means he was going somewhere else. Neagley didn't respond, so Reacher kept going. The strip mall landlord saw them. Franz's lock wasn't forced. They didn't take his key because he didn't have it. So they got one from the owner. Which means we need to track him down tomorrow. Franz should have called me, Neagley muttered. I would have been there in a heartbeat. Reacher nodded. Yeah. If you had been, none of this would have happened. They grabbed dinner in the hotel's lobby restaurant, where a bottle of imported water cost more than a decent meal should. Afterward, they split up, Neagley heading to her suite, Reacher to his cramped room 2 floors below. He showered, folded his clothes under the mattress to smooth out the wrinkles, then stretched out on the bed, arms behind his head. Memories of Calvin Franz flickered through his mind like a highlight reel, sepia-toned flashes of laughter, movement, energy. Then came Dixon, sharp and quick-witted, trading jokes with Franz. O'Donnell, polished but dangerous. Sanchez, steady, with that glint of gold when he smirked. Swan, built like a linebacker. Orosco, endlessly clicking his Zippo. Even Lowry, lost in his own rhythm. Reacher blinked, clearing the images, and shut his eyes. By 10:30 p.m. he was out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, a delayed British Airways flight finally touched down at JFK. With the usual immigration desk closed, passengers funneled through Terminal 4. Near the front of the line stood a first-class traveler, well-dressed, confident, the kind of man who'd never known anything but privilege. Around 40, with thick black hair and a face that could have placed him anywhere from Mumbai to Milan. He moved with the ease of someone who expected no delays, no questions. Just another anonymous arrival in the city that never slept. The British passport cleared customs without a hitch, its owner's neatly trimmed fingers pressing effortlessly against the fingerprint scanner. Less than 20 minutes after unbuckling his seatbelt, the man was stepping into the glow of New York's skyline, striding toward the front of the taxi queue, like he owned the sidewalk. By dawn, Reacher was knocking on Neagley's hotel suite. She was already up, showered, and radiating that post-workout energy, whether from a hotel treadmill, a pre-dawn run, or a brutal set of push-ups in her room, he couldn't tell. Either way, she looked sharp, like every muscle was humming with fresh oxygen. Breakfast arrived after another round of dead-end calls. East L, Nevada, D, New York all met with silence. No voicemails, no second attempts. Just the quiet clink of coffee cups until Neagley summoned her Mustang from valet. "Franz's place first?" she asked. Reacher gave a single nod. "He's the center of this." They inched down La Cienega in morning traffic, pulling up outside Franz's wrecked office. The strip mall was quiet dry cleaner, nail salon, discount pharmacy, all bathed in that eerie calm before the day's chaos. The post office lobby stood empty, its open sign swinging. Too deserted for their purposes. Landlord first, Neagley decided. The pharmacist, a wiry man in a stained white coat, eyed them from behind his counter. "Dry cleaner owns the whole place," he muttered, with the grudging respect of a tenant who'd watched his neighbor hustle his way into real estate. The American Dream, Korean edition. Inside the cleaners, steam hissed from pressing machines, and a conveyor rattled overhead, draped with plastic-wrapped suits. The owner's sleeves rolled up and sweating, barely paused when Reacher cut to the chase. "When's the last time you saw Calvin Franz?" "Hardly ever," the man snapped. "Painted over his damn window first thing." Made the place look like a bunker. Reacher leaned in. "But you noticed when he stopped showing up. 3-4 weeks ago. Right before the guy's suite talked you out of his key." The man's hands stilled. They were cops. The second group was. First guys just flashed cash. A shrug. "My building, my key. What they look like. Why should I care?" "Because Franz was our friend," Reacher said. "And now he's dead. Someone tossed him out of a helicopter." The dry cleaner wiped his hands on his apron, unfazed. "Don't remember them," he lied. "They wrecked your place," Reacher said. "Whatever they gave you for the key won't even come close to covering the repairs." The man shrugged. "That's my problem. I own the building. Think about it being a pile of ashes instead. What if I came back tonight and lit the whole thing up? You'd end up behind bars. Would I? A guy with your kind of selective memory wouldn't have much to tell the cops." The man nodded. "Two white guys. Blue suits. Fancy new car. Blended right in with the usual crowd. That's it. Just regular suits. Not law enforcement too polished, too much money. Nothing stood out? Believe me, I'd tell you. They trashed my property. Fine. Sorry about your friend. Seemed like a decent guy." "He was," Reacher said. They headed back to the post office. A cramped, no-frills government building with scuffed floors and faded walls. The morning rush had picked up, a handful of people waiting in line while a single clerk worked the counter. Neagley passed Reacher Franz's keys and took her place in the queue. Reacher drifted toward the back, snagging a random form from a slot, something about delivery confirmation. He grabbed the pen chained to the counter and hunched over, pretending to fill it out while keeping an eye on Neagley. She was still a few minutes from the front. His gaze shifted to the wall of mailboxes, a grid of small, medium, and large slots stacked 6 high at the top, 4 in the middle, and 3 near the floor. 180 small, 96 medium, 54 large. 330 boxes in total. Franz would have had a large one. His business meant paperwork, thick envelopes, legal documents. But which one? If Franz had his pick, he'd have gone for the top row, third from the floor, far right. Nobody wants to squat down or walk farther than necessary. But post office boxes weren't first come, first served. You got what was available. Someone moves or dies, you take their slot. Sheer luck. 1 in 54 odds. Reacher slipped his hand into his pocket, rolling Franz's key between his fingers. Testing each lock would take a couple of seconds. Worst case scenario? Nearly 3 minutes of standing there like a guy who forgot his own mailbox number. Even worse, getting caught mid-trial by the actual owner. Questions yelling, maybe even postal cops. Reacher wasn't worried about getting out, just about leaving empty-handed. Neagley's voice cut through the hum of the lobby. Morning. He glanced over. She was at the counter now, leaning in, holding the clerk's full attention. Reacher pulled the key from his pocket and moved to the boxes. First try, top left, nothing. He jiggled the key. No give, Vintantipria. Second box down. Same result. Third, still nothing. Neagley was deep in conversation, elbows on the counter, selling the clerk on some complicated shipping question. Reacher shifted right, trying the next box over. No luck. 4 attempts down, 50 boxes left. 12 seconds ticked by, nudging his odds from a measly 1. 85% up to a slightly less pathetic 2%. He moved to the next box, nothing. Dropping into a crouch, he tried the one near the floor. Still nothing. Staying low, he shifted right and worked his way up the next column. No luck on the bottom, the middle, or the top. 9 tries in, 25 seconds wasted. Neagley's voice droned on in the background. Then a woman sidled up beside him, blocking his path. She popped open a high box, sifting through a tangled mess of junk mail. Just walk away already, he thought. Finally, she stepped back, and he slid right to the 4th row. Neagley was still talking, the clerk still nodding along. The key didn't fit the top, middle, or bottom box. 12 down odds, now 1 in 42. Better, but still a long shot. The 5th and 6th rows yielded nothing. 18 attempts, 1/3 of the boxes checked. The math was on his side, but time wasn't. Behind him the line grew restless, shuffling feet, impatient sighs. He could practically feel their irritation boring into his back. 7th row, top to bottom. The key didn't budge. Neagley finally stopped talking, but now the clerk was playing dumb, dragging things out. He moved to the 8th row. The top box now. The middle, nothing. The lobby had gone eerily quiet, every eye on him. Then the lowest box. A faint metallic click. The lock gave way. He swung the door open and crouched, staring at the crammed contents, padded envelopes, catalogs, magazines, sealed in plastic. The lobby noise surged back as Neagley wrapped up with a polite, "Thanks for your help." He yanked everything out, stacked it under his arm, and walked off like he owned the place. Neagley waited in the Mustang, 3 storefronts down. He tossed the pile onto the console, climbed in, and sorted through it. 4 small padded envelopes stood out, Franz's handwriting on each. "Too small for CDs," he muttered, arranging them by postmark. The most recent had been mailed the night before Franz vanished. He tore open the envelope and shook out a slim silver device 2 inches long, plastic-capped, with a 128 MB printed on it. Neagley barely glanced over. Flash memory. Holds way more than a floppy. So we just plug it in? Unless it's locked. Which it probably is. There's gotta be a way around that. Not anymore. Security's tighter these days. He exhaled. So what now? Start guessing? Think like Franz. Reacher leaned back, staring at the tiny drive. Great. A road trip and a mind game. I figure we've got 3 shots before the files wipe themselves clean, he said. She turned the key, the engine hummed to life, and she rolled away from the curb. A quick U-turn in the empty fire lane of the shopping plaza, then she merged back onto the main road, heading north. The man in the navy suit stayed put, slouched low in the driver's seat of his Chrysler, parked near the pharmacy. He lifted his phone and punched in a number. They skipped Franz's place entirely, he reported. Went straight to the landlord, then spent forever in the post office. My guess, Franz mailed the files to himself. That's why we came up empty. And now they've got them. Neagley slid the flash drive into her laptop. Reacher leaned in, watching the screen. A blink moment passed before an icon popped up. Generic. Unnamed. She double-clicked and a password prompt filled the display. Locked, she muttered. Expected, Reacher said. Thoughts. He'd cracked plenty of passwords back in his day. The trick was getting inside the person's head. Franz wasn't the paranoid type he played by the rules, but never took security too seriously. More of a word guy than a numbers guy. Sentimental with a sharp memory. Try Angela, Charlie, Dodgers, Koufax, Panama, or Jennifer, Reacher suggested. Neagley scribbled them down. Angela and Charlie his family. Too easy. Maybe. But Miles Davis was his go-to music, Dodgers his team, Koufax his idol. Panama. Best mission of his career. Left an impression. Jennifer. His childhood dog. Lived nearly 2 decades. Hit him hard when she died. Neagley frowned. Only 6 letters. And we've got 3 attempts before it locks us out. 12 actually, Reacher corrected. 4 envelopes, 4 drives. All this postmarked first, we can afford to waste a few tries on outdated intel. She lined up the flash drives on the desk in chronological order, ready to play the guessing game. You really think he'd rotate his password every day? Neagley arched an eyebrow as she slotted the first flash drive into the laptop. The screen flickered, displaying a login prompt. Friends. Reacher scoffed. Come on. A guy like him picks something personal and never lets go. She hovered over the password field. All right, let's prioritize. People or places first? People. Always people with Franz. Baseball counts players are people. Fine, but we're starting with music. She punched in Miles Davis. The screen flashed red. Incorrect. Strike 1, she muttered, shifting gears. Sports next. Dodgers denied. Koufax the hard drive whirred violently before the screen went dark. That's 3, she said, yanking the drive and tossing it into the trash. The second drive slid into place. Jennifer, no luck. Guess his dog didn't make the cut, she said. Panama, nothing. Brooklyn, another wipeout. The drive clattered into the bin. 0 for 6, Reacher. You're on a cold streak. She plugged in the third drive. Any bright ideas? Your turn. My instincts are shot. His old service number. Doubt it. Franz was all about words, not digits. Probably tied to his social, too risky. What would you use? Numbers, obviously. Top row, no typing finesse needed. She rolled her eyes. Elaborate. 6 digits. I'd take my birthday. Find the nearest prime, except there's always 2 options. So maybe the square root, rounded, drop the decimal. 6 unique numbers. Psychotic, she said. Friends would never. Nobody would. Exactly why it'd work. What about his first car? Probably a junker. Did he even care about cars? Reacher shrugged. Dreamed of a red Jaguar tag. Neagley paused. Worth a shot. Reacher considered it. Franz was sentimental, attached to things that meant something. Symbols, memories. Could be. Something that gave him that nostalgic buzz. Either an old hero or an unfulfilled wish. Trying it. We've only got 6 attempts left. I'd try it with 600. She hesitated, then snapped her fingers. Wait, Angela's story. How he always said, you do not mess with the special investigators. That's a novel, not a password. Shorten it. Special investigators. Or do not mess. Reacher grinned. We had fun back then, didn't we? Nostalgia hits different when you're stuck in Culver City doing nothing. Like that old song, she said. Movie first, he corrected. Same difference. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. It's a feeling everyone knows, Reacher muttered. Neagley tapped her fingers against the keyboard. Which one do we start with? Reacher could still hear Charlie's voice in his head, that high-pitched, determined little tone. You do not mess. Do not mess, he said. 9 letters. Neagley typed it in and hit enter. The screen flashed red. Nope, she sighed. She hesitated, then punched in special investigators, her finger hovering. That's way too long, Reacher pointed out. You really think that's it? Only one way to find out. Another error. Neagley exhaled sharply. Damn. Reacher's mind drifted back to Charlie, his tiny chair, the careful engraving at the top. He could almost smell the sawdust, picture Franz's steady hands shaping the wood. A father's gift, meant to be the first of many. Love. Pride. A promise. I like Charlie, he said. Neagley nodded. Kid's got charm. No, I mean for the password. Too easy. Franz wasn't the type to overthink this stuff. Probably just threw in whatever was quickest. Still too obvious. And he had to be careful this time. He was in deep, mailing stuff to himself for a reason. Or maybe that's exactly why he would pick something simple. Hide in plain sight. Possible. Not likely. What do you think we'll even find on here? Something we can't afford to miss. Try Charlie anyway. Neagley rolled her eyes but typed it in. The screen blinked red again. The hard drive whirred, then wiped itself clean. Strike 9, she muttered, tossing the 3rd drive into the trash before plugging in the last one. 3 left. Reacher leaned back. Who was in his life before Charlie? Angela, Neagley said. Way too predictable. Do it. You sure? I like long odds. We've got 3 tries left. Just type it. She did. Another failure. 10 down, she said. 2 to go. What about Angela Franz? Even worse. Her maiden name? No idea. Call her and ask. You're kidding. Worth a shot. Neagley flipped through her notebook, dialed, and made small talk before slipping in the question. Reacher couldn't hear the answer, but the slight widening of Neagley's eyes told him everything. She hung up. Pfeiffer, she said. Interesting. Think they're connected? She didn't say. Try it. 2 birds, 1 stone, sentimental and convenient. Neagley typed Pfeiffer. Another rejection. The air in the room felt heavier, the walls closing in. 11 down, Neagley said. 1 shot left. Reacher rubbed his temples. What if we walk away now? Then we never see what's on that drive. No, I mean, do we have to do this right now? Can it wait? It's not going anywhere. Then let's take a break. Come back with fresh eyes. One try left, we can't waste it. Weren't we paying attention before? Not the right kind. He stood. We'll head to East LA, track down Swan. Maybe he's got a clue. If not, at least we'll be thinking straight when we try again. Neagley called for the car. 10 minutes later, they were in the Mustang, cutting through Wilshire, past MacArthur Park, onto the Pasadena Freeway. Dodger Stadium loomed in the distance, surrounded by empty asphalt. The streets narrowed into a maze of strip malls, old houses, and office parks. Boyle Heights, Monterey Park, Alhambra, traffic crawling under a smoggy sky. Neagley pulled out a worn map from the glove box, scanning for their next turn. The view from above reminded Reacher of satellite images streets, stretching out like faint pencil marks on paper. He traced their path, matching road signs to the map in his hands, locking onto their destination within seconds. New Age defense systems loomed ahead, a sleek glass fortress surrounded by a perimeter fence that looked intimidating at first glance, but wouldn't hold up against basic tools. The razor wire coiled along the top was more for show than actual security. The building itself was a modern monolith, its mirrored surface playing tricks with the sky and trees, making it seem almost transparent. The gate stood wide open, no guards in sight, just an empty lot half filled with cars. Neagley pulled the Mustang into a visitor spot near the entrance, and they stepped out into the thick morning air. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. Either everyone inside was buried in work, or the place was a ghost town. The lobby was all sharp angles and polished surfaces, slate floors, aluminum walls, leather chairs that probably cost more than Reacher's last car. Behind the reception desk, a blonde woman in a company polo shirt waited just long enough to make them walk halfway before glancing up. "Can I help you?" she asked, her smile practiced. "We're here to see Tony Swan," Reacher said. She nodded, fingers already on the phone. "May I know your names?" "Jack Reacher and Francis Neagley. We served with him." The receptionist relayed the message, then gestured toward the chairs. Neagley sat, but Reacher stayed standing, watching the distorted reflection of the woman in the aluminum walls. 4 minutes later, footsteps echoed from a side hallway, measured, unhurried. A woman in a tailored black suit stepped into view, her smile polite but not warm. "I'm Margaret Berenson," she said, offering her hand. Up close, faint scars peeked through her makeup, and the sharp scent of peppermint gum clung to her. No wedding ring, just understated jewelry that whispered money. "We're looking for Tony Swan," Reacher repeated. "I know," she said. "Let's find somewhere to talk." She led them to a small conference room, just off the lobby minimalist, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the parking lot. The kind of place where they put visitors who weren't important enough to go deeper inside. The air was cool, the silence heavy. Something about the way she held herself told Reacher this wasn't going to be a friendly reunion. Neagley's Mustang idled just a few feet away as the woman in the crisp business suit stepped forward. "Margaret Berenson," she repeated, extending a hand. "HR Director for New Age. To be blunt, Mr. Swan no longer works here." Reacher's eyes narrowed. "When did that happen?" 3 weeks and change," Berenson replied. Neagley cut in. "What's the story?" Berenson hesitated. "I'd prefer to discuss details with someone who actually knew him." "No offense, but credentials matter." Reacher crossed his arms. "Describe him." "Built like a fireplug, maybe 5'9", but nearly as wide." A faint smile touched Berenson's lips. "If I mentioned he kept a certain Artifact on his desk. Could you identify it? Chunk of the Berlin Wall, Reacher said without missing a beat. Concrete, not stone. Still had flecks of red spray paint on one side. He grabbed it when we were stationed in Germany after the wall fell. Berenson nodded. That matches what I know. So, you understand why this wasn't an easy decision. Reacher's gaze drifted to the near-empty parking lot. The building itself had the hollow quiet of a place running on fumes. Let me guess, budget cuts? Startup growing pains, Berenson corrected. We had to trim staff last in, first out. Swan was assistant security director, so he got caught in the sweep. If things turn around, we'll be first in line to hire him back. Neagley scoffed. Then why's your receptionist still telling callers he's just stepped out? Professional courtesy, Berenson said smoothly. Would you want potential employers knowing you've been laid off? This way, Swan controls the narrative. Reacher snorted. Nice spin. But I called and got zero answer, not even a busy signal. Downsized the admin team, too. The survivors are juggling half a dozen lines each. Neagley muttered something under her breath, but Berenson held up a hand. Look, we hated losing him. Hell, I had to fire my own deputy. But when your prototype's stuck in development, Reacher's head snapped up. Prototype. Figure of speech. Bull. You're building something here. Berenson's smile went rigid. I can't discuss proprietary projects. Reacher jerked a thumb toward the flimsy perimeter fence. Then why's your high-security facility easier to break into than a Walmart? The sarcasm dripped. No guards, no gate checks, hell, your lobby door's propped open with a phone book. For the first time, Berenson's polished demeanor cracked. Some corners had to be cut, she admitted. But not on the product itself. Neagley exchanged a glance with Reacher. Whatever New Age was cooking up, their security was clearly an afterthought, and that never ended well. Tony Swan wouldn't have let that slide if something important was going down here, Reacher said. I can't discuss company protocol, the security guy replied. Who was Swan's supervisor? Our head of security. Ex-lap lad retired as a lieutenant. And you kept him while cutting Swan loose? That first and last out policy really screwed you over. Everyone here was good at their job, the ones who stayed and the ones who left. Letting people go wasn't easy, but we had no choice. Minutes later, Reacher and Neagley sat in the Mustang, engine running to keep the AC blasting, the weight of the situation settling between them. Worst possible timing, Reacher muttered. Swan gets axed. Franz calls him with trouble. What else would he do? Drive straight there. It's barely 20 minutes away. Neagley shook her head. He'd have gone even if he still had the job. Same for the others. And I'm betting they all did. You think they're all gone? Hope for the best, but assume the worst. Neagley exhaled. You got what you wanted, Reacher. Just us now. Not like this. I can't process it. All of them. Someone's gonna answer for it. You really think so? We've got nothing. One shot left with a password, and we'll probably choke when it counts. Reacher shot her a look. Now's not the time to lose your nerve. Then tell me what to type. Silence filled the car as they wound through the streets. Neagley gripped the wheel, and Reacher imagined Swan making the same drive weeks earlier. Maybe his office junk stuffed in the trunk, some pens, that stupid chunk of Soviet concrete. Racing to help Franz. The others too, Sanchez and Orosco, speeding in from Vegas, Dixon and O'Donnell flying in. Taxis, handshakes, then Nothing. The image dissolved, leaving just him and Neagley. No point denying reality. At the Beverly Wilshire, they handed the car to valets and slipped in through the back. The elevator ride up was quiet. Neagley unlocked her door, then froze. David O'Donnell sat by the window, flipping through Franz's autopsy report. He glanced up, expression grim. I was gonna ask why my voicemail was full of your charming messages. He lifted the report. Now I get it. How'd you get in here? Neagley demanded. O'Donnell just smirked. Seriously? Where the hell were you? Reacher snapped. New Jersey. My sister was sick. How bad? Bad enough. She make it? Yeah, she pulled through. Then you should have been here sooner. Thanks for the sympathy. We thought they got you too, Neagley said. O'Donnell leaned forward. You should be scared. I waited 4 hours for a flight spent it calling everyone. No answer from Franz, obviously. Or Swan, Dixon, Arosco, Sanchez. Figured they'd all gotten together and hit a wall. Not you two, you're tied up in Chicago, and good luck tracking Reacher. Not me, since I was off-grid. I'd have dropped everything, Neagley said. Why wouldn't they call me? O'Donnell sighed. If they despised you, they still would have called. Without you, it would have been like going into battle blindfolded. Who in their right mind would do that? But perception matters more than the truth, and right now you're in a league of your own. They might have second-guessed taking you on, maybe until it was too late. Neagley crossed her arms. Spell it out for me. One of them, Franz, I'm guessing was in deep trouble, and reached out to everyone he thought would answer. That left you and Reacher off the list by default. Me. Just bad timing. I wasn't where I usually am. Sounds about right, she said. Except you're an unexpected win. Your sister's illness worked in our favor. Maybe in yours too. But not hers. Reacher cut in, his voice dry. Quit complaining. She's still breathing, isn't she? O'Donnell smirked. Always a charmer. Been a while. Neagley eyed him. How'd you even get in here? With a slow grin, O'Donnell pulled a switchblade from one coat pocket and brass knuckles from the other. If I can sneak these past a hotel room's nothing. She raised an eyebrow. Seriously, how? Trade secret, he said. Ceramic, Reacher muttered. They stopped making them because they slip right through metal detectors. Bingo, O'Donnell agreed. No metal except the spring in the blade tiny enough to fly under the radar. Reacher clapped him on the shoulder. Good to see you, David. Wish it wasn't like this. Could be worse. We thought it was just Neagley and me. Now we've got you. What's the play? Not much. You've seen the autopsy. 2 guys tore apart Franz's office but came up empty. He was mailing evidence to himself, in a loop. We found his box, grabbed 4 flash drives, and we're down to our last password guess. Neagley tossed her notebook onto the table. Stop brainstorming security terms. O'Donnell inhaled deeply, holding it like a diver before surfacing. An old habit. What he'd tried already? He asked. She flipped to a page and slid it toward him. He scanned the list, lips pressed tight. Reacher studied him. 11 years hadn't changed much. Same sun-bleached hair, same lean frame. His suit was sharp, expensive. Like Neagley, he looked like he'd landed on his feet. Koufax didn't work. O'Donnell frowned. Neagley shook her head. 3rd try. Should been first. Franz worshipped icons, people with grit, legends. Koufax fits. The rest, sentimental fluff. Maybe Miles Davis, but he saw music as background noise. She arched a brow. Baseball's essential, but music isn't? Baseball's a metaphor, he said. Koufax on the mound, game on the line, that's how Fron saw himself. His password would be something bold, no frills. Just a last name. So, what's your pick? One shot left. Wrong guess. I look like an idiot. What's even on there? Something worth dying for, Reacher said. They broke his legs, wrecked his office. He didn't give them a damn thing. O'Donnell leaned back. What's the end game here? Find them. End them. That enough for you? He exhaled sharply. No, he said. It's not. The air in the room was thick with tension, the kind that comes from too many hours staring at the same dead end. I'd love to wipe out their whole bloodline and dance on their grandparents' tombstones, one of them muttered. Some things never change, the other replied dryly. Actually, I've gotten worse. You. If I did, I'm willing to undo it. O'Donnell cracked a fleeting grin. Neagley, what don't you do? She didn't miss a beat. You don't screw with the special investigators. Damn right, O'Donnell agreed. Now, can we get some decent coffee up here? They sipped from chipped metal pots that looked like they'd survived a war, the kind only found in places that hadn't seen a renovation since the 70s. Silence stretched between them, but their minds were racing down the same worn path, circling the last failed password, searching for another angle, hitting the same wall. Finally, O'Donnell set his cup down with a clink. All right, enough stalling. Time to make a move. Or walk away. Whatever you want to call it. Anyone got a bright idea? Neagley shrugged. I'm fresh out. Reacher shot O'Donnell a look. You're holding back, Dave. I can see it. You trust me. About as far as I could toss you. Which, given how scrawny you are, would be pretty damn far. Test me and find out. O'Donnell pushed back from the table, cracked his knuckles, and moved to the laptop. He tapped in 7 letters, hesitated, then hit enter. The screen flashed, and suddenly, there it was. A directory. Clear as day. He typed Reacher. Reacher recoiled like he'd been sucker punched. That's low, man. He respected you, O'Donnell said. Looked up to you. Feels like he's reaching out from the grave. Like he's calling in a favor. You were already in this. Now it's personal. I can't let him down. You weren't going to. Too much weight. Since when do we crack under pressure? Pressure's where we shine. Neagley was already at the keyboard, scanning the screen. 8 files. 7 are just numbers. The last one's a name list. Pull it up, O'Donnell said. The names appeared Azari Mahmood at the top, followed by 4 others. Adrian Mount, Alan Mason, Andrew McBride, Anthony Matthews. Same initials, O'Donnell noted. First guy's Middle Eastern, anywhere from Morocco to Pakistan. Syrian, if I had to guess, Neagley said. Last 4 sound British, Reacher added. Not American. English or Scottish. Meaning. Best guess. Franz dug up a Syrian with 4 aliases. The matching initials are sloppy guy probably owns monogrammed shirts. British paperwork would slip past you. Scrutiny easier than fake American docs. Plausible, O'Donnell conceded. Show me the numbers, Reacher said. The first spreadsheet was just fractions 10-12 at the top, 11-12 at the bottom, with a scatter of similar numbers in between. The next 2 were identical. Dates? O'Donnell asked. No. 13-14 doesn't work either way. Then what? Just math. Not exactly. 10 over 12 would just be 5 over 6 if we're talking regular fractions, O'Donnell said, studying the numbers. Like baseball stats, Neagley replied. Except this game sounds brutal. 13 for 14. 12 for 13? That's a marathon with a final score in the triple digits. Reacher leaned in. Then what do they mean? Keep going, O'Donnell said. The fourth spreadsheet had the same columns of fractions, but the numbers were dropping 912, 813, even a 514. If this is a batting average, O'Donnell muttered, someone's in a serious slump. The fifth sheet was worse, 312, 413 with 611 as the high point. Whoever this is, they're getting benched soon, O'Donnell joked. The sixth and seventh lists barely improved, hovering between 513 and 312. Neagley turned to Reacher. Your turn. You're the math guy. And Fron sent these to you. Reacher shook his head. I was just his security question. These aren't coded messages, they're notes. If he wanted to tell us something, he'd have made it obvious. Some seriously vague notes, O'Donnell said. Reacher tapped the screen. Can you print these? I think better on paper. Neagley nodded. There's a business center downstairs. That's why I book these places now. O'Donnell frowned. Why would someone tear apart an office just for a bunch of numbers? Maybe they weren't after the numbers, Reacher said. Maybe it was the names they wanted. Neagley closed the spreadsheets and pulled up the document again. Azari Mahmoud, Adrian Mount, Alan Mason, Andrew McBride, Anthony Matthews. So, who is this guy? Reacher asked. Meanwhile, 3 time zones east in New York, a man with dark hair and unplaceable features, maybe Middle Eastern, maybe Mediterranean, knelt on a hotel bathroom floor. The door was locked, the fan humming. A British passport in the name of Adrian Mount burned in the toilet bowl, the laminated page curling under the flame. He fanned the fire with a hairdryer, then stirred the ashes with his toothbrush until nothing remained. A final match took care of the stubborn scraps. By the time the last ember died, Adrian Mount was gone, flushed away, and Alan Mason stepped into the elevator, heading for the street. Back in L. Neagley returned from the business center with printed copies of Franz's files. She slid into the booth between Reacher and O'Donnell at the hotel restaurant, her expression distant, like she was replaying old memories. Reacher felt it too, the same crew, but everything else had changed. Back then, it had been wrinkled uniforms, chow halls, and late-night diners. Now they sat in a dim, upscale lobby, surrounded by people who looked like they belonged in a casting call. Neagley fit right in, her black pants sleek, her fitted t-shirt hugging her frame, her tan skin flawless under the soft lighting. O'Donnell's gray suit had a subtle sheen, his crisp white shirt still pristine despite the cross-country flight. The past was there, but the present had rewritten the script. The man across the table wore a crisp, perfectly knotted tie that screamed corporate precision. Reacher, on the other hand, looked like he'd just rolled out of a back alley. His shirt was too tight, frayed at the sleeve, and splattered with something unidentifiable. His hair was shaggy, his jeans were bargain bin specials, and his scuffed boots had seen better days. Hell, he couldn't even cover the tab for his meal, let alone the fancy imported water in his glass. Sad, Reacher had muttered earlier when he saw France's rundown office. From high-tech military gear to a strip mall? What the hell had gone wrong? And what were Neagley and O'Donnell really thinking about him now? Show me the pages with the numbers, he said. Neagley slid 7 sheets across the table. each marked in pencil at the corner to keep them in order. Reacher skimmed them fast, taking in the bigger picture. 183 fractions, none simplified meaning. They weren't really math problems. They were records, scores, maybe success rates. 10 out of 12, 8 out of 10. Something had happened or hadn't that many times. The first 3 pages showed solid numbers hovering between Adi 7-2 and Dudo 7 respectable, like a star batter's average. Then came the crash. Page 4 plummeted to War 774, and by the last 3 sheets, the numbers were downright depressing. Sem Tri Sichu Y Tate, Sun 08, Sam Tauver 7. Figured it out yet? Neagley asked. Not a damn clue, Reacher admitted. Wish Franz were here to explain. If he were, we wouldn't be. Could have been a reunion, Reacher said. Like old times. O'Donnell lifted his glass. Absent friends. They clinked glasses water that had once been ancient glacier ice, now a toast to the ones they'd lost. 5 friends gone, or so they thought. But they were wrong. One of them was already in the air, flying out of Vegas. The waiter arrived with their meals: salmon for Neagley, chicken for Reacher, tuna for O'Donnell, who wiped his mouth and said, "You checked France's place?" "Yesterday," Neagley said. "Santa Monica. Just a widow and a kid left. Anything useful?" "Nothing that mattered. We should hit the others. Swan's first, he's probably closest. Don't have his address." "Didn't you ask the New Age lady?" "Wouldn't have helped. She was by the book." "You could have persuaded her," O'Donnell said with a grin. "Those days are over." Reacher cut in. "Swan married." "Doubt it," Neagley said. "Too ugly," O'Donnell added. Neagley smirked. "And you?" "Not a chance. Too many complications." Reacher leaned back. "We could try the ups trick again. If Swan lived alone, he probably ordered everything. Doubt he ever stepped foot in a furniture store." Neagley pulled out her phone, looking every bit the high-powered exec, and dialed Chicago right there at the table. O'Donnell turned to Reacher. "Walk me through the timeline." "Swan got fired about 3 weeks back," Reacher said. "Franz disappeared 23 days ago. 14 days after the discovery of the body, Neagley got a call from the victim's wife." "Why'd she reach out?" O'Donnell asked. "Just to let us know," Neagley said. "She's counting on the local deputies to handle things up there." "What's her deal?" "Total civilian. Stunning, like Michelle Pfeiffer in her prime. And she's got this quiet bitterness toward us for being so tight with her husband. Their kid. Spitting image of him." "Rough break," Reacher muttered. Neagley muffled her phone against her palm. "Got cell numbers for Sanchez, Orosco, and Swan," she said, digging through her bag for a pen. She scribbled the digits on a scrap of paper. "Run them for addresses," Reacher suggested. "Won't help," she said. "Sanchez and Orosco are tied to corporate lines, and Swan's registered to New Age." She ended her call with the Chicago contact and dialed the numbers one by one. "All straight to voicemail," she reported. "Phones are dead." "No surprise," Reacher said. "Those batteries died weeks ago." "Hearing their voices messes with me," Neagley admitted. "You record some dumb greeting, never thinking it'll outlive you." "A slice of forever," O'Donnell mused. A busboy cleared their plates while the waiter returned with dessert menus. Reacher skimmed the options. Each one cost more than a night in a roadside motel. "Pass," he said. Just as Neagley looked ready to argue, her phone buzzed. She jotted down an address. Swan's Place, she announced. Santa Ana, close to the zoo. O'Donnell tossed his napkin on the table. Let's roll. They piled into his rented sedan, its GPS chirping directions as they inched toward the 5 freeway. Unseen, a man named Thomas Brandt watched from a bench near Rodeo Drive, blending into the crowd of tourists. He dialed his boss. 3 of them now, he said. Like clockwork. It's a full reunion. Half a block west, another observer slouched in a blue Chrysler parked outside a salon on Wilshire. He made his own call. 3rd one's definitely O'Donnell, he muttered. Which means the big guy's Reacher. They're locked in now. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles east, a dark-haired man in a Manhattan office swiped a platinum visa under the name Lameison, booking a flight from LaGuardia to Denver. Santa Ana sprawled south of Anaheim, deep in Orange County. The town sat miles from the Santa Ana Mountains, where the notorious winds originated dry, relentless gusts that could turn LA into a pressure cooker. Reacher had seen it firsthand. Bar fights escalating into bloodbaths, petty arguments spiraling into jail time. But today, the air hung thick and stagnant, no wind in sight. O'Donnell's GPS guided them off the 5 near Tustin, weaving through wide suburban streets toward the art museum before making a series of sharp turns. Destination ahead, the voice announced. They rolled to a stop beside a mailbox, painted white and shaped like a swan, quirky, unmistakable, and waiting. At the top of the box's spine was a wooden cutout, carefully shaped into the silhouette of a swan, its long neck curved gracefully, its back scalloped, its tail lifted slightly. The figure was painted white, except for a dark orange beak and a single black eye. Paired with the box's rounded body, it made for a decent likeness. O'Donnell smirked. Tell me Swan didn't carve that himself. Probably a niece or nephew, Neagley said. Some sentimental housewarming gift, which he had to keep around in case they ever dropped by. I think it's sweet. Behind the box, a poured concrete driveway stretched toward a double gate set in a waist-high fence. A narrow walkway ran parallel, leading to a single gate. The fence was coated in green vinyl, each post topped with a small metal pineapple. Both gates were shut, each sporting a generic "Beware of the Dog" sign. The driveway ended at a single-car garage, while the walkway led to the front door of a modest tan stucco house. The windows had corrugated metal awnings, giving them a heavy-lidded look, and the door had a similar overhang. The whole place had a no-nonsense, utilitarian feel, solid, unadorned, unmistakably masculine, and eerily quiet. Feels empty, Neagley said. Like nobody's been here in a while. Reacher agreed. The front yard was nothing but patchy, overgrown grass, no flowers, no shrubs. It looked like someone had stopped tending to it weeks ago. No alarm system in sight. Let's take a closer look, Reacher said. They stepped out of the car and approached a single gate, finding it unchained. The doorbell got no response. A concrete path circled the house and they followed it, checking for entry points. The garage's side door was locked. So was the kitchen door at the back, its top half a single pane of glass. Inside, the kitchen was dated but spotless speckled green appliances, a small table with 2 chairs, empty dog bowls neatly placed on the linoleum. Beyond the kitchen, a sliding glass door led to a bare concrete patio. The slider was locked, the drapes half-drawn. The neighborhood was silent, but Reacher caught a faint, unsettling hum in the air, raising the hairs on his arms. Kitchen door. O'Donnell asked. Reacher nodded. O'Donnell reached into his pocket and pulled out his ceramic knuckles, not the kind you'd find in a china cabinet. These were molded under extreme pressure. Harder than steel, their striking surfaces designed to do damage. In O'Donnell's hands, they were like a wrecking ball with serrated edges. He slipped them on, stepped up to the door, and tapped the glass lightly with the back of his hand. It shattered instantly, a jagged piece falling inward. 2 more precise taps cleared enough space to reach through. He rolled up his sleeve, twisted the inside handle, and the door swung open. No alarm. Reacher stepped inside, pausing after 2 steps. The hum was louder now, and there was something else, a smell. The signs were impossible to miss. The buzzing drone of countless flies, the sickening stench of decay. Reacher recognized them instantly. Memories he wished he could forget. Neagley and O'Donnell moved in behind him, then froze. "We already knew," O'Donnell muttered, more to himself than anyone. "This isn't a surprise." Neagley pressed a hand over her face. "It should always be a shock," she said quietly. "I hope it never stops being one." Reacher moved toward the kitchen door. The hallway floor was clean, but the stench thickened. The buzzing grew louder. Fat, metallic blue flies darted through the air, bouncing off the walls before disappearing through a half-open door. "Bathroom," Reacher said. The house was laid out like Franz's, but bigger Santa Ana's cheaper real estate meant more space. A proper hallway divided the rooms. No open concept shortcuts here. Kitchen and back living room up front, bedrooms flanking a bathroom. The smell was everywhere. But the flies had a clear favorite. The air was thick, oppressive. No voices, no movement, just the frenzied hum of wings against tile, porcelain, wallpaper. "Stay here," Reacher said. He moved down the hall, nudged the bathroom door with his boot. A furious black cloud erupted toward him. He swatted at the air, then shoved the door wide open. Through the buzzing haze he saw it, a body sprawled on the floor. A dog. A German shepherd, once strong and sleek, now a stiff, matted ruin. Its mouth hung open, eyes and tongue crawling with flies. Reacher stepped inside, the swarm rising around his legs. The tub was empty, the toilet dry. Towels hung untouched, the floor stained dark. Not blood, just a slow seep of death. He backed out. "His dog," he said. "Check the rest of the place." Nothing in the other rooms. No signs of a fight, no trace of Swan. They regrouped in the hall, the flies already settling back to their feast. "What happened?" Neagley asked. "Swan left," O'Donnell said. "Never came back. Dog starved." "Died of thirst," Reacher corrected. "Water bowl's bone dry. Probably drank from the toilet. Lasted maybe a week." Neagley exhaled sharply. "That's brutal." "Yeah," Reacher said. "I like dogs. If I ever settled down, I'd have a pack of them. And when we find these guys, we're tossing them out of a chopper in pieces." "When?" "Soon." O'Donnell rubbed his temple. "We're gonna need more than we've got." "Then let's get started," Reacher said. They stuffed wads of paper towel up their noses and got to work. O'Donnell took the kitchen, Neagley the living room, Reacher the bedroom. But the house told the same story everywhere. Swan had walked out, expecting to return. Half-loaded dishwasher, fresh food in the fridge, pajamas folded under the pillow. A book left open on the nightstand, waiting for a reader who never came back. The book was left open on the desk, one of Swan's business cards wedged between the pages as a makeshift bookmark. The card read Anthony Swan, U. Army Assistant Director of Corporate Security, New Age Defense Systems, Los Angeles, California. At the bottom was his email, and the same direct line Reacher and Neagley had dialed repeatedly with no answer. O'Donnell tapped the card. What does New Age actually produce? Reacher shrugged. Profit margins mostly. Though not as much as before, from the looks of it. Do they manufacture anything, or is it all R&D? The woman we spoke to said they have a production facility somewhere. Producing what? No clue. They moved to the second bedroom, a space that doubled as a den, with a desk, a phone, and shelves cluttered with the kind of sentimental clutter only a lifelong pack rat would keep. The three of them worked methodically, starting with the desk. Nothing. The file cabinet held the usual domestic paperwork: tax returns, insurance forms, paycheck stubs from New Age. Swan had been earning well, pulling in more in a month than Reacher could stretch over a year. There were vet records, too. Maisie, his aging but healthy dog, had been up to date on all her shots. PETA donation receipts showed Swan had been a generous supporter. Reacher figured the man had good judgment. If he was throwing money at a cause, it was probably legit. The shelves yielded a shoebox of old photos, glimpses of Swan's past. Maisie made appearances, as did the whole crew: Reacher, Neagley, O'Donnell, Fron, Dixon, Sanchez, Orosco, Lowry. Younger faces, sharper edges, frozen in time. One shot stood out, a formal group portrait in dress uniforms, after some long-forgotten commendation ceremony. Reacher couldn't even recall what they'd been awarded for. Neagley checked her watch. We should move. Neighbors might have noticed us. O'Donnell wasn't worried. We've got reason to be here. No answer at the door. A bad smell, that's enough. Reacher grabbed the desk phone and hit redial. The line connected after a few electronic chirps, and Angela France's voice came through, Charlie's laughter faint in the background. He hung up. Last call he made was to France's house in Santa Monica. Checking in, O'Donnell said. We already knew that. Doesn't get us anywhere. Nothing here does, Neagley agreed. Reacher shook his head. But what's missing might. His souvenir from Berlin gone. No box of office stuff from New Age. O'Donnell caught on. Timeline. You get fired, toss your things in the car, how long before you bring them inside? A day, maybe two, Reacher said. Swan wasn't the type to let it fester. So this all went down within 48 hours of him getting canned. Neagley crossed her arms. And how does that help us? Reacher exhaled. No idea. The more we learn, the better our odds, Reacher said as they stepped out through the kitchen, leaving the door unlocked behind them. The shattered pane in the frame made a new lock pointless anyway. They moved along the concrete path beside the garage, scanning the quiet street, just another sleepy suburban block where nothing stirred. No curious faces in windows, no twitching curtains. But 40 yards down the road, a tan Crown Vic idled at the curb, engine running, a lone figure behind the wheel. Act natural, Reacher murmured. Turn around like you're checking out the house one last time. Keep it casual. O'Donnell pivoted, squinting at the property. Reminds me of the officers' housing back at Fort Hood, he said. Except for the mailbox. Neagley turned too, arms crossed. I like the mailbox, she said. Reacher kept his voice low. That Crown Vic's been shadowing us, Neagley, specifically. Spotted it on Sunset, then outside France's place. Now here. O'Donnell frowned. Any guesses who's inside? Not a clue, Reacher said. But we're about to find out. Old school. Reacher grinned. Exactly like old times. I'll drive. They lingered another second, then strolled back to O'Donnell's rental. Reacher slid behind the wheel, Neagley riding shotgun, O'Donnell in the back. Try not to wreck it, O'Donnell muttered. I skipped the extra insurance. Big mistake, Reacher said, firing up the engine. He checked the mirrors, then yanked the wheel hard, slamming the gas. The car lurched into a sharp U-turn, tires squealing. 30 yards down, he braked hard, and O'Donnell was out before the car fully stopped, sprinting toward the Crown Vic. Reacher gunned it again, pulling up flush with the driver's door just as O'Donnell smashed the passenger window with his fist. The man inside barely had time to react before O'Donnell hauled him out, shoving him straight into Reacher's grip. 2 quick punches gut, then face sent the guy reeling into the car's side before a third blow, an elbow to the temple, dropped him like a felled oak. He crumpled between the curb and the sedan, out cold, blood streaming from his nose. Still got it, O'Donnell said, dusting off his hands. Only because I did the heavy lifting, Reacher shot back. Neagley rolled the guy onto his side, keeping his airway clear, then rifled through his jacket. She froze when she saw the shoulder holster well-worn leather. A Glock snug inside. A spare mag and cuffs hung from his belt. Reacher peered into the Crown Vic. Broken glass littered the seat, and a police radio was bolted under the dash. Damn, Reacher muttered. We just clocked a cop. O'Donnell smirked. Your hard part, your problem. Reacher crouched, checking the guy's pulse. Steady. Breathing despite the busted nose. Why's he tailing us? Neagley asked. Reacher stood, wiping his hands. We'll figure that out after he wakes up. They walked away from the car, leaving the deputy sprawled in the back seat. The Crown Vic sat silent under the streetlights, its shattered window letting in the warm California air. Think he'll remember us? O'Donnell asked, glancing back. Reacher shrugged. If he does, we'll deal with it. Neagley tossed the leather ID folder onto the dash of their rental. La County deputy, she said. Out of his jurisdiction just like the others. Doesn't make him less of a problem, O'Donnell muttered, sliding behind the wheel. Reacher climbed into the back, the GPS already chirping directions toward the freeway. Neagley drummed her fingers on the console. We need to ditch this car. And my Mustang. He'll have the plates. Then what? Reacher asked. You renting next? Lost my license, she said. Cabs it is, O'Donnell sighed. And a new hotel. Clean break. The GPS refused to reroute mid-drive some corporate safety policy, so O'Donnell pulled over, punching in the Hertz lot at Lax instead of the hotel. The system recalculated without complaint, sending them west toward the 405. Traffic crawled, brake lights stretching for miles. Reacher leaned forward. Tell me about yesterday, he said. From the start. Neagley exhaled. Flew in, rented the car, checked into the hotel. Drove to Denny's. Waited. You were tailed the whole way. Obviously. But how? Homeland Security flagged you, Reacher said. Cop had your name. Because of Fron's? Or because we're all known associates? Neagley smirked. So we're suspects now? Only if they're desperate. O'Donnell snorted. They always are. Reacher cracked his knuckles. Special investigators don't play nice. Neagley shot him a look. And neither do county deputies. Bet they've got their own motto. Guaranteed. Lax loomed ahead, a maze of construction barriers and detours. O'Donnell navigated the rental return lanes, pulling into Hertz behind a line of identical sedans. A bored attendant scanned their barcode and waved them off. Now what? O'Donnell asked, pocketing the keys. Neagley nodded toward the shuttle. Now we disappear. They left the hotel and drove back in my Mustang. Reacher could find another place to stay and start crunching those numbers. Sound good? But Reacher wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the rental office across the lot, staring through the glass at the line of customers inside. A slow grin spread across his face. What? Neagley pressed. Reacher, what is it? Fourth in line, he said, nodding toward the window. See her? Small, dark hair? Pretty sure that's Carla Dixon. They moved fast, crossing the parking lot with growing certainty. By the time they were close enough to see clearly, there was no doubt it was her. Dixon stood there, now third in line, radiating that familiar mix of restless energy and weary patience. She was leaner than Reacher remembered, dressed in black jeans and a leather jacket, her thick hair cropped short. A black Toomey suitcase sat beside her, a briefcase slung over one shoulder. Then, as if sensing their eyes on her, she turned and met their gaze without a flicker of surprise, like she'd seen them just yesterday, instead of years ago. Her smile was brief, edged with something bittersweet, as if she already knew why they were there. She jerked her chin toward the clerks behind the counter. Give me a second, you know how this goes. And Reacher held up 4 fingers, mouthing. Get a 4-seater. She nodded and turned back. Neagley exhaled. Feels like the dead keep walking back into the room. Not dead, Reacher corrected. Just wrong assumptions. A new clerk appeared, and Dixon was at the counter in seconds. Reacher caught the flash of a New York license, the glint of a credit card. Paperwork signed, keys handed over, and then she was stepping outside, rolling her suitcase behind her. She stopped in front of them, studying each face with a steady, knowing look. Sorry I'm late, she said. Though, from the looks of it, this isn't exactly a celebration. What do you know so far? Reacher asked. Dixon shrugged. Just got your messages. Didn't want to wait for a direct flight out of New York, took the first thing heading west, which meant a layover in Vegas. Made some calls, did some digging. She paused. Sanchez and Orosco. Gone. Vanished 3 weeks ago. Like they never existed. Hertz had given her a Ford 500, roomy enough for 4. She tossed her bags in the trunk and slid behind the wheel. Neagley took shotgun while Reacher and O'Donnell folded themselves into the back. Dixon pulled out, merging onto Sepulveda, heading north. For the first few minutes, she talked. She'd been deep undercover at a Wall Street firm, playing a new hire for an investor sniffing out fraud. Strict rules, no contact with her real life, no calls from the company phone, no emails on the work BlackBerry. Total isolation. Until now. She'd slipped into a payphone at Port Authority, calling in to find her voicemail flooded with frantic 10:30 alerts. Without hesitation, she walked out on her job and her client, making a beeline for JFK and hopping on the first America West flight to Vegas. Landing in the desert heat, she tried Sanchez and Orosco, no answer, their inboxes jammed full. That set off alarms. A cab ride later, she stood outside their empty office, 3 weeks' worth of mail piled behind the door. Neighbors hadn't spotted them in ages. That settles it, Reacher said. Just us 4 now. Neagley launched into her briefing crisp, efficient, the way she always did it. She ran through everything. Angela Franz's first call, the autopsy, the Santa Monica house, the wrecked Culver City office, the flash drives, the New Age building, O'Donnell showing up, the dead dog, the ugly run-in with the deputy near Swan's place in Santa Ana. At least we lost the tail, Dixon cut in. No one's honest now, so this car's clean. Reacher leaned forward. What's the takeaway? Dixon drummed her fingers on the wheel, merging onto the 405 North, bypassing San Diego for Sherman Oaks. One big thing, she said. This wasn't Franz picking favorites or misjudging the threat. He was smarter than that, especially now with a kid in the picture. Look at who's here, Swan. Already in town. Sanchez and Orosco, just an hour away in Vegas. The rest of us, too far. He needed speed. This was about urgency, something where every hour counted. Like what? Reacher pressed. Wish we hadn't torched those first passwords, O'Donnell muttered. Might have told us what was new. Dixon scoffed. Numbers don't talk. Sometimes they do. Not these. Silence filled the car as they cruised past the 10 interchange. Dixon kept her eyes ahead. Where to? Neagley didn't hesitate. Chateau Marmont. Low profile, out of the way. Reacher groaned. And pricey. Dixon shot him a look in the rear view. Neagley smirked. Reacher's broke. Shocking, Dixon deadpanned. 9 years unemployed. O'Donnell chuckled. Wasn't exactly a go-getter in the army either. Neagley added, he gets weird about people paying for him. Poor guy, Dixon teased. Reacher crossed his arms. Just trying to be decent. Dixon took Santa Monica Boulevard, cutting through Beverly Hills toward Sunset. Bottom line, she said, voice hardening, nobody screws with us. The 4 still standing. We make that stick for the 4 who aren't. We need a solid chain of command, a strategy, and funding, Reacher said, leaning against the wall. Neagley didn't hesitate. I'll handle the money. You sure? Homeland Security's got $7 billion floating around private contractors this year, she said. Chicago sees its share, and half of what lands in our accounts is mine. Reacher raised an eyebrow. So you're loaded now? Let's just say I'm not scraping by on sergeant's pay anymore. O'Donnell cracked his knuckles. Doesn't matter, we'll get it back. People die for 2 things. Love or cash. And our guys. Definitely not love. Dixon folded her arms. So, Neagley covers expenses. Everyone good with that? Reacher scoffed. Since when is this a vote? Just humor us, Dixon shot back. 4 hands went up, 2 majors and a captain, letting a sergeant foot the bill. Typical. Fine, Dixon said. Now the plan. O'Donnell shook his head. Command first. Can't run before you walk. Dixon nodded. Reacher for Keo Forte. Seconded, O'Donnell said. Third, Neagley added. Like old times. Reacher pushed off the wall. Not happening. I decked that cop. Sooner or later, I'll have to own up, and you'll need someone who isn't facing jail time. Dixon waved it off. We'll deal with it if it happens. It will happen. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Maybe they'll drop it. Reacher laughed. Would we? O'Donnell cut in. Then you skip town before they cuff you. And leave you holding the bag as accessories? No. We need everyone here. Fine, Dixon said. We'll get you a lawyer. A good one. Reacher exhaled. Doesn't change the fact I'll be distracted. Neagley should take command. Hard pass, Neagley said. You don't get a pass. Not your call unless you're CO. Reacher turned to Dixon. Then you. Not a chance, she said. O'Donnell. Pass. Dixon sighed. Reacher stays CO until he's behind bars. Then, Neagley. All in favor? 3 hands shot up. Reacher smirked. You'll regret this. Dixon grinned. What's the plan, boss? The question yanked him back 9 years. Same as always, he said. We hunt, we prep, we strike. Find them, drop them, and dance on their graves. The Chateau Marmont loomed over Sunset Boulevard, a relic of Hollywood's wilder days. Its walls were a shrine to legends: Errol Flynn, Marilyn Monroe, Jim Morrison. Even Led Zeppelin had trashed a suite here. No photos of John Belushi, though. The desk clerk eyed them skeptically until Neagley flashed her platinum card. With no choice, they checked in under real names. Only 3 rooms left. Neagley got her own, leaving Reacher and O'Donnell to share. The women took the other 2. O'Donnell drove Neagley back to the Beverly Wilshire to grab their bags while Reacher and Dixon stayed behind. Crunching numbers in her room, allegedly once occupied by Leonardo DiCaprio, though the only trace left was the price tag. 3 hours until the others returned. Plenty of time to work. Or to wonder how long before the past caught up with them. Reacher spread the 7 printouts across the hotel bed, watching as Dixon leaned in to study them with the focus of a mathematician deciphering a complex equation. 2 things stand out, she said without hesitation. No perfect scores, nothing hits the top mark. And the count's very first 3 sheets have 26 entries. The 4th jumps to 27, then back to 26 for the rest. Reacher crossed his arms. So what's that tell us? That it's intentional. Franz didn't just split one long list, he organized it into 7 distinct groups. These aren't random numbers. Separate but related, Reacher mused. A pattern. Dixon tapped a sheet, and the scores drop hard. Like someone went from passing to failing overnight. Any guesses on what's being measured? Could be anything: cognitive tests, physical assessments, even error logs where lower numbers mean improvement. But without knowing the categories, we're stuck. Reacher frowned. Not medical exams. Why throw a 27-question sheet in the middle of 26? That wrecked the format. Dixon shrugged, peeling off her blazer and tossing it onto a nearby chair. She moved to the window, pushing aside the sun-bleached curtain to gaze at the sprawl of LA below, then up at the hazy hills. I've got a soft spot for this city, she admitted. New York's more my speed, Reacher said. Same. But the change of scenery's not bad. Under better circumstances, maybe. She turned, her expression softening. Still, it's good seeing you, Reacher. Really good. He nodded. We thought you were gone for good. Didn't sit right. Can I hug you? You want to. Wanted to earlier at Hertz. Held back 'cause Neagley would have side-eyed me into next week. Reacher smirked. She shook hands with Angela Franz. And that new age exec. Baby steps. Progress, Dixon agreed. Reacher opened his arms and she stepped into them. She smelled like citrus shampoo, her frame slight against his. He lifted her off the ground in one easy motion, spinning her once before setting her back down. Her silk shirt was warm under his palms. She stretched up, pressing a quick kiss to his stubbled cheek. Missed you, she murmured. All of you. Same, he admitted. Didn't realize how much till now. You adjusting okay? Civilian life treating you well? Can't complain. You. She sighed. Making 300 grand a year and still broke. Corporate life's a scam. You're better off out here. Most days, yeah. Still I need cash. Neagley wired me $1,000 plus $30. Like a 1030 radio code. Dixon grinned. Clever. And your flight. Her too. Otherwise I'd still be hitchhiking. She eyed him up and down. you'd be walking. Nobody's dumb enough to pick you up. Reacher caught his reflection in the tarnished mirror, towering, scruffy, sleeves frayed at the elbows. A far cry from his army days. From the big green machine to this, he muttered. Hell of a transition. Dixon hesitated, then finally asked, Mind if I ask you something personal? Reacher glanced up. Shoot. I always thought we missed our chance, she admitted. Who are you talking about? You and me. That sounds more like a confession than a question. Fine. Did you ever feel that way too? You want the truth. Always. Yeah, I did. Then why didn't we do anything about it? Would have been a mistake. Since when did we care about rules? It would torn the team apart. You know how people talk. Even Neagley, in her own quiet way. We could have been discreet. Reacher scoffed. Yeah, right. We still could be. We've got time. He stayed silent. Dixon sighed. Sorry. It's just after everything that's happened. It makes you realize how little time we really have. Reacher shrugged. And the team's already gone to hell anyway. Exactly. What about that guy you were seeing in D? Not anymore. Reacher moved to the bed, and Dixon followed, leaning against him. The papers were still spread out in front of them. You want to go over these again? He asked. Not yet, she said. Me neither. He stacked them neatly and tucked them under the phone. You sure about this? 13 years, sure. Same here. But it stays between us. Deal. He pulled her close, her lips warm against his, her shirt buttons stubborn under his fingers. Later, as they lay tangled in the sheets, Dixon murmured, We should get back to work. Reacher reached for the papers, but she stopped him. No, let's think it through. Sometimes the answers come when you step back. You think. 183 numbers, she said. What's special about that? Not a prime. Divisible by 3 and 61. That's not what I meant. Double it, and you get 366 days in a leap year. So is this half a leap year? Not with 7 lists. Half a year would be 6 months. 6 lists. Dixon fell silent. Reacher's mind raced. Half a year. There was always another angle. He asked, How many days in half a year? Depends. 182 or 183. How do you split it? Divide by 2. Or multiply by 7 over 12, then 6 over 7. That just cancels out to half. Exactly. I'm not following. How many weeks in a year? 52. How many workdays? 260 for 5-day weeks, 312 for 6. So how many days in 7 months of 6-day weeks? Dixon frowned. Depends on the months, the Sundays, the starting day. Run the math. Only 2 possibilities. She paused. 182 or 183. Bingo, Reacher said. Those 7 sheets? 7 months of 6-day work weeks. 1 month had an extra day because of Sundays. Dixon slipped out of bed, grabbed her planner, and laid it next to the papers. Her eyes darted between them. It's this year, she realized. The last 7 months, up through last month. Reacher studied the numbers again, running the calculations in his head. Take out Sundays, and you've got 3 months with 26 days, 1 with 27, then 3 more at 26. Got it, he said. Some weekly pattern 6 days on. 1 day off got progressively worse over the past 7 months. We're making progress. The easy part, Dixon replied. Now tell me what those numbers actually mean. Something that was supposed to happen 9, 10, 12, maybe 13 times a day, Monday through Saturday, but didn't always work out. What kind of something? No clue. What happens that often in a day? Not factory work, that's for sure. Something smaller, professional services. Dentist appointments, maybe. Or a lawyer's schedule. Could even be a barber. There was a nail salon near France's office. They do way more than that in a day. And how would manicures connect to 4 missing people and a Syrian with 4 fake IDs? Beats me, Reacher said. Same, Dixon admitted. We should clean up and get moving. Later. She didn't answer. Just pushed him back onto the bed and kissed him again. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles east and 7 miles up, a dark-haired man going by Lameison sat in seat 3A on a United flight from New York to Denver. A glass of sparkling water sat untouched on his tray, his newspaper unread in his lap. Instead, he stared out the window at the endless stretch of clouds below. 8 miles south, the man in the dark blue Chrysler shadowed O'Donnell and Neagley as they left Lax. He'd picked them up outside the Beverly, Wilshire, guessed they were heading to the airport, and barely managed to fall in behind them on Sepulveda. 10 cars back was perfect, close enough to track them, far enough to stay unnoticed. Back in Dixon's room, once Leonardo DiCaprio's old place, the bed was neatly made, the spreadsheets and diary laid out on the dresser. Everyone agreed the numbers covered the last 7 months. Nobody had a clue what they meant. We're stuck, O'Donnell muttered. The trail's ice cold, Neagley added. We've got nothing solid. Dixon turned to Reacher. What's the move, boss? Take a breather, he said. We're missing something. Need fresh eyes. Since when do we take breaks? Since we lost half the team. The man in the Chrysler radioed in. They're at the Chateau Marmont now. All 4 of them, Dixon's here too. He listened to the response, imagining his boss straightening his tie. Reacher walked alone down Sunset, counting the cash left in his pocket. Not much. He ducked into a souvenir shop, eyeing a rack of clearance shirts, last season's rejects, maybe last decade's. One caught his eye, a shiny blue number with white trim, short sleeves, the kind his dad might have worn bowling back in the day. Except 3 sizes bigger. He held it up to the mirror. Close enough. Reacher found a short-sleeved shirt that finally fit his massive frame, no more wrestling with sleeves that barely reached his elbows. The fabric strained around his biceps but didn't cut off circulation. After paying just over $20, he ripped off the tags and swapped shirts right in the store, leaving the new one untucked. Got a trash can? He asked. The clerk handed him a dented metal bin, and Reacher tossed his old shirt inside. Any Babas nearby? 2 blocks north, the clerk said. Up the hill. There's a place inside the grocery store, shoe shines too. Reacher grabbed a black coffee from the store's makeshift cafe and headed out. The barber shop was a no-frills setup, vinyl chairs, straight razors on the sink, and a guy in a stained tank top lounging in the shoe-shine chair, his arms dotted with track marks. He sized Reacher up. Shave and a haircut? $8. Reacher guessed. 10, the guy countered. Reacher dug into his pocket. I've got 10 for the works haircut, shave shine, and the coffee. The barber sighed. 12's the real price, but whatever. Half an hour later, Reacher's shoes gleamed, his face was smooth, and his head was buzzed, nearly bald, way shorter than the standard army cut he'd asked for. Clearly, this guy had never served. Reacher eyed the needle marks again. Where's the best place to score around here? The barber smirked. You don't look like a user. For a friend. You're broke. I'll figure it out. The guy shrugged. Try behind the wax museum. On his way back to the hotel, Reacher took the back streets, passing a dark blue Chrysler idling at the curb. The driver, dressed in a matching suit, looked like he was waiting for a fare, probably some budget limo service, trying to stand out in L's cutthroat car market. Back at the hotel, Dixon and Neagley kept their comments about his new look polite, but O'Donnell didn't hold back. They all cracked up at his jarhead haircut. Reacher didn't mind. Catching his reflection in Dixon's speckled mirror, even he had to admit it was extreme like a fresh white wall tire. But if it gave them a laugh, it was worth it. They'd seen enough darkness over the years, brutal crimes, cold-blooded betrayals, and humor was the only way to stay sane. One time, they'd found a body so far gone it barely looked human, a rusted shovel lodged in its skull. They'd nicknamed him Doug and laughed until it hurt. Later, in court, Lowry slipped and called the victim by the wrong name. Some things you just had to laugh at, or you'd never stop screaming. The military lawyer hadn't caught the joke at first. Lowry had cracked up on the stand, grinning as he repeated, "Doug? Like a shovel to the head?" But humor faded fast when the stakes were personal. Now spreadsheets covered the motel bed 18 days, 2,197 incidents logged. Dixon had scribbled fresh calculations in the margin, stretching the numbers to a full year, 314 days, 3,766 events. Reacher figured she'd toss the question to the group. What happens 3,766 times a year? But the page stayed blank. No answers. The list of 5 names lay crumpled on the pillow, tossed aside like a losing lottery ticket. "This can't be all there is," O'Donnell muttered. Reacher raised an eyebrow. "You want a cheat sheet? I'm saying 4 people didn't die for this. Not for scraps." "Agreed." Reacher shrugged. "But the bastards took everything else: hard drives, contacts, client files. We're sifting through ashes here. Get comfortable with it because this is as good as it gets. So what's the move? Break the cycle." "What cycle?" "Waiting for me to call the shots. Those deputies won't stay quiet forever. Time to start using your own head." O'Donnell exhaled. "And until then?" Reacher ignored him, turning to Dixon instead. "You sprung for the rental insurance." She nodded. "Good. Take a breather. Dinner's on me in an hour. Might be our last meal together. Meet downstairs." Reacher swung Dixon's Ford onto Hollywood Boulevard, passing the tourist traps, the flashy museums, the theater with the handprints in cement. He hooked left on Highland, skirting the old Vice District. These days, the real action had shifted a few blocks over, like roaches scattering when the light flicks on. Cops didn't solve problems, they just nudged them down the street. He parked near the Wax Museum's back alley, a gravel lot turned open-air marketplace. The setup was textbook. A kid no older than 5th grade acted as runner, shuttling cash to a guy with a duffel bag, while the buyer looped around. No direct handoffs, no big risks. Reacher had seen it before, even used it to his advantage once. The bagman lounged on a concrete block, shades on, piece tucked close. Reacher leaned against the car, watching. A black Mercedes rolled in, slow and sleek. A sleek black SUV with tinted windows rolled up, its California vanity plate sporting some cryptic acronym Reacher couldn't decipher. It paused at the entrance, and a scrawny kid darted toward it, barely tall enough to see inside. But his arm was just long enough. His hand shot up, snatched a thick wad of cash from the driver, then dropped back down. The sous vide idled forward while the kid bolted to the bagman, stuffing the cash into a vinyl duffel before sprinting off again. Reacher shifted Dixon's Ford into gear, scanning the street before gunning it straight into the lot. He ignored the worn tire tracks, plowing through gravel as he aimed dead center at the bagman. The guy froze, eyes wide, as the car barreled toward him. At the last second, Reacher jerked the wheel, stomped the brakes, and kicked his door open. The car fishtailed, gravel sprang, and the door swung out like a battering ram, smacking the guy square in the ribs and face. He crumpled backward as Reacher lunged for the duffel, yanked it inside, and peeled out in a tight U-turn, barely missing the slow-moving SUV. 12 seconds. No gunfire, no chase, just dust, confusion, and two guys scrambling in his rear view. By the time he hit Hollywood Boulevard, he was already blending back into traffic. They'd peg him for some off-duty, cop padding his pension. And the sous vide driver? Not a chance he'd report this. Reacher took the scenic route, Nichols Canyon, Woodrow Wilson, Laurel Canyon, breathing easy by the time he pulled over on a deserted curve. He dumped the empty duffel on the shoulder and counted the cash. Close to 900, mostly small bills. Enough for a decent meal, even with overpriced water. The car door had a fresh dent where the bagman's face had connected. No blood, just a satisfying imprint. 10 minutes later, he was lounging in the Chateau Marmont's lobby, sinking into a worn velvet chair while he waited for the others. Meanwhile, 1,200 miles northeast, a man calling himself Lameison rode Denver's airport train, grinning at the absurd banjo music piping through the speakers. Stress relief or not, it worked. He felt oddly calm considering. Dinner didn't come close to 900. The group skipped fancy for a raucous burger joint on Sunset, where the beer was cheap and the jukebox blasted old school R&B. Reacher fit right in with his buzz cut and worn shirt. The others stuck out like tourists. They circled a table for 4, laughter fading now and then as memories of absent friends crept in. Reacher mostly listened, letting the noise and the nostalgia wash over him. The roundtable discussion kept shifting focus. No single voice dominated the conversation. After half an hour of catching up, the topic circled back to Fron's. O'Donnell leaned forward. Let's rewind. According to his wife, he dropped everything except basic database work 4 years ago. So, why dive into something this risky now? Dixon didn't hesitate. Because someone asked him to. Exactly, O'Donnell agreed. This all traces back to his client. But who? Could've been anyone, Neagley said. O'Donnell shook his head. No, it had to be someone important. He broke his routine, went all in, even risked his family's trust. Maybe the money was too good to pass up, Neagley suggested. Or he owed them, Dixon added. Reacher stayed quiet, turning it over in his head. It had to be someone Franz felt indebted to, someone worth the risk. He watched the conversation bounce between O'Donnell, Dixon, and Neagley, the energy shifting like a live wire. Then a flicker of memory surfaced, something Dixon had mentioned earlier, in the car after Lax. He couldn't quite grasp it. We should talk to Angela, he cut in. If Franz had a major client, he might have mentioned them at home. O'Donnell nodded. I'd like to meet Charlie too. Tomorrow, Reacher said. Unless the cops grab me first. Then go without me. Dixon smirked. Maybe you knocked that deputy's memory loose. He might not even remember you. They walked back to the hotel, splitting up in the lobby. No drinks, no small talk, just an unspoken agreement to rest and regroup at dawn. Reacher and O'Donnell rode the elevator up in silence. Reacher crashed the second his head hit the pillow, but woke at 7 to O'Donnell barging in. fully dressed, clutching coffee and a newspaper. "Took a walk," O'Donnell said. "Bad news." Reacher sat up. "What?" "That deputy's parked down the street." Same guy, same car, except now he's got a face brace and a trash bag taped over his window. "Did he spot you?" "No. Just sitting there, waiting." They ordered breakfast in Dixon's room: eggs, bacon, toast, coffee. Old habits died hard. "Eat when you can." Reacher shoveled it down, annoyed but steady. "Should have stayed in Portland," he muttered. "Would have saved the hassle." "How'd they find us so fast?" Dixon asked. Neagley scoffed. "Homeland Security. Patriot Act. They track hotel registries now." "Welcome to the police state." O'Donnell sighed. "We were the police. Wish we still were. Would have made things easier." Reacher drained his coffee. "You three get moving. Don't get tangled up in this. Visit Angela, chase the client. I'll catch up when I can." He pocketed his toothbrush, stashed his cash and ID in O'Donnell's suit bag things, disappear in custody, then took the elevator down. Planted himself in a lobby armchair and waited. No need to make a scene, sprinting through hotel hallways like some over-the-top action movie. Rule number 2, hard-earned from years of bad breaks and close calls, was simple: keep your cool. So he waited. 30 minutes passed, then 60. The lobby had 3 morning papers, and he read every section: sports, features, even the dry business pages. One article caught his eye: Homeland Security's financial drain on private companies. The same $7 billion figure Neagley had dropped. Big money, but nothing compared to the defense contractors raking in Pentagon cash like there was no tomorrow. 90 minutes in, still nothing. At the 2-hour mark, Reacher stood, stacked the papers neatly back on the rack, and stepped outside. The sun was bright, the sky clear, just a hint of smog. A warm breeze rustled the palm fronds, and polished cars rolled by, sunlight glinting off their hoods. A perfect California day. The kind Calvin Franz would never see again. Nearly a month gone. Same for Swan, Sanchez, Orosco. Dead men walking, that's what they were now. You don't toss his friends out of a chopper and walk away. He lingered on the sidewalk, half expecting a sniper's bullet. Plenty of time for SWAT to set up, but the street was quiet. No suspicious vans, no fake utility workers. Just empty pavement. He turned left on Sunset, then left again onto Laurel Canyon, sticking close to the hedges. Another left brought him to the winding road behind the hotel. There it was, the tan Crown Vic, parked alone 100 yards ahead. The busted passenger window was taped up with a trash bag, stretched tight. The driver sat motionless, except for the steady rhythm of his head rear view, straight ahead, side mirror. Over and over like clockwork. A flash of metal across his nose, the splint. The car looked cold, like it hadn't moved in hours. Just waiting. But for what? Reacher doubled back to the lobby, sinking into the plush armchair with a new idea taking shape. His wife called me, Neagley had said. What did she want? Nothing. Just telling me. Then Charlie swinging on the door handle. Is it okay to open that by yourself? Yes, it's okay. Go play outside. There's something you're not telling us. The cost of doing business. He sat there, waiting to see who'd walk through the door first, his old team or a squad of pissed-off LA deputies. Turns out it was his team. What was left of it, anyway? O'Donnell, Neagley, Dixon, all tense, all moving fast. They froze when they saw him. He lifted a hand. You're still here, O'Donnell said. Nah, Just a figment of your imagination. Outstanding. What did Angela say? Nothing useful. She doesn't know his clients. How's she holding up? Like a widow. Charlie? Good kid. Like his dad. Dixon, cut in. Why are you still here? Great question, Reacher said. Got an answer. That deputy's still out there? She nodded. Vrr. Saw him from the end of the street. Let's take this upstairs. They headed to the room he shared with O'Donnell. The room was slightly larger than Dixon's, with 2 beds instead of 1. Reacher wasted no time digging through O'Donnell's bag to reclaim his cash, passport, and bank card. You planning to stay a while? O'Donnell asked. Looks that way, Reacher said. Why's that? Because Charlie answered the door alone. O'Donnell frowned. And that tells you what? Angela's a solid mom. Kid was clean, fed, dressed sharp, clearly, well taken care of. But she still let him open the door for strangers. After everything that's happened? Dixon crossed her arms. Her husband just died. Maybe she wasn't thinking straight. 3 weeks ago, Reacher countered. By now, she's holding on to that kid tighter than ever. So why send him outside to play? In Santa Monica, with a busy street right there? Unless she knew it was safe. How? Because she knew the deputy was watching the house. Dixon scoffed. You really believe that? Why else wait 2 weeks before calling Neagley? Angela wasn't thrilled about digging up the past. We represented the old life rough, reckless. She preferred France's new one. So why reach out at all? Neagley nodded. She sounded reluctant when we spoke. Exactly. The cops hit a dead end. No leads, no suspects. Then they find out Franz had a team of ex-military investigators in his back pocket. So they nudge Angela to call us, knowing we'd come running. Free labor, 0 risk. They just sit back and let us do the legwork. O'Donnell shook his head. That's insane. Only one way to test it, Reacher said. Take a stroll and chat up the deputy. You volunteering? Dixon should go. She wasn't with us in Santa Ana. Worst case, the guy just ignores her. Without another word, Dixon turned and walked out. O'Donnell leaned back in his chair. Angela wasn't holding back today. If Franz had a client, she'd know. No way he'd dive into something like this for some random guy. It had to be a long-term client, someone she'd heard of. Reacher gave a short nod, then cracked a smile. His team never let him down. Neagley, Dixon, O'Donnell, they got answers, no matter what. Send them to Atlanta and they'd bring back the secret formula for Coke. Neagley tapped her fingers on the table. What's the move? We hit up the deputies first, Reacher said. See if they made a trip to Vegas. Dixon frowned. I was just at Sanchez and Orosco's office. Nothing was touched. But you didn't check their homes. Half an hour later, Dixon walked back in. Still alive, she said. Glad to hear it, Reacher replied. Did he admit to anything? Played it vague. Didn't say yes, didn't say no. How's his face? Pissed. So, what's the deal? He called his boss. They want to talk here in an hour. Who's the boss? Some guy named Curtis Money. Blake County Sheriff's. Reacher shrugged. Fine. We'll hear him out. Treat him like one of those useless provost marshals. All talk, no action. They killed time in the lobby. Veterans used to waiting. O'Donnell lounged on a couch, flicking open his switchblade to clean his nails. Dixon skimmed the spreadsheets again before tucking them away and shutting her eyes. Neagley sat against the wall, silent. Reacher settled under a framed photo of Raquel Welch, the golden hour light making her skin glow. The shot was pure Hollywood fleeting, radiant like fame itself. Meanwhile, across town, a man who called himself Lameison paced his dim hotel room at the Brown Palace. The place was a let-down peeling wallpaper, a musty smell. His expensive Samsonite sat by the wall, packed with bearer bonds and diamonds worth $65 million. Not the kind of cash you wanted around the people he was meeting. He hadn't slept. The air reeked of dog food, the stench seeping in through the vents. It clung to his clothes, his skin. He scrubbed his face again, staring into the mirror. Not Azari Mahmoud. Not today. He was Lameison now, and he had work to do. The first knock came Thomas Brandt, the bruised-up deputy, stepping inside. The guy had a nasty purple bruise spreading across his temple, the metal brace on his face strapped down so tight it pulled his skin taut around his eyes. Every step he took looked painful. His expression was a mix of fury at getting his ass kicked, embarrassment for letting it happen, and frustration that he had to bite his tongue for the sake of the job. Behind him walked an older man, his boss, Curtis Monty, no doubt. Monty had that weathered look of a guy who'd spent too many years in the same grind. His hair was dyed an unconvincing black, clashing with his salt and pepper brows, and he clutched a beat-up leather briefcase like it held state secrets. "Which one of you idiots laid hands on my guy?" Monty demanded. Reacher shrugged. "Does it matter? It shouldn't have gone down like that." "Don't beat yourself up," Monty said dryly. 3 against 1, even if one was a woman, wasn't exactly a fair fight. Neagley shot him a glare sharp enough to draw blood. Monty held up a hand. "Not knocking his skills. Just saying you don't roll into town and start swinging at cops." Reacher crossed his arms. He was out of his jurisdiction, didn't ID himself, and was acting shady. He was asking for trouble. "Why are you even here?" "Funeral for our friend. Body's not released yet." "Then we'll wait. Was it you who clocked my guy?" Reacher nodded. "Sorry, but all you had to do was ask." "Ask what?" "For our help." Monty blinked. "You think we dragged you here to help us, didn't you?" Monty smirked. "Nope. We brought you in as bait." Thomas Brandt stayed standing, arms folded, refusing to sit like the rest of them. But Monty dropped into a chair, wedging his briefcase between his feet, and leaning forward like a coach giving a halftime speech. "Let's clear something up," he said. "We're LA County sheriffs, not some backwater yokels. We move fast, think faster. Knew every detail of Calvin France's life within 12 hours of finding his body, including the fact he was one of 8 survivors from some elite unit. By the next day, we confirmed 3 more of you were missing, 1 from LA, 2 from Vegas. Makes a guy wonder how elite you really were, huh? 50% gone in a blink." Reacher tilted his head. "Depends who we're up against. Wasn't the damn Red Army. We never fought them. Just the U. Army." Monty snorted. "I'll check if the 81st Airborne's popping champagne." "Your theory's that someone's hunting all 8 of us?" "Hell if I know. But it's possible. So fleshing you 4 out was a win-win. If you didn't show, maybe you were already taking more puzzle pieces. If you did, well, bait's useful. And if they're not after all 8, then enjoy your stay. Wait for the funerals. Not my problem." "Did you go to Vegas?" "Nope. Then how do you know the Vegas guys are missing? Monty tapped his temple. Phone calls. Nevada State's work with Vegas PD. Sanchez and Orosco vanished 3 weeks back. Their places were torn apart, same MO as Franz's office. They miss anything. Why would they? People do. Monty leaned in. They miss something at Franz's? Reacher had shrugged and said, "We figured we'd handle him like some uptight military cop all demands, no cooperation." But Monty wasn't some pencil-pushing officer. He was sharper than that. A decent detective, observant, maybe even a little too sharp for comfort. Still, Reacher figured there was room to maneuver. He gave a slow nod. Franz was mailing encrypted files to himself as a backup. They overlooked them. So did you. We didn't. From his P. box. Another nod. That's a felony, Monty pointed out. You've gotten a warrant. Couldn't, Reacher said. I'm not on the job anymore. Then you should have stayed out of it. Feel free to cuff me. Can't, Monty admitted. Not my jurisdiction. What slipped past them in Vegas? Are we swapping intel now? Reacher tilted his head in agreement. Your turn first. Fine, Monty said. In Vegas, they missed a takeout napkin with scribbles on it. The cheap kind you get with Chinese food. Crumpled and greasy, tossed in Sanchez's trash. My bet. He was mid-meal when the phone rang. Jotted something down, probably transferred it somewhere safer later, then trashed the napkin. How do we know it's relevant? We don't, Monty admitted. But the timing fits. That delivery might have been the last thing Sanchez did before he vanished. What was written on it? Monty hauled his scuffed briefcase onto his lap, popped the clasps, and pulled out a plastic sleeve with a color copy inside. The edges were smudged where the napkin hadn't covered the scanner. The creases, grease stains, and rough texture were all visible. And there, in Sanchez's unmistakable handwriting, bold, slanted, in vivid blue ink, was a single line. $650 at $100 K per. Monty tapped the page. Any idea what that means? Reacher studied the numbers. Dixon was doing the same. The K was Army shorthand for 1,000, common among guys like Sanchez, either from engineering or overseas deployments where distances were measured in clicks. 100K meant 100 grand. Per was just Latin for each, like miles per hour. Could be an offer, Monty suggested. 650 of something at 100K apiece. Or a sales report, O'Donnell countered. 650 units sold at that price. Total of 65 mil. Big enough to kill over. People get killed over pocket change, Monty said. Doesn't take millions. Dixon stayed quiet, lost in thought. Reacher could tell she'd caught something in the number 650 that he hadn't. No clue what it wasn't exactly a standout. No brilliant theories? Monty pressed. Silence. So, what'd you pull from Franz's P. box? A flash drive, Reacher said. What's on it? Couldn't crack the encryption. We've got a lab that might help. Doubt it? We're down to our last shot. Doesn't matter. It's evidence now. Belongs to us. You'll share what you find? Monty smirked. Seems like we're all about sharing today. Fine. Reacher glanced at Neagley. She dug into her bag and tossed him the silver drive. He caught it, handed it off. Good luck. Any hints? Monty asked. Reacher leaned back in his chair, studying the grainy image. It's gotta be numbers, he said. Franz always thought that way everything was equations and probabilities to him. Monty nodded. Not an airplane, like I told you earlier. That was just small-town cop talk to get your attention. It was a chopper. You have any idea how many private helicopters are registered within flying distance of where we found him? Enlighten me. Over 9,000. Reacher exhaled. You check Swan's place. Fire guys don't keep offices, Monty said. But his house? Yeah, we took a look. Nothing disturbed. Even the bathroom window was intact, frosted glass. No forced entry. Reacher's eyes narrowed. So why'd you send Nevada after Sanchez and Orosco, but skip the rest of us? New York, Illinois, plenty of old contacts there. Monty didn't hesitate. Because I had footage. All four of them, Franz, Swan, Sanchez, Orosco, together the night before Franz disappeared. He flipped open his briefcase again and slid out a plastic sleeve holding a still from a surveillance tape. The image was washed out black and white, four men shoulder to shoulder at what looked like a pharmacy counter. The angle was awkward, the details fuzzy. Ids came from old photos in Franz's closet, Monty said, passing it to Neagley first. She held it under the light, her expression unreadable, then handed it off to Dixon. Dixon's gaze lingered, her only reaction a slow blink before she passed it to O'Donnell. He shook his head and gave it to Reacher. The men in the frame were older, harder. Orosco on the left, restless even in a frozen moment. Franz beside him, hands in pockets, calm but leaner, the bulk of his shoulders softened by time. Swan stood front and center, broad as ever, his hairline receding slightly. Sanchez on the end, collar buttoned tight, finger hooked under it like always. Reacher knew that move. It meant his stubble was itching, which meant evening. Behind them, narrow aisles stretched into the blur. Where was this? Reacher asked. Culver City Pharmacy next to Franz's office, Monty said. Keisha remembered them. Swan bought aspirin. Reacher frowned. Swan. Since when? For his dog. Big breed, bad hips. Quarter tab a day apparently, that's a thing for older dogs. Dixon did the math. Economy bottle, 96 pills. That's over a year's supply. Reacher stared at the photo again. Four of the best he'd ever served with, and someone or something had taken them all down. The four men lounged casually, their relaxed postures suggesting they had all the time in the world, just another mundane errand, stocking up on supplies for a pet that would last well over a year. None of them expected what happened next. What or who had outmaneuvered them? Mind if I hold on to this? He asked, gesturing to the photo. Monty raised an eyebrow. Why? You spot something? Just some familiar faces. Take it, Monty said with a shrug. It's a duplicate anyway. What now? Stay put, Monty ordered, snapping his briefcase shut with a sharp click that echoed in the quiet room. Keep a low profile, but call me if anything seems off. No solo moves, got it? We're only here for the funeral, Reacher replied. Whose funeral? Reacher didn't answer. Instead, he turned back toward the framed photo of Raquel Welch, its glass surface reflecting the room behind him. He watched as Monty pushed himself up from his chair, the others following suit. Standing up always brought people closer for a brief moment, before they instinctively adjusted, stepping back to reclaim personal space. Neagley was predictably the quickest, already shifting away. Monty angled toward the exit, maneuvering between the scattered furniture. O'Donnell veered toward the hotel's interior, Dixon matching his steps with effortless grace as she sidestepped a low table. But Brandt moved differently, straight toward Reacher. Keeping his gaze fixed on Raquel's reflection, Reacher tracked Brandt's approach. The man's intentions were obvious. A tap on the shoulder with the left hand, then a brutal right hook while Reacher turned. Classic setup. Brant closed the distance, his left index finger extended, his right fist clenched tight solid, but not flawless technique. His stance was off, betraying a brawler's instincts rather than a trained fighter's precision. The tap came. Reacher spun faster than expected, intercepting Brant's punch midair, his palm absorbing the full force. The impact reverberated through his hand, sharp enough to make his tendons ache. Every instinct screamed at him to retaliate. A headbutt to Brant's already injured nose would have been effortless. But Reacher held back, gripping Brant's fist, meeting his glare with steady patience. "I already apologized once," Reacher said, exhaling slowly. "And I'll do it again now. If that's not enough, wait till this is over. I'll be around. Bring a couple friends, jump me when I'm not looking, fair deal?" "Maybe I will," Brant growled. "You should. Just pick guys who can handle 6 months in a hospital bed. Real tough talk. Not the one with a busted hand here." Monty stepped between them, yanking Brant back by the collar. "No fights. Not now, not ever." Once they were gone, Reacher winced, shaking out his throbbing hand. "Damn, that smarts." "Try ice," Neagley suggested. O'Donnell smirked. "Or wrap it around a cold beer." Dixon leaned back and crossed her arms. "Enough stalling, let's talk about the number 650. Upstairs in her room, she laid out 7 spreadsheets across the bed, like a puzzle waiting to be solved. "Here's the breakdown," she said. 7 months of data, call them wins and losses. First 3 months, solid, nearly 90% success rate. 89.53 if you want to be exact, which I know you do. O'Donnell cut in. Then month 4 hits, and everything tanks. Neagley shrugged. "We already saw the drop. But if we take those first 3 months as the standard, they could have kept it up. They just didn't." "Exactly," Dixon said. "So, what's the damage?" Neagley scanned the numbers. "More failures later on." "How many more?" "Not sure." Dixon smirked. "I am. If they kept their early pace, they'd have avoided 650 extra screw-ups." Reacher did the math in his head. 183 days, 2,197 events, 1,314 wins against 883 losses. But the real story was in the split. The first stretch had 802 successes to just 95 failures. The last 4 months, a disaster, 502 wins, 798 losses. "Wish we knew what we were dealing with," he muttered. O'Donnell tossed out a theory. "Sabotage. Someone got paid to tank it." Neagley scoffed. "At 100 grand a pop? 650 times. That's a sweet gig." Reacher shook his head. "No way. For that price you could burn down a whole building. Maybe a block. Nobody pays per mistake." "Then what?" "No clue," Reacher admitted. Dixon tapped the papers. "But it connects. Fran's and Sanchez's intel lines up mathematically." Reacher moved to the window, staring at the city sprawl. "Safe to say, Orosco knew whatever Sanchez did, right?" "Absolutely," O'Donnell said. "They were tight. Worked together, talked constantly." "So the missing piece is Swan," Reacher said. "We've got scraps from the others." "Nothing from him." "His place was clean," Neagley pointed out. "Then it's at his office. Except he got fired. Recently. That means his office is still there, desk, computer, maybe notes in the drawers." Neagley raised an eyebrow. "You want to visit the Dragon Lady again?" "Looks like we have to." Shouldn't we call first? Better to surprise her. O'Donnell grinned. I'd like to see Swan's old stomping grounds. Same, Dixon said, grabbing her keys. She took the wheel, merging onto Sunset before hunting for the 101. Neagley navigated, calling out turns through the sluggish traffic. Hollywood's neon glow flickered past Dixon loved L. Even now, behind them, unnoticed, a dark blue Chrysler kept pace. Just before the freeway, the driver dialed his boss. They're heading east, he said. The four of them piled into the car, the weight of the situation pressing down like the thick summer air outside. His boss's voice crackled over the phone, distant but urgent. Still in Denver. Keep an eye on them for me. Dixon swung through the open gates of New Age and pulled into the same visitor spot Neagley had used earlier, facing the sleek glass and steel building. The parking lot was barely half full, the manicured trees standing still in the stifling heat. Inside, the same receptionist barely glanced up from her screen, her polo shirt crisp, her movements sluggish. She didn't acknowledge them until Reacher's palm hit the counter. "Can I help you?" she asked, her tone flat. "We need to speak with Miss Berenson again," Reacher said. "From HR." The receptionist sighed. "I'll check if she's available. Have a seat." O'Donnell and Neagley sank into the stiff chairs, but Reacher and Dixon stayed standing. Dixon, too, wired to sit, Reacher avoiding the awkward choice of crowding Neagley or making her question why he didn't. 4 minutes later, the sharp click of heels echoed off the slate floor. Berenson strode in, barely pausing to nod at the receptionist before sweeping past. She offered Reacher and Neagley a practice smile, then turned a slightly cooler version on O'Donnell and Dixon as she shook their hands. The faint scars under her makeup were still visible, her breath still icy. She led them to the conference room, where one chair short meant she took a position by the window, backlit like an interrogator. "How can I help you today?" She asked the last word sharp with barely concealed impatience. "Tony Swan's missing," Reacher said. "Missing? As in, vanished. Gone." "That's not exactly a company issue," Berenson replied. "People move on. Take vacations. Start new jobs." O'Donnell cut in. "His dog died trapped in his house. Dehydrated. That's not a vacation, that's a crime scene." Berenson's expression flickered. "That's terrible, but I still don't see how I can assist." "The police are handling it," Reacher said. "So are we. We need to check his desk, his computer, anything that might tell us where he went." Berenson folded her arms. "There's nothing here. No paper, no notes. We're completely digital. Break the rule and you're fired." Neagley leaned forward. "Then let us see his computer." "You can look," Berenson said, "but it won't help. We destroy hard drives within 30 minutes of an employee's departure. Hammers. No recovery possible." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Hammers. That's thorough. It's policy. And ironic, really, Swan designed the protocol himself." Silence settled over the room. No trace left. Just like that. Dixon leaned forward, his fingers tapping the steering wheel. "So this was his big break?" Berenson shook his head. "Not exactly. More like the first time he left a real mark." "Did he ever open up to anyone?" Dixon pressed. "Kill workers. Maybe someone he grabbed coffee with." "Personal stuff?" Berenson scoffed. "No way. He had to keep that professional distance, act the part. You know how it is." O'Donnell crossed his arms. "What about his supervisor?" "They were in the same line of work. Might have confided in each other." "I can ask," Berenson said. Who's the guy? Can't say. Real tight-lipped, huh? Swan's orders. Any chance we could talk to him? Not right now. He's out of state. So who's running things? Swan's still calling the shots. His system's holding up fine. Did he ever vent to you? About personal stuff? Nah. He wasn't that type. Did he seem off before he left? Stressed? Not that I noticed. Lots of calls? Probably. We all do. What's your gut say happened to him? Berenson hesitated. Honestly, no clue. I walked into his car, joked about calling him back when things picked up. He said he'd be waiting. That was it. They climbed back into Dixon's car, the mirrored building shrinking in the rear view. Neagley sighed. Total waste. I said we should have phoned first. Dixon shrugged. I wanted to see the place. O'Donnell snorted. Place? More like a think tank. They milked him for ideas, then cut him loose. He wasn't an employee, he was a consultant. Pretty obvious, Neagley agreed. That building's not secure. No way they're manufacturing there. Must have another location, O'Donnell said. Somewhere off the grid. Then why didn't Ups have that address too? Maybe it's classified. No paper trail. I'd kill to know what they're making. Why? Dixon asked. Call it professional curiosity. The more we know, the better our odds. Reacher stretched in his seat. Then find out. Easier said than done. Neagley smirked. I know a guy. Pentagon Procurement. Reacher didn't hesitate. Call him. Meanwhile, in a Denver hotel room, the man calling himself Lameison wrapped up his meeting. His guest had arrived precisely on time, just one bodyguard in tow a good sign. Mason preferred punctuality, and being outnumbered 2-1 was practically a luxury. The negotiation had gone smoothly, no excuses, no last-minute price hikes. Just a clean deal, 650 units at $100 K each. Mason popped open his suitcase, and the buyer began tallying the contents. Swiss accounts, bearer bonds, no surprises there. The diamonds took longer, their value subjective. Mason's team had lowballed the estimate, leaving wiggle room. The buyer caught on fast, nodding approval. The total? A cool $65 million. The suitcase changed hands. In return, Mason got two things. A small, unmarked key, the kind you'd get cut at a hardware store, and a bill of lading. The key fit a padlock on a shipping container in Los Angeles. The paperwork listed the contents as 650 DVD players. Mason pocketed both, his expression unreadable. Business as usual. Mason watched his guest and the bodyguard leave, then walked into the bathroom and lit his passport on fire, letting the ashes swirl down the toilet. 30 minutes later, Andrew McBride slipped out of the hotel, heading for the airport. Oddly enough, he found himself actually anticipating the twangy sound of jug band music on his flight. Meanwhile, Frances Neagley leaned back in Dixon's car and dialed Chicago, instructing her assistant to email her Pentagon contact. She needed info on New Age's product, but didn't want to risk an unsecured call. O'Donnell raised an eyebrow. You've got secure lines in your office? Obviously, Neagley said. Impressive. Who's your guy? Just someone who owes me. Enough to come through? Every time. Dixon eased off the 101 at sunset, crawling west toward the hotel. The traffic was brutal, 3 miles that felt like an eternity. When they finally pulled in, a Crown Vic sat idling out front. Not Brant's beat-up ride, this one was newer, cleaner, and unmistakably Curtis Monty's. The detective stepped out as soon as Dixon parked, his expression grim. He stopped in front of Reacher, hesitated, then asked quietly, "Did one of your guys have a tattoo on his back?" Reacher exhaled. "Damn it." Manuel Orosco had enlisted with dreams of leading infantry troops, but his little sister had been convinced he'd come home in a body bag, unrecognizable. He'd tried reassuring her with talk of dog tags, fingerprints, dental records, but she'd spiraled, imagining every worst-case scenario. So he'd gotten a massive tattoo across his shoulders, Arosco M, with his service number underneath, thinking it would settle her fears. Instead, she'd burst into tears. Fate had other plans. He'd ended up in the 110th MP, where Reacher had nicknamed him Kit Bag because his back looked like a stenciled duffel. Now, standing under the L. "Son," Reacher said flatly, "you found another body." Monty nodded. "Same area. In a gully. Helicopter drop? Most likely." "Orosco," Reacher confirmed. "That's the name on his back," Monty said. "Then why ask?" "Procedure. We had to be sure. Lucky for you, he made it easy. Next of kin? A younger sister. Somewhere. You should do the ID. Not something she should see." "How long was he out there?" "Too long." They climbed back into the car, trailing Monty to a county facility north of Glendale. Silence filled the space. Reacher sat beside O'Donnell, both lost in memories of Orosco, his deadpan humor, the way he'd pretended to be Australian for years, calling everyone mate. He'd been a natural leader, never barking orders, just waiting until someone caught on before saying, "If you wouldn't mind, mate, please." The phrase had spread through the group like wildfire, just as common as "don't mess with us." "Coffee?" "If you don't mind, pal, thanks." "Cigarette?" "If you don't mind, pal, thanks." "Want me to take care of this guy?" "If you don't mind, pal, thanks." O'Donnell just shrugged. "We already figured." No shock here. Nobody replied. The county facility wasn't some rundown shack. It was a sleek modern medical complex. One side of the freshly paved road held the hospital, while the other housed a high-tech intake center for smaller towns that didn't have their own morgues. The building was a stark white cube, elevated on concrete stilts, with a hidden loading bay underneath where hearses could slip in unnoticed. Efficient, sterile, very West Coast. Monty pulled into a visitor spot near a patch of struggling palm trees. Dixon parked beside him. They all climbed out, stretching, glancing around, dragging their feet. Nobody was in a hurry for this. Monty took the lead, guiding them to an elevator off a shaded walkway. The doors slid open, releasing a gust of chilled, antiseptic air. One by one they stepped inside Monty, Reacher, O'Donnell, Dixon, Neagley. The fourth floor was freezing, more like a butcher's freezer than a hospital. A grim viewing area set off to the side, its window shuttered by a metal blind. Monty ignored it, pushing through a door into the storage room. 3 walls were lined with gleaming steel drawers, each one a cold vault for the dead. The air smelled sharp with chemicals and something deeper, something organic. Monty yanked a handle and the drawer slid out smoothly, stopping with a rubberized thud. Inside lay a body Hispanic male, wrists and ankles bound with coarse rope that had cut into the flesh. His arms were wrenched behind him, his head and shoulders crushed beyond recognition. "Fell head first," Reacher murmured. "Wouldn't have had a choice tied up like that. Especially if you're right about the chopper." "No tracks in or out," Monty confirmed. The desert had done its work. Heat and dryness had mummified the corpse rather than letting it rot. The skin was leathery, the body shrunken, hollowed out. A few scavengers had taken bites, but the tight space of the gully had kept most away. "You know him?" Monty asked. "Not like this," Reacher said. "Check the tattoo." Monty hesitated. "Need an orderly." Reacher didn't answer. He slid a hand under the corpse's stiff shoulder and rolled it over. The body moved as one rigid mass, arms twisted upward, still straining against the ropes, even in death. The tattoo was faded, distorted by loose skin and pressure, but unmistakable. Orosco, M. Below it, a 9-digit service number. "It's him," Reacher said. "Manuel Arosco." Monty exhaled. "Sorry." Silence settled, broken only by the hum of the ventilation system. Reacher's voice was quiet but firm. "You still combing the area?" "For the others." Monty shook his head. "No active search. It's not like we've got a kid lost in the woods." "Is Franz here too?" "In one of these drawers." "You want to see him?" Reacher's jaw tightened. "No." He turned back to Orosco. "When's the autopsy?" "Soon." "That rope tell us anything?" "Too generic." "Time of death?" Monty gave him a knowing look. "When he hit the dirt." "And when was that?" 3-4 weeks back. "Before Franz, we think. But hard to pin down." Reacher's eyes darkened. "We'll know." "How?" "I'll ask the guy who did it. And he'll talk. By then he'd be pleading for it." "Stick to the plan, no solo moves," Dixon reminded him. "Keep dreaming," Neagley shot back. Monty stayed behind to handle the paperwork, while the others rode the elevator down into the California sun. They stood in the parking lot, silent, motionless, but beneath the surface, fury simmered. Soldiers understand death, it's part of the job. Some embrace it, others just accept it. But there's an unspoken rule. It should mean something. A fair fight, a clean end. What they couldn't stomach was the thought of their brother stripped of dignity, bound and helpless. That wasn't war, it was cruelty. It stripped away every shred of honor. "We're burning daylight," Dixon finally said. "Let's move." Back at the hotel, Reacher studied the surveillance photo Monty had handed over. 4 men standing at a pharmacy counter: Orosco, Franz, Swan, Sanchez. 2 confirmed dead. The others? Probably the same. "Bad luck," O'Donnell muttered. Reacher nodded. "We move on." "Do we?" Neagley pressed. "This isn't just another mission." "It's not the first time we've lost people." "Not like this." Reacher exhaled. "No, not like this." Neagley's voice was tight. "I kept hoping the others were still out there." "Same," Dixon admitted. "But they're not. Doesn't look like it." Dixon straightened. "Then we work. That's all we've got left." They regrouped in her room, but leads were non-existent. The frustration only deepened when they checked Neagley's inbox. A terse reply from her Pentagon contact. "Sorry, no way. New Age is classified." "Guess you're not as tight as you thought," O'Donnell said. Neagley shook her head. "He owes me more than you know. If he's shutting me down, it's because New Age is worse than we thought." She kept scrolling, then paused. Another email from the same guy, different name, burner account. "Disposable address," she said. "One-time use." The message was casual, almost playful. "Francis, let's catch up." "Dinner and a movie?" "And I still have your Hendrix CDs, that 6th track on the 2nd album?" Pure genius. "Call me when you're in D." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "You're a Hendrix fan." "Never listened to him in my life," Neagley said. O'Donnell smirked. "So you two did have a thing?" "Not even close," she snapped. "It's coded." Official denial first, then a back-channel reply. Dixon leaned in. What's the cipher? Something about that sixth track. Reacher frowned. What was Hendrix's second album? Axis Bold as Love, Dixon said. O'Donnell grinned. Remember the Electric Ladyland cover? Now that was art. You were 9. Dixon deadpanned. Still had good taste. Reacher cut in. Forget the album art. We need that track. O'Donnell stretched. When in doubt, hit the streets. They walked east on Sunset until they found a record store, the neon sign buzzing in the afternoon light. Stepping into the record store, they were hit with a blast of air conditioning, the hum of chatter from a crowd of teenagers, and the thumping bass of whatever was playing overhead. The rock-pop section stretched out before them, and Reacher zeroed in on the A's. A solid stack of Jimi Hendrix albums took up nearly 2 feet of shelf space, 4 classics he recognized, along with a pile of later releases. Axis, Bold as Love, sat right in front, 3 copies deep. He grabbed one, flipping it over, only to find the track listing half covered by the store's barcode sticker. The second copy was the same. So was the third. Just peel it off, O'Donnell said. What, you're gonna steal it? No, the plastic. Tear it open. You can't do that. It's not yours. You'll knock a cop's teeth out but won't mess with a CD wrapper? Different rules. So, what's the plan? I'll buy it. We can play it in the car. Unless cars don't have CD players anymore. Only for the past century, Dixon muttered. Reacher got in line behind a girl with enough facial piercings to set off a metal detector. $13 later, he was the proud owner of his first digital purchase. Open it, O'Donnell urged. The plastic clung stubbornly. Reacher dug in with his nails, then resorted to his teeth. Finally free, he scanned the track list. Little Wing, he announced. O'Donnell shrugged. Neagley looked lost. Not helpful, Dixon said. I know the song, Reacher said. Please don't sing it, Neagley cut in. So what's it mean? O'Donnell pressed. Reacher turned the case over in his hands. New Age has a weapon system called Little Wing. Great. But that doesn't help if we don't know what Little Wing is. Sounds like a drone. Something that flies. Anyone heard of it? Dixon asked. Silence. Guess it really is top secret, Dixon mused. No leaks in D. No whispers on Wall Street, not even Neagley's contacts know. Reacher fought with the CD case, peeling off a stubborn security strip in tiny, sticky pieces. No wonder the music industry's dying. They make it a chore just to listen. Dixon crossed her arms. So what now? What did the email say? You know what it said, do you? What's that supposed to mean? Read it again. Find the 6th track on the second Hendrix album. And that's it. No. It also said, please call soonest. Neagley scoffed. If he wouldn't tell me in an email, why would he tell me over the phone? It didn't say call me. Every word in a coded message matters. So who am I calling? There's got to be someone. He knows you know somebody who can help. Who's gonna help with this? If he won't, who does he know you know? Maybe from D. Lon, since he used soonest military lingo. Neagley opened her mouth, ready to say no one, then hesitated. There's a woman, Diana Bond. She works for a guy on the Hill House Defense Committee. Bingo. Who's the guy? She dropped a name that made Reacher grimace. You've got a friend working for that guy? Not a friend. Good. People need jobs, Reacher. Unlike you. Doesn't matter. If her boss knows, she knows. That guy can't tie his shoes without a briefing. She won't tell me. Oh, she will. Because you're not asking nice. Neagley dialed Diana Bond's number from the hotel lobby, pacing near the windows while the phone rang. 20 minutes later, she returned to the group with a tight expression, part reluctance, part anticipation. Took some digging, she admitted. Turns out she's at Edwards Air Force Base. Some high-stakes briefing. O'Donnell smirked. That's why your contact said sonist. He knew she was close. Reacher crossed his arms. What'd she say? She's coming here, Neagley replied. Wants to talk in person. Reacher raised an eyebrow. When? As soon as she can shake loose. Which tells me Little Wing isn't just another file in a drawer. O'Donnell whistled. You guilt-tripped her that hard. Neagley's jaw tightened. I don't like playing dirty. But yeah. Upstairs, they spread maps across the bed, calculating travel time from Edwards 70 miles through the Mojave, skirting the San Gabriels. 2 hours minimum. Reacher rolled his shoulders. I need air. O'Donnell fell into step beside him as they hit sunset again. The midday sun scorched Reacher's scalp, the heat amplified by L. To AZ glare. That's a good call, O'Donnell said, eyeing a boutique with faded denim displays. Inside, Reacher snagged a plain blue cap, yanking the adjuster tight. Pass inspection. Mirrors over there. Rather hear it from you. Less lying. O'Donnell grinned. Looks like it grew there. Near the register, a stacked table of t-shirts caught Reacher's eye layered on a dummy, the undershirt peeking out at the cuffs. He held up 2 blues, identical except for shade. Double up. Going for the lumberjack vibe? Thicker fabric, less laundry. He tossed them on the counter with the hat. The cashier barely glanced up. Outside, Reacher tugged the cap low, squinting at the smog-blurred skyline. Now we wait. O'Donnell checked his watch. Hope Bond's got answers worth the guilt trip. Reacher didn't answer. The weight of the new shirts in the bag felt like the first step toward something or away from it. Reacher didn't bother with a bag, just ripped off the tags and peeled out of his old bowling shirt right in the middle of the store. The air conditioning hit his bare skin, but he didn't flinch. He stood there waiting. Got a trash can? He asked. The cashier ducked under the counter and handed him a small plastic bin with a liner. He tossed the old shirt in, then pulled on the new ones, one after the other, adjusting the fit with a few tugs before settling the cap on his head. Without another word, he walked out onto the street and turned east. O'Donnell fell into step beside him. What are you running from? Reacher didn't look at him. I'm not running. You could have kept the old shirt. That's how it starts, Reacher said. First a spare shirt, then spare pants. Next thing you know, you've got a suitcase, a mortgage, a retirement plan forms to fill out. Most people do that. Not me. So, like I said, what are you running from? From turning into most people. O'Donnell smirked. I've got a house, a car, a savings plan. I fill out forms. Good for you. You think I'm boring. Reacher shrugged. In that way, yeah. Not everyone can live like you. Wrong. Most people can't live like you. You saying you want to. It's not about wanting. It's about what's possible. Why isn't it possible? Fine, Reacher said. Maybe I'm running. From what? Becoming like me? From becoming someone I don't recognize. O'Donnell snorted. We all change. Yeah, but I don't have to like it. Neither do I, O'Donnell admitted. But I deal with it. Reacher gave him a nod. You're handling it better than me, Dave. I look at you, Neagley, Carla, and I feel like I'm falling behind. Seriously, look at me. All we've got that you don't is luggage. And what do I have that you don't? O'Donnell didn't answer. They turned north onto Vine Street, the heart of LA's bustle, when two men with pistols jumped out of a black Lexus that peeled away the second their feet hit the pavement. Reacher recognized them, the same guys from the lot behind the Wax Museum. The guns in their hands were ab hardballers, shiny knockoffs of the classic 1911 Sardi 5. Their grips were shaky, adjusting into that over-the-top movie villain stance. O'Donnell's hands went straight to his pockets. "They after us," he muttered. "Just me," Reacher said, scanning the street. 30 yards was a bad distance for amateurs with handguns. Statistically, most shootouts happened inside 11 feet. But stray bullets didn't care about statistics. The sidewalk was packed: families, tourists, people who didn't fit any category. "We need to get this off the street," Reacher said. O'Donnell nodded. "Rogered that." Moving left, Reacher sidestepped, eyes flicking toward a narrow storefront, some tarot reader's hole in the wall. Time seemed to stretch, the world narrowing to vectors and angles. "Fall back a yard and left," he ordered. O'Donnell moved like a man hypnotized, his gaze locked on the gunmen, but his feet obeyed without hesitation. Reacher yanked open the tarot reader's door, holding it as O'Donnell slipped past him. The two men tailing them were closing in, now just 20 yards back. Reacher ducked inside after O'Donnell, scanning the dimly lit shop. The only person inside was a young woman, barely out of her teens, perched at a long table draped in crimson fabric. Tarot decks were scattered across the surface like fallen leaves. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her loose purple dress looked like it might stain her skin with every shift. "Got a back exit?" Reacher asked. "Just a bathroom," she replied, eyeing them warily. "Get in there and stay down," he ordered. She hesitated until O'Donnell's hands emerged from his pockets, one clenched into a fist, the other flicking open a switchblade with a sharp snap. That was all the persuasion she needed. She bolted, vanishing into the back without another word. "Smart girl." O'Donnell tilted his head toward the door. "Who are these clowns?" "New friends," Reacher said. "They insisted on buying me a wardrobe." "Gonna be an issue?" "Could be." "Gotta play?" "You still like the hardballer?" "Better than a sharp stick." Reacher lifted the tablecloth and ducked underneath, O'Donnell following suit. They adjusted the fabric. Then O'Donnell sliced 2 narrow slits peepholes, just wide enough to see through. Reacher braced his palms against the table's underside, feeling the solid weight of the oak. O'Donnell mirrored him, knife now in his right hand. The door creaked open. The two men stepped inside, pistols raised, scanning the empty shop. They inched forward, guns leveled. O'Donnell counted down silently: thumb, index, middle, and on 3, they erupted upward, flipping the table like a battering ram. The heavy wood smashed into the men, knocking them flat, guns flying. Tarot cards fluttered through the air like confetti. Reacher stepped onto the overturned table, bouncing once, twice, before O'Donnell kicked it back, exposing their stunned attackers. He relieved them of their pistols, then made sure they wouldn't be gripping anything tightly for a while, a little surgical discouragement with his blade. Reacher smirked briefly. Old habits died hard, then the memory hit him. Sanchez had taught them that move. Sanchez, who wasn't walking out of any desert. "Not too bad," O'Donnell said, tucking one hardballer into his waistband and passing the other to Reacher. "Still got the good stuff," Reacher agreed, shoving the gun into his pocket and covering it with his new shirts. They stepped back into the sunlight, heading north on Vine before cutting west onto Hollywood Boulevard. Carla Dixon was waiting for them at the Chateau Marmont, cool as ever, like nothing had happened. She handed him the phone. "Curtis, Monty just called. He was impressed with how you handled Franz's mail situation. He had Vegas PD go through Sanchez and Orosco's office files. They turned up something interesting." Half an hour later, Monty walked into the lobby looking like he hadn't slept in days, the same worn leather briefcase in his grip. He dropped into a chair and cut straight to the chase. "Ever heard of Adrian Mount?" Reacher kept his face blank. Adrian Mount, Lameison, Andrew McBride, Anthony Matthews, 4 aliases, 1 man. Information Monty didn't realize they already had. "Never crossed my path," Reacher lied. "You positive?" "Pretty damn sure." Monty flipped open his briefcase and pulled out a crumpled sheet of paper. The print was barely legible, like it had been copied one too many times. At the top, the words "Department of Homeland Security" stood out, but not in any official format, just plain text, like something pulled from an old database. It detailed a first-class British Airways ticket from London to New York, booked under Adrian Mount's name 2 weeks prior. One-way seat 2K, last flight of the night. Paid with a clean credit card, though there was no way to trace where the actual booking had been made. "This came from their fax machine?" Reacher asked. "Buried in the memory," Monty said. "No paper left when it came through." Sanchez and Orosco were already gone by then, so they must have sent the request earlier. Looks like they were running names through an unofficial watch list. "How many names?" Monty dug out another sheet, a photocopy of Orosco's messy handwriting. 4 names, no more. Adrian Mount, Lameison, Andrew McBride, Anthony Matthews. Check W. Do S for arrival. Scrawled fast, like he was in a hurry. No mention of Azari Mahmoud Orosco. Must have figured the guy wouldn't be dumb enough to travel under his real name. "Des doesn't just hand out intel to civilians," Monty said. "Your buddy Orosco either cashed in every favor he had or greased some serious palms." "I need to know why." "Maybe casino business," Reacher suggested. "Could be. But Vegas security doesn't usually care if shady types land in New York. That's Atlantic City's headache, unless they're working together. Hit Jersey first, then Vegas." "Maybe," Monty conceded. "Did Mount actually make it to New York?" "Inns has him clearing Terminal 4. Flight was delayed. Terminal 7 was already shut down. He checked into a Madison Avenue hotel, then vanished." "And the others?" "Lameison flew to Denver, booked a downtown hotel room. Still tracking the rest." "You think it's all the same guy?" "Come on, the initials are a dead giveaway." Reacher smirked. "Guess that makes me Chief Justice of the Supreme Court." "You sure act like it. So who is he?" "No clue. Inns won't remember him. They process thousands a day. The New York hotel staff won't recall him either." "Denver's still a question mark." Reacher glanced at the Homeland Security fax again. "British passport doesn't mean British," he pointed out. Monty shrugged. "We'll set up our own watch list. Sooner or later, this McBride or Matthews guy will slip up. Then we'll know his next move." "What do you need from us?" Reacher asked. "Ever cross paths with those names?" "Anybody with the initials A." "Not ringing any bells," Reacher said. "Enemies?" "Not that I know of." "What about Orosco? He ever mentioned someone like that?" "Haven't talked to him in a decade," Reacher admitted. Monty hesitated. Turns out I was wrong about the rope. It's sisal imported from South Asia. Not something you'd find at your local hardware store. Where would it come from? Shipping containers. Carpets, raw fabric, that kind of thing. Appreciate the update, Reacher said. Monty gave a tight nod. Sorry about your friends. After he left, they headed up to Dixon's room with no real plan. O'Donnell wiped blood from his switchblade and inspected the confiscated hardballers. The Av-made pistols were fully loaded with 35 rounds, clean and well-maintained, too well-maintained for street thugs. Probably hot merchandise stolen recently. 7 rounds. Neagley scoffed. Might as well throw rocks. O'Donnell smirked. Still beats bare hands. Dixon frowned. Too bulky. I'll stick with my Glock 19. Reacher shrugged. As long as it fires. Though 17 rounds does sound better than 7. Never needed more than 1 shot per problem, O'Donnell said. Yet, Reacher replied. Meanwhile, the man calling himself Andrew McBride rode Denver Airport's underground train in loops, humming along to the folksy music. Light on luggage now, just a carry-on and a briefcase. The bill of lading was tucked inside a book, the padlock key secured in a hidden pocket. Across town, a man in a blue Chrysler made a call. They're all back at the hotel. Are they on to us? His boss asked. Hard to say. But my gut says yes. A pause. Then we move tonight. Wrap it up and get back here. Back in the hotel room, O'Donnell wandered to the window. So, what do we have? It was an old habit, Reacher's insistence on constant reassessment, turning every detail over until something clicked. But this time, the only answer came from Dixon, her voice flat. 4 dead friends. That's all we've got. Silence settled over them. Neagley broke it. Let's eat. Starving ourselves won't solve anything, Reacher muttered, his mind flashing back to that burger joint on Sunset Boulevard the day before the sizzle of beef patties. The clinking of beer bottles. The easy rhythm of conversation between 4 friends. He remembered how the spotlight had naturally shifted around their table, one voice rising while the others listened. That same dynamic might be the key now. Eating's a mistake, Neagley asked, raising an eyebrow. Reacher shook his hand. Eat if you want. But we're looking at this all wrong. Franz wasn't the one calling the shots, he was just part of the team. Neagley frowned. Then who was? Think about it, Reacher said. We assumed Franz was the leader because his body turned up first. But what if he wasn't the one driving this? What if he got pulled in by Orosco or Sanchez? Someone he couldn't say no to. The room went quiet. Dixon leaned forward. Orosco reached out to Homeland Security. That wasn't Franz's style. And if Franz was running things, why would he let Orosco take point on something that risky? O'Donnell chimed in. Monty's team thinks Arosco died before Franz. That changes things. Exactly, Dixon said. If this was Franz's operation, he'd handle the heavy lifting himself. The fact that he didn't suggest someone else was in charge. Reacher nodded. Could have been Swan too. Or Sanchez. Maybe both. Neagley's eyes lit up. Which means this whole mess might be tied to Vegas, not LA. Those numbers, could they be casino stats? Some kind of rigged system? Dixon considered it. If someone figured out how to beat the house, those numbers might track wins. 650 big payouts over 4 months? That'd get anyone's attention. Or a whole crew working together, O'Donnell added. Neagley stood. Then we need to get to Vegas. Now. Just then, the hotel phone rang. Dixon answered, then passed it to Reacher. "Monty," she said. Reacher took the receiver. "Yeah." Monty's voice crackled through. "Andrew McBride just boarded a flight to Vegas. Consider this a heads up, stay put. No cowboy moves." Reacher hung up and looked at the others. "We're driving." Driving was the smarter choice, faster to coordinate, simpler to manage, and just as quick when you factored in airport hassles. Besides, there was no chance they'd let the hardballers board a commercial flight with their gear. Sooner or later, they'd need firepower, and that wasn't something you could stash in an overhead bin. Reacher lingered in the hotel lobby while the others gathered their things. Neagley was the first down, breezing past the front desk to settle the bill without a second glance at the total. She tossed her duffel by the entrance and leaned against the wall beside him. O'Donnell followed, then Dixon jingling her rental keys. They piled their bags into the trunk and slid into the sedan, Dixon behind the wheel, Neagley riding shotgun, Reacher and O'Donnell in the back. Sunset Boulevard led them east. Then a maze of jammed freeways funneled them onto the 15. The highway would take them north through the mountains, then curve northeast out of California, straight into Vegas. It also ran uncomfortably close to where a chopper had loitered weeks earlier, 3,000 feet up, doors open, in the dead of night. Reacher told himself not to look. But as the road flattened into the desert, his gaze drifted west toward the barren Badlands. O'Donnell did the same. So did Neagley. Dixon kept stealing glances, squinting against the sun, her mouth tight. They stopped for dinner at a grimy roadside diner in Barstow, the only option for miles, and a lousy one at that. The floors were sticky, the waitstaff indifferent, the food barely edible. Reacher wasn't picky, but even he felt robbed. In another life, one of them might have flipped a table or sent a plate flying. Tonight, they just choked it down, sipped watery coffee, and hit the road again. Meanwhile, in the Chateau Marmont parking lot, the man in the blue suit made his call. "They're gone. All 4 of them." "Where?" his boss asked. The clerk overheard Vegas. "Perfect. We'll handle it there. Keep them on the road." Across the state, a man calling himself Andrew McBride stepped off his flight at McCarran International. The first thing he saw, a wall of slot machines, blinking and whirring like mechanical vultures. He smirked, might as well test his luck. If he won, it was a sign. If he lost, well, he'd find a way to spin that, too. Dropping onto a vinyl stool, he fished out a handful of quarters from his change purse efficient, Tissa-friendly. The machine swallowed them with a metallic clink. 5 spins later, the last one hit. Bells chimed, lights flashed, and a torrent of quarters clattered into the tray. $100. Not bad. Barstow to Vegas, 200 miles of open road and bad decisions waiting to happen. The clock ticked past midnight as they rolled into Vegas, the city glowing like a mirage in the desert. Dixon, still buzzing from the drive, gripped the wheel while O'Donnell snoozed in the back seat. Reacher watched the neon blur past, the landscape shifting from barren highways to the gaudy spectacle of the Strip. Neagley suddenly slapped the dashboard. "Diana Bond, we left her hanging. She's probably at Edwards wondering where the hell we went." "Too late now," Dixon said, eyes fixed on the road. Neagley fumbled with her phone, then sighed. No signal. Typical. The Mojave stretched endlessly around them, a dead zone for calls, but alive with the hum of tires on asphalt. When they hit the city limits, Reacher smirked. Vegas was a chameleon by day, a sun-bleached joke, By night, a glittering fever dream. They passed a dive bar with a sign that promised cheap beer dirty girls, its peeling paint barely clinging to the facade. Across the street, a row of sagging motels stood like weary sentinels. Reacher would have bet good money they'd stop there, but Dixon cruised right past, aiming for the towering casinos ahead. She swung into a high-end hotel with a name that sounded like a bad opera. Valets swarmed the car before it even stopped, whisking their bags away like they were royalty. The lobby was a sensory overload, water features gushing, slot machines chirping, the air thick with perfume and cigarette smoke. Neagley marched to the front desk, swiped her card, and booked 4 rooms without blinking. Reacher eyed the price on the screen. "This place costs more than my last apartment." Neagley shrugged. "Worth a shot. If Orosco and Sanchez worked security here, this could be our shortcut." Reacher nodded. From army grunts to guarding a money-printing empire, his old squad had climbed higher than he'd expected. The sheer scale of the casino was staggering. Water, the desert's rarest luxury, cascaded everywhere, a flex of wealth so blatant it was almost vulgar. He felt a flicker of pride, then a pang of confusion. When he'd left the service, he'd wandered without a plan. But the others, they'd built something. How? Neagley tossed him a key card. 17th floor. Freshen up, then meet back here in 10. We're burning moonlight. His room was a Vegas special, fake Venetian opulence with all the charm of a movie set. Reacher had seen the real Venice. This wasn't it. He splashed water on his face, ran a hand over his buzz cut, and headed back down. The casino floor hummed with energy, a symphony of bells and digital chirps. Slot machines lined the walls like obedient soldiers, draining wallets with mechanical precision. A few winners cheered, but the real soundtrack was the quiet sigh of defeat. Security was sparse, just a few bored guys in cheap suits. Reacher scanned the room, already working the angles. If Arosco and Sanchez had been here, they'd left traces. And he was damn good at finding those. The casino floor offered little chance, for cheating slots were too mechanical, and Nevada's gaming regulators kept a sharp eye on everything. Reacher spotted just 2 employees in the crowd, a man and a woman blending in with the guests, their expressions dull compared to the desperate hope flashing in everyone else's eyes. He doubted Sanchez and Orosco had wasted much time on machines. Moving deeper into the casino, he passed through sprawling halls filled with roulette wheels and card tables, the air thick with tension and the clatter of chips. Security was everywhere, cameras mounted high, guards in sleek suits, undercover agents pretending to play. Roulette wasn't much better than slots, just a spinning wheel and blind luck. The house always won in the end. But cards, that's where things got interesting. A sharp mind could tilt the odds, though not enough to pocket $65 million in 4 months. That kind of score required something bigger, a rigged system, dealers in on the take, maybe even the whole casino working a con. And where there was that much money at stake, people had a habit of turning up dead. Reacher scanned the room, counting at least 5 undercover security before slipping back to the lobby. Dixon was waiting by the fountains, dressed in a sleek black pantsuit, her damp hair slicked back. No blouse, just the jacket buttoned high. "Did you know Vegas was founded by Mormons?" she asked. "Didn't come up in my research," Reacher said. "Now they print the phone book twice a year," she replied. 700 new houses a month. They'll drain the desert dry. $7 billion a year in gambling losses, Dixon mused. 30 million visitors, each dropping over $200 on average. 233 and change, Reacher corrected. Human nature at its finest. Or its dumbest, she said. Everyone thinks they'll be the exception. O'Donnell appeared, shoes polished to a mirror shine. 30 million people a year, he said. Already covered, Reacher said. That's 10% of the country, O'Donnell added. Makes you wonder who's left to run the place. Reacher glanced around the lavish casino floor, the lights and noise buzzing around them. This place is something else, he said. Dixon smirked. Impressed. Let's just say it gives me a whole new perspective on Sanchez and Orosco. Reacher nodded. Told you everyone leveled up. Neagley stepped out of the elevator, her dark suit sharp, hair slicked back. What I miss? She asked. Just comparing travel notes, Reacher said. Neagley shrugged. I skipped the guidebook. Called Diana Bond instead. She waited an hour, then bailed. She mad at us? More concerned. Doesn't like little wing floating around. Said she'd wait for my call. Why bother? Because I don't like unanswered questions. Same, Reacher said. Right now, I'd love to know if someone walked off with 65 mil in this town. And how? Dixon did the math in her head. That'd be nearly 3% of the annual revenue. 2.78, Reacher corrected. O'Donnell clapped his hands. Let's get moving. They headed to the concierge desk, asking for security. The concierge hesitated. Something wrong? Reacher flashed a grin. Just hoping we know the same people. The security manager took his time, clearly not thrilled about unplanned visitors. When he finally appeared, he was all polished shoes and a tailored suit, mid-50s, but still sharp. The kind of guy who'd spent decades in a tougher job before this. He introduced himself as Wright and steered them toward a quiet corner casino, instinct, keeping trouble away from the money. No chairs, of course. Vegas didn't want guests sitting anywhere but at the tables. O'Donnell pulled out his PI badge and a Metro PD reference. Dixon matched with nippy-toed credentials. Neagley had an old FBI card. Reacher just adjusted his shirt over the gun in his pocket. Bright-eyed Neagley. Ex-FBI? Once upon a time, she said. Reacher cut in. You ever work with Manuel Orosco or Jorge Sanchez? Did I or do I? Did. Orosco's confirmed dead. Sanchez probably is too. Friends of yours? Army buddies. Wright's expression tightened. Sorry to hear that. We all are. Happened about a month ago. Still figuring out why. I knew them, Wright admitted. Everyone in security did. You hire them. Not here. Big places like this keep everything in-house. We get ex-cops, ex-agents lining up for these jobs. So, how'd you know them? Smaller casinos are testing grounds. New scams pop up there first. We stay friendly with guys like Orosco and Sanchez for intel. Had drinks, swap stories. They busy before they died. Swamped. Reacher leaned in. Ever hear the name Azari Mahmood? Wright shook his head. Should I have? Maybe. We think he's here under a fake name. Here. In Vegas. Somewhere. Can you check your guest lists? Wright exhaled. Ours sure. But the rest? That's a bigger ask. I can make some calls, Dixon said. Try Andrew McBride and Anthony Matthews first, Reacher suggested. Dixon smirked. Real subtle. Dixon turned to Wright. How do you spot a cheater at the tables? Wright didn't hesitate. When they win too much, people win all the time. Not like that, Wright said. They win what we allow. Anything beyond that? They're cheating. It's math, pure and simple. The numbers don't lie. The real question is how they're doing it, not if. O'Donnell leaned in. Sanchez had a slip of paper on him, 65 million written on it. 100 grand, 650 times, all in 4 months. Reacher raised an eyebrow. And does that number mean anything to you? Like what? Like theft, O'Donnell said. Reacher did the math in his head. Nearly 200 mil a year. 195, Wright corrected. He exhaled sharply. Possible but insane. We budget for an 8% loss industry standard. So, yeah, we lose more than that annually. But 200 mil from one operation, that's a whole different beast. Unless it's something new, something we haven't accounted for. Which means our 8% just got blown to hell. And now you're making me nervous. Reacher's voice was flat. It made them nervous too. We think it got them killed. Wright whistled low. 65 mil in 4 months? That's not a scam. That's a full-blown operation. You'd need dealers, pit bosses, security all in on it. Cameras rigged, tapes wiped, cashiers paid off. This isn't some backroom hustle. This is corporate-level fraud. Could happened, Reacher said. Then why aren't the cops knocking down my door? We're a step ahead. Vegas PD. Gaming Commission. Reacher shook his head. Our guys died in LA County. Couple of sheriffs are handling it. Wright frowned. And you're ahead of them? What's that mean? Silence. Wright scanned their faces, Neagley, Dixon, O'Donnell, then Reacher. His eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. Army. You're their old unit. The special investigators. They mentioned you all the time. Reacher gave a slow nod. Then you know why we're here. You worked with them. Wright leaned forward. If you find something, do I get a cut? Earn it, Reacher said. Wright sat back. There's a girl. Works at a dive bar near where the Riviera used to be. Fire pit out front, real trashy place. She's tight with Sanchez. His girlfriend? Not anymore. Maybe once. But they're close. She'll know more than I do. Reacher checked with the concierge for directions. The Riviera's old spot was on the seedy end of the strip. They walked dry desert air, smog dulling the stars, neon bleeding into the sky. The sidewalks were littered with glossy escort ads, prices hovering just under $50. Reacher knew that number would climb fast once some poor sap took the bait. The women in the photos looked flawless, but he doubted they were real, probably stock images of bikini models from Miami or Rio. Vegas thrived on illusions. Sanchez and Orosco must have been drowning in work. Wright's one-armed paper hangers comment made perfect sense now. They reached a crumbling cement bar, cheap beer, dim lighting, a vibe that screamed trouble. Turning right, they entered a maze of winding streets lined with squat tan buildings. Motels, liquor stores, diners, more bars, all with the same faded signs, black letters squeezed into white boards. It took focus to tell them apart in the neon haze. The neon-lit streets of Vegas flashed with endless deals, 6 packs of soda for under $2, motels promising air conditioning, and poolside lounging, diners serving bottomless breakfasts around the clock. Dive bars peddled cheap drinks and happy hour specials, each one blending into the next until they spotted a sign that stood out, Fire Pit. The building itself was unremarkable, a plain stucco box with few windows, looking more like a forgotten clinic or a storefront church than a bar. But inside, pure Vegas chaos. The place was a sensory overload: purple walls, deep red booths, a crowd of hundreds laughing, shouting, spilling drinks. The bar twisted into an S shape, its tail curling around a sunken pit where fake flames, orange silk, rippling under red lights, flickered like the real thing. Velvet booths overflowed with patrons, waitresses in skimpy outfits weaving through the crowd with trays held high. "Charming," O'Donnell muttered. "Someone call the decor police." Dixon shot back. Neagley scanned the room, uneasy in the crush of bodies. "Find the girl and get out." But Melina wasn't there. Reacher asked at the bar, and the woman he spoke to knew exactly who he meant. Sanchez's friend, but said she'd clocked out at midnight. Two other waitresses confirmed it. Melina was tight with Sanchez, but she was home, resting up for another grueling shift. No one would give up her address. Reacher left his name and fought his way back to the others. Outside, the strip still pulsed with light and noise. But after the bar's frenzy, it felt eerily quiet. "Plan?" Dixon asked. "We come back at 11:30, Reacher said. "Catch her before her shift. Dodi is momentum, then take the night off." They walked four abreast down the sidewalk, the hotel looming ahead. Behind them, a dark blue Chrysler screeched to the curb. Inside, the driver made a call. "Found them. Just like that, right in front of me." "All four?" his boss asked. "Walking down the strip like they own it." "Take them. Now. No waiting." The man hung up, pulled into a side street, and stepped out, hand in his coat pocket. Meanwhile, 3 miles off the strip, Azari Mahmoud flipped through the yellow pages in a rented house. The place had been secured years ago for an operation that never happened, still safe, still anonymous. He ran his finger down the truck rental listings, calculating just how big of a U-Haul he'd need. The Las Vegas Strip pulsed with constant change, a relentless cycle of demolition and rebirth that never seemed to settle. Years ago, the Riviera had been the crown jewel, drawing waves of investment that rolled down the street, block by block. But by the time the upgrades reached the far end, the standards had shifted, and suddenly the Riviera seemed outdated next to the newer, flashier competition. So the money flowed back again, sparking another round of construction in reverse. The result was a never-ending stretch of scaffolding and rubble, a shifting border between what was freshly built and what was already marked for destruction. The road and sidewalks were being smoothed out, the new lanes seamless, while the old path twisted through debris. The area felt eerily empty, like a forgotten battlefield, exactly where the man in the blue suit closed in on his targets. Neagley led the way, drifting onto the crumbling sidewalk, as if on a whim, the others falling in step behind her. Reacher and O'Donnell walked side by side in the middle, Dixon on the far right. They moved unhurriedly, four across, taking up the full width of the pavement like a unit on patrol. The man in the suit slipped his hand into his pocket, fingers curling around the grip of a Daewoo D51 compact, black market, untraceable. 13 rounds in the magazine, chamber empty, safety on. He ran through the motions in his head. Center mass first, Reacher down, then a quick pivot to O'Donnell, a sharp turn left for Neagley, and finally Dixon. 4 shots, 3 seconds, 20 feet away, close enough for accuracy, but not so close that the angles would be too extreme. Simple math. Simple execution. He checked his surroundings one last time. Clear. Then he thumbed off the safety, gripped the barrel with his left hand, and racked the slide. The metallic snick of the round chambering cut through the hum of the strip, the distant roar of traffic, the thrum of AC units, the restless energy of a city that never slept. Reacher heard it. Not just the sound, but every component of it, the scrape of metal, the shift of the spring, the click of the bullet seeding home. His instincts had been honed by a lifetime of unpredictability, of never knowing comfort or stability, only the next threat. So when the slide racked behind him, there was no hesitation, no disbelief, just recognition and readiness. The whole thing felt inevitable, like it was just another part of the night. Walking down the street, hearing the faint shift of fabric behind him, knowing exactly what was coming. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Just cold, clear logic unfolding in his head like a blueprint. Time, space, trajectories, the physics of bullets and bodies. A fraction of a second later, instinct took over. Any decent shooter would aim for the biggest threat first. That meant him. Or maybe O'Donnell. No point taking chances. He shoved O'Donnell hard, sending him crashing into Dixon, then threw himself the other way, colliding with Neagley. They stumbled, and as his knees hit the pavement, the gunshot cracked behind him. The bullet sliced through empty air where his spine had been a heartbeat earlier. His hand was already on his hardballer before he fully registered the impact. The pistol had two safeties, the standard lever near the frame and the grip release. But even as his fingers found them, he hesitated. He and Neagley had landed near the sidewalk's edge. Firing now meant sending a round toward the street. A missed shot could hit a passing car. A .35 slug punched through flesh like paper. Too risky. O'Donnell had the better angle. It'd fallen toward the curb, his line of sight inward, toward a construction site. A stray bullet would bury itself in sand, harmless. Better to let him take the shot. Reacher twisted as he hit the ground, his mind racing while his body lagged, sluggish, like wading through syrup. Neagley landed beside him in slow motion, her shoulder hitting first, her head snapping back. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dixon sprawled under O'Donnell, watched his arm rise with agonizing slowness, his thumb flicking off the safety. Another shot. Another miss. The shooter was sticking to a script. Reacher first, then O'Donnell, but he couldn't adapt. Too rigid. Too slow. O'Donnell's grip tightened. The trigger's slack vanished. The barrel lifted too fast, too rushed. Reacher knew before the shot even fired. Too low. He was right. A leg wound. But a .25 didn't just graze. It tore through muscle and bone like a demolition drill, leaving ruin in its wake. The whole thing happened in a fraction of a second, less than the blink of an eye. The impact was brutal. The bullet tore through the man's thigh, shattering his femur from the inside as if it had been packed with dynamite. The shock alone would have dropped most people, but sheer adrenaline kept him upright for a second at least. His grip on the gun faltered, and that was all O'Donnell needed. He lunged forward, his fist already swinging in a brutal arc. The punch landed like a freight train, sending the guy sprawling onto the pavement. O'Donnell kicked the gun clear and pressed the muzzle of his hardballer against a man's throat. Game over. Reacher hauled Dixon to her feet while Neagley stood on her own, brushing dust from her sleeves. O'Donnell sidestepped the growing pool of blood spreading from the man's ruined leg. His femoral artery had been shredded, and his heart was pumping what was left of his blood supply straight onto the asphalt. "Back up, Dave," Reacher called. "No sense ruining good shoes over this." Dixon frowned at the body. "Who is he?" Neagley shrugged. "Good luck figuring that out. His face looks like ground beef." She wasn't wrong. O'Donnell's knuckle duster had done a number on him. Reacher circled around, avoiding the worst of the mess, and yanked the guy's collar to shift him onto drier pavement. A quick pat down turned up nothing. No wallet, no ID, just a set of car keys on a plain steel ring. The guy's skin was ghostly pale, his pulse weak and erratic. "Not long now," Reacher said. "Nice shot, Dave," Dixon remarked. "Left-handed too," O'Donnell added with a smirk. "Had to improvise." Reacher studied the guy's crumpled form. "I think I've seen him before." Dixon raised an eyebrow. "How?" "His own dentist wouldn't recognize him." "The suit," Reacher muttered. "I swear I've seen it somewhere." O'Donnell shook his head. "Not me." "Same," Neagley said. Dixon crossed her arms. "Well, if they're sending guys after us now, we must be getting close." Reacher tossed the keys to Neagley and tore open a section of the construction fence. He dragged the guy inside, leaving only a faint smear behind. The trench was deep, lined with gravel, perfect for a quick, messy burial. "Find shovels," Reacher ordered. "We'll cover him up." Dixon peered into the pit. "Is he even dead yet?" "Does it matter?" O'Donnell smirked. "We should lay him flat. Less gravel that way." Reacher shot him a look. "You volunteering?" "I'm not messing up my suit." Reacher shrugged and dropped into the pit, rolling the guy onto his back before pressing him firmly into the gravel with his boot. He worked quickly, packing the loose stones around the body until it was partially buried. O'Donnell tossed him a shovel, and together they made multiple trips to a nearby gravel pile, covering the scene until it was sufficiently hidden. Neagley grabbed a hose from a standpipe, spraying down the sidewalk to wash away any traces before backtracking to erase their footprints from the construction sand. Reacher straightened the fence, scanning the area with a critical eye. It wasn't flawless, but it would buy them time enough that fresh concrete might seal their secret by morning. In Vegas, missing people weren't exactly front-page news. "All right," Reacher said, dusting off his hands. "Let's call it a night." They regrouped and strolled down the strip, 4 across, finally letting the tension ease until they spotted Wright in the hotel lobby. The security manager's expression was tight, his usual Vegas cool replaced by obvious agitation. He intercepted them, steering the group toward a secluded corner. "Azari Mahmoud isn't registered anywhere in this city," Wright said bluntly. "Same goes for Andrew McBride and Anthony Matthews." "I checked everywhere." Reacher gave a curt nod. "Appreciate the effort." Wright exhaled sharply. "Then I made some calls, figured I'd sleep better knowing. Turns out you're feeding me garbage. There's no way Vegas is down 65 million. Not happening. Every audit came back clean." "You sure about that?" "Dead sure," Wright snapped. "The usual small losses, nothing unusual. I should send you my therapy bill. I nearly chewed through a bottle of anxiety meds tonight." They retreated to a dimly lit bar just off the lobby, sliding into seats in front of a row of idle slot machines. Reacher's screen flashed a relentless loop of jackpot animations, cherries lining up with deceptive ease. The odds were laughable. 8 symbols per reel. A rigged fantasy designed to drain wallets. He idly calculated how many quarters a player would need to dump in before seeing a real win, wondering if casino owners had silent stakes in physical therapy clinics. Dixon swirled her beer. "Right's not wrong," she said. "Scamming at that scale would take coordination dealers, security, cashiers, the whole system. If someone wanted to hide it, they'd just tweak the software to fake the numbers until audit season." Reacher frowned. "When would the house catch on?" "Year-end books," Dixon said. "By then, the money's either there or it's gone." So how did Sanchez and Arosco sniff it out early? Maybe they got to someone lower on the ladder and pieced it together. Reacher's gaze sharpened. "Someone like Wright," Dixon shrugged. "Wouldn't rule it out." O'Donnell shook his head. "We had a chat with the guy, and next thing we know, bullets are flying at our backs." Neagley crossed her arms. "We need to track down Sanchez's friend. Fast. Before someone else gets to her first." Reacher leaned against the wall. "No chance. Bars don't just hand out women's addresses to random guys walking in off the street." "We could say she's in trouble," Dixon suggested. Reacher snorted. "Like they haven't heard that line 100 times. "There's got to be another way," Dixon pressed. "What about the ups trick? We don't even know her last name." O'Donnell exhaled. "So, what's the play?" Reacher shrugged. "We waited out till daylight." Neagley frowned. "Should we switch hotels? If Wright's dirty, he could have eyes everywhere." "Waste of time," Reacher said. "He's got friends in every corner of this town. Just keep your door locked." Back in his room, Reacher followed his own advice. He slid the deadbolt and hooked the chain, not much protection against someone serious, but enough to give him a split-second warning. And a split second was all he ever needed. He tucked the hardballer into the nightstand, shoved his clothes under the mattress to smooth them out, then stepped into a scalding shower. His thoughts drifted to Dixon, alone in her room, maybe uneasy. Maybe she'd feel better with company. He knotted a towel around his waist and moved toward the phone, then froze at a sharp knock on the door. He bypassed the peephole. Too easy for someone waiting outside to put a bullet straight through it, turning his brain into confetti. Peepholes were a death trap in his book. He unlatched the door. Dixon stood there, still in her black suit, no shirt underneath. "Mind if I come in?" she asked. "I was just about to call you," Reacher said. "Yeah? Figured you might be lonely." She raised an eyebrow. "Me? Definitely. You? I was hoping. So, can I come in?" He stepped aside. She walked past him, and within seconds he realized the missing shirt wasn't the only thing she'd skipped. The next morning, Neagley's call cut through the quiet at 9:30. "Dixon's not in her room." Reacher smirked. "Maybe she's hitting the gym. Or out for a run." Beside him, Dixon stretched, slow and content. Neagley scoffed. "Dixon doesn't work out." "Then she's probably in the shower." "I've called twice. Relax. I'll check. Breakfast in 30, downstairs." He hung up and handed Dixon the phone. "Count to 60, then call Neagley and say you just got out of the bath." Half an hour later, they were all in the lounge, surrounded by the clatter of slot machines. An hour after that, they were back on the strip, retracing their steps to the bar with the fire pit. Morning sunlight stripped Vegas bare. The neon glamour of the night before now looked cheap and tired under the desert sun. The strip could have been any rundown highway in America. They walked in pairs this time, two in front, two behind, eyes sharp, scanning for threats. But the sidewalks were empty, the traffic sparse. Vegas mornings were as close to silent as the city ever got. The construction site was just as quiet. No workers, no cops, no crime tape. Just stillness. Reacher squinted. Is it Sunday? No, O'Donnell said. Holiday? Nope. Then why's nobody working? The bent fence panel from the night before was still there, untouched. The ground beyond was still damp where Neagley had sprayed it down, leaving a dark patch on the cracked sidewalk. A thin trickle of water snaked along the gutter, disappearing into a storm drain. The whole area was a mess, but then again, construction sites were never clean. Nothing stood out as unusual, nothing that would catch a passerby's eye. Strange, Reacher muttered. Maybe the budget ran dry, O'Donnell suggested. Too bad. That guy's gonna stink soon if they don't finish. They moved on, this time with a clear destination in mind. Daylight made it easier to navigate the winding streets, and they found a quicker route to the bar with the fire pit. It wasn't open yet, so they settled on a low wall, squinting in the bright sun. The heat was intense, almost oppressive. 211 sunny days a year in Vegas, Dixon remarked. Peaks at 106 in summer, O'Donnell added. Drops to 36 in winter. 4 inches of rain, if you're lucky. Snow. Maybe an inch once in a while. Neagley sighed. Still haven't cracked open my guidebook. By the time Reacher's internal clock hit 11:40, employees began trickling in small groups, breaking apart into solitary figures, moving with the sluggish energy of people heading to a job they didn't love. Reacher stopped every woman who passed, asking if she was Milena. None were. The sidewalk emptied again until 11:51, when another wave arrived, likely timed to a bus schedule. 3 women walked by young, worn out, dressed casually in oversized sneakers. Still no Milena. Neagley checked her watch as Reacher's mental clock ticked to 11:59. Starting to worry, she asked. Nope, Reacher said, because just past her he spotted a woman who had to be the one. 50 yards away she hurried forward, petite, dark-haired, dressed in faded jeans and a cropped white tee, a glinting belly ring catching the light. A blue backpack hung off one shoulder, her long hair framing a face that looked too young for the weariness in her stride. Reacher stood as she neared. Milena. She slowed, instantly wary the kind of hesitation any woman would have when a stranger, her size, called her name. Her eyes darted toward the bar's entrance, then the opposite sidewalk, weighing escape routes. She stumbled slightly, caught between stopping and bolting. We're friends of Jorge's, Reacher said. Her gaze flicked between them, realization dawning, first confusion, then cautious hope, then disbelief, finally settling into quiet relief. Like someone who'd just been dealt a winning hand against all odds. You're from the army, she said softly. He always said you'd come. When? Every time. He told me if anything ever happened, you'd show up eventually. And here we are. Where can we talk? Let me just tell them I'll be late. She offered a small, shy smile before slipping inside. 2 minutes later, she returned, standing taller, her posture lighter, like she'd been carrying something heavy, and finally set it down. She turned to Neagley, eyes sharp. Let me guess, she said. You must be Neagley, she said, glancing at Dixon before adding, so that makes you Carla. Her eyes shifted to Reacher and O'Donnell. And you two, Reacher and O'Donnell, right? The tall one and the charming one? O'Donnell flashed a grin, but her attention snapped back to Reacher. I heard you came by last night looking for me. Reacher didn't waste time. We need to talk about Jorge. Melina's breath hitched, her throat tightening before she forced out the words. He's gone, isn't he? Most likely, Reacher admitted. We know for certain Manuel Orosco is. Her face crumpled. No. Sorry, Reacher said, the word clipped but sincere. Dixon cut in, practical as ever. Where can we talk? Melina wiped her palms on her jeans. Forge's place. You should see it. We heard it was trashed. I tried to clean up a little. Is it close? Just a short walk. They moved down the strip, 5 shadows stretched long under the desert sun. The construction site they passed was eerily silent. No workers, no cops, just abandoned equipment baking in the heat. Twice Melina turned to Reacher, desperation edging her voice. Are you sure Jorge's dead? Probably, he repeated, each syllable heavy. But you don't know. No body yet. But Orosco's was found. Yeah, we saw it ourselves. She swallowed hard. What about Franz and Swan? Why aren't they here? Franz is confirmed. Swan likely. Likely? Nothing certain with him. And Jorge? Same. Probably, but not confirmed. She nodded, jaw set, and kept walking. The strip blurred into a patchwork of neon and imitation grandeur. Venice, Paris, New York crammed into a few blocks. Then the glitz faded, replaced by weathered apartment buildings. Melina hooked a left, then a right, stopping under a frayed awning. The lobby inside smelled of old carpet and coffee. The doorman gave her a tired nod as they passed. The elevator groaned its way up to the 10th floor. The hallway was dim, the green door at the end chipped and worn. Melina fished out a tarnished key from her bag, hesitating when Reacher asked, How long did you know him? She stared at the key. A few years, she finally said, avoiding the past tense like a landmine. Inside, the apartment was a war zone. The concrete walls had survived, but everything else, furniture shredded, electronics smashed, papers avalanched across the floor. Melina had tried, stacking books, stuffing cushions, but the damage was too much. The kitchen looked like a tornado had ripped through it, the trash can dented and kicked into a corner right where Monty said they'd found the napkin. Reacher took it all in, silent. Some battles couldn't be cleaned up. The apartment looked like a tornado had ripped through it, some things tossed aside, others obliterated. This wasn't just a search, Reacher said. This was rage. Like they were furious, not just cautious. Neagley nodded. Reacher pushed open the bedroom door. The mattress was gutted, springs jutting out like broken ribs. The closet was a disaster. Clothes ripped from hangers, shelves splintered. Forey Sanchez had been meticulous, a habit drilled into him by years of military discipline. Now, nothing of him remained. No trace, no memory. Melina drifted through the wreckage, absently stacking scattered items, pausing now and then to flip through a book or study a photo. She nudged the shredded sofa back into place with her hip, though it would never be sat on again. Did the cops come by? Reacher asked. Yeah, she said. Any theories? They figured the intruders posed as utility workers. Cable or phone repair. Reacher nodded. Vegas a city built on hustles. I'd bet they just paid off the doorman. Faster, cleaner. Melina didn't argue. When was the last time you saw Jorge? We had dinner here. Take out. His last night in town. Just the two of you. Yeah. Reacher pressed. He scribbled something on a napkin. Melina's fingers tightened. After a phone call. Who called him? Calvin Franz. Melina swayed slightly, so Reacher swept broken dishes off the counter with his arm, clearing a spot for her. She perched on the edge, hands pressed flat under her knees like she was bracing herself. "We need to know what Jorge was working on," Reacher said. "What got him killed? I don't know. But you were close. Very. For years. Off and on. He must have talked about his work. All the time. So what was bothering him?" Melina exhaled. Business was drying up. At first, they had contracts everywhere. Then the big casinos brought security in-house. What they saw it coming, said it was inevitable once places got big enough. A guy at our hotel said Jorge was swamped. Called him a one-armed paper hanger. Melina smirked, but there was no humor in it. Jorge put on a show. Him and Manuel both. At first they'd say, "Fake it till you make it." Then it was, "Fake it, 'cause we ain't making it." Too proud to admit they were sinking. So they were broke? Close to it. They took odd jobs bouncing at clubs, running out cheats, consulting. But even that was fading. Nobody listens to outsiders here. Did you see the numbers Jorge wrote? Yeah. He was spooked by them. What did they mean? No clue. But he called Manuel right after. Manuel freaked out too. Reacher leaned in. Who hired them? Melina stared at him, then glanced at the others. You're not hearing me. They didn't have clients. Not real ones. Then what set this off? Reacher asked. The air between them crackled, heavy with the weight of something unspoken. Melina shook her head. I really don't understand what you're asking. Reacher leaned forward. Think about it, someone must have brought them a case. At work, maybe in their office. Something kicked this whole thing off. Honestly, I have no idea who came to them. George never mentioned anything? Nope. One minute they were bored out of their minds, the next they were swamped. That's how they described it, swamped, not drowning in work like some dramatic movie line. But you never got the details. Melina shrugged. They kept me out of it. Who else would know? Maybe Orosco's wife. The room fell silent. Reacher locked eyes with Melina. Manuel was married. She nodded. 3 kids. Reacher shot Neagley a look. How did we miss that? Neagley crossed her arms. I don't have a file on everyone. We told Monty the sister was next of kin. Dixon cut in. Where did they live? Just down the road, Melina said. Same kind of building. She guided them a few blocks over to an identical apartment complex, same faded brick. Reacher glanced up. What's Mrs. Orosco's first name? Tammy, Melina said. Think she's home? Probably asleep. She works nights at the casinos. Gets the kids on the bus, then crashes. Reacher exhaled. We're about to ruin her day. The doorman made the call upstairs, his voice dropping to a somber murmur. A long pause, then muffled words on the other end. He listed their names like a grim roll call. Another stretch of silence. Reacher pictured Tammy scrambling to connect the dots, throwing on a robe, bracing herself. He'd been here before. 8th floor, the doorman finally said. They crammed into the elevator, shoulders brushing. Down the hall, a blue door stood ajar. Melina knocked anyway before stepping inside. Tammy Arosco sat curled on the couch, small, swallowed by a floral housecoat, her dark hair tangled. She looked decades older than she probably was. Her gaze skipped past Reacher and the others, zeroing in on Melina with something sharper than grief. Anger, raw and pointed. He's dead, isn't he? She said, voice flat. Melina sank beside her. They say so. I'm so sorry. George, too. Not sure yet. The two women clung to each other, sobbing. Reacher let the moment stretch. The apartment was bigger than Sanchez's 3 bedrooms, a different floor plan, but the same worn edges. The air smelled like old grease, the chaos of kids everywhere, stuffed animals, sneakers, half-built plastic contraptions. 975, Reacher guessed. All born after Orosco left his service. No way he'd had this life back then. Tammy Arosco finally lifted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. What really happened to him? Reacher kept his tone steady. The authorities have the full report. Did he feel anything? It was over in a second, Reacher said, repeating the standard line he'd been taught years ago. Every fallen soldier was said to have died instantly, unless proven otherwise a small mercy for the families left behind. In Orosco's case, it wasn't entirely a lie, though the truth was uglier. The capture, the beatings, the dehydration, the helicopter, the long screaming drop. Tammy's fingers tightened around her coffee mug. Why did this happen? That's what we're trying to figure out. You'd better. Her voice cracked. It's the least you owe him. It's why we came. But there's nothing here. There has to be. It starts with whoever hired them. Tammy shot a confused glance at Melina, whose cheeks were still damp. Hired them, she echoed. You don't even know who that was. No, Reacher admitted. That's why we're asking. Melina shook her head. They didn't take clients anymore. I already told you that. Then they stumbled onto something. Reacher pressed. A problem, a deal gone wrong, something in a casino maybe. We need to know where. Tammy exhaled sharply. You still don't get it. This wasn't about them. It wasn't even about Vegas. Reacher frowned. Then what started it? A phone call, Tammy said flatly. Out of nowhere. From one of your own, some old army buddy in California. Meanwhile, Azari Mahmood ditched Andrew McBride's passport in a trash bin and became Anthony Matthews, heading straight for the U-Haul lot. His new identity was airtight credit cards, a real address, even a driver's license that would hold up under scrutiny. He'd learned to blend in over the years, opting for the middle ground in everything. Too big or too small made you memorable. A medium truck would do just fine. His math was rough but solid. Stack the boxes 10 across, 13 deep, 5 high. Flip them sideways if needed. He'd figure it out. Luck was still on his side. Those 100 quarters from the airport jingled in his pocket like a promise. Back on the strip, Reacher and his partner left Tammy alone with her grief and walked Melina back to the bar. She had bills to pay and a shift to catch. Miss Happy Hour and I'm out of a job, she muttered, wiping her face. The construction site loomed ahead, still empty. The oil slick had dried, leaving no trace. The sun hung heavy, not scorching, but warm enough to make Reacher think about shallow graves and what lay beneath. You ever see coyotes around here? He asked suddenly. Melina blinked. In the city. Never. Just curious, he said, though his mind was already elsewhere. They took the same shortcut, the quiet tension between them thickening with every step. The afternoon sun was blazing when they reached the bar, just past 3. Melina hesitated outside, her expression tight. Tammy's furious, she said quietly. I feel awful about it. Reacher shrugged. Can't blame her. She got caught in the crossfire, woke up to strangers ransacking the place. Took a knock to the head that wiped out a week of her life. Now she's lashing out at anyone connected to that phone call. Still, it's not fair, Milena said. You weren't even the ones who made it. Some of you had nothing to do with it. Before Reacher could respond, she pushed through the door without another word, letting it swing shut behind her. Reacher exhaled and leaned against the low wall where he'd waited earlier that morning. Well, that was a bust, he muttered. Total waste of time, and that's on me. The others stayed silent. Maybe Neagley should take point from now on, he added. Seems like I'm slipping. Dixon crossed her arms. Mahmoud came here, not L.A. That changes things. Or he's already in L.A., Reacher countered. Guy had 4 fake passports, he's careful. Probably hopped a connecting flight to throw anyone off. But we got ambushed here, Dixon pointed out. Why not wait for us in California, if that's where we were headed? O'Donnell shook his head. We all agreed to stop here first. No one objected at the time. A siren wailed in the distance, not the deep growl of a fire engine or the urgent shriek of an ambulance, but the sharp blare of a police cruiser hauling down the strip. Reacher squinted toward the construction site half a mile away, then took a few steps to the side, hand shielding his eyes. If it was something serious, more units would have been dispatched. Probably just a speeder getting pulled over. Then he spotted it, a flash of red and blue reflecting off a parked car near a grocery store. God blue paint. A familiar shape. His pulse kicked up. Son of a gun, he muttered. Now I remember where I saw that guy. They circled the dark blue Chrysler 300C like it was a museum piece, keeping their distance. California plates, dust from the road still clinging to its flanks. Neagley dangled the keys Reacher had taken from the dead man and hit the unlock button. The car chirped, its lights flashing. It was idling behind the Chateau Marmont, Reacher said. Blended right in his suit, matched the paint job. Figured it was some bougie car service with a theme. O'Donnell frowned. The others must have tipped them off. First as a warning, then as a consolation prize. So they sent this guy to clean house. Got lucky spotting us right off the bat. Lucky for him, Reacher said dryly. Hope his buddies enjoy the same stellar luck. He yanked the driver's door open. The interior smelled like fresh leather and factory plastic. Maps sat neatly folded in the door pocket. Nothing else in sight. He popped the glove box, just a slim black wallet and a burner phone inside. No paperwork. Reacher thumbed through the cash over 750s and 20s and stuffed it into his pocket. Looks like I'm unemployed for another 2 weeks, he said. Silver linings. He flipped the wallet over, studying it. The wallet was stuffed with plastic 2 Visas, an Amex, and a MasterCard, all valid for years to come. A California driver's license listed the owner as Seropian, with an LA address Reacher didn't recognize. He tossed the wallet onto the passenger seat and picked up the dead man's phone, a sleek silver flip model with a fading battery. The screen lit up, showing 5 missed calls. Can you pull those messages? Reacher asked, handing it to Neagley. She shook her head. Not without his passcode. Check the call history. Neagley scrolled through the log. Every call goes to the same number, 310 area code, LA. Landline or mobile. Could be either. Grunt checking in with his boss? Or the boss giving orders, Neagley agreed. Think your guy in Chicago can trace the number? With time, get him on it. And run the plates too. While Neagley made the call, Reacher searched the car empty console, barren backseat, nothing in the trunk, but a spare tire and tools. No luggage, he said. This guy thought he'd be in and out fast. Dixon smirked. Almost was. Neagley snapped the phone shut and passed it back. Reacher set it down, then picked it up again, turning it over in his hand. "This is backwards," he muttered. "We don't know who sent him, why, or where from. But," Dixon prompted, "but we've got his number. We could call him up, say hi." "You think we should?" "Yeah," Reacher said. "I do." They climbed into the parked Chrysler, its heavy doors sealing them in silence. Reacher flipped open the phone, scrolled to the last dialed number, and hit call. He held it to his ear, counting the rings. 1, 2, 3. A deep, impatient voice answered. "Where the hell have you been?" The man sounded older, professional, but with an edge. Reacher stayed quiet, listening for background noise, nothing but dead air. "Hello?" The voice snapped. "What's happening? Who is this?" Reacher demanded, playing dumb. The man didn't take the bait. "No, who are you?" Reacher let the silence stretch. "Your guy failed. He's dead. And now we're coming for you." A pause. Then, slowly, "Reacher, you know my name." Reacher said. "Seems unfair I don't know yours." "Life's not fair." "True. So, enjoy the time you've got left. Maybe grab a drink, put on a movie. Just don't bother with the sequel. You've got maybe 48 hours. Tops." The voice crackled through the phone, smug and certain. "Try looking outside," it added. Reacher caught the shuffle of fabric, the creak of leather, some corporate stiff shifting in his fancy chair. Picture perfect LA office, glass walls, mahogany desk, some power player in a tailored suit. Could have been any of 1,000 guys in the 310. "You're still nowhere," the voice repeated. Reacher smirked. "We'll see you sooner than you think." "Ever taken a helicopter ride?" "You will. Only difference is, my guys didn't have a choice. You'll be screaming to jump before we're done." He snapped the phone shut, tossing it onto the seat. The car fell silent. "First thoughts?" Neagley asked. "Corporate type," Reacher said. "Big shot. Not an idiot. Office with a view, door shut tight. No panic about us having his number means it's a burner. Same with this car. So what's next? We turn around. Shouldn't have left LA in the first place." O'Donnell leaned forward. "This is about Swan. Has to be. Doesn't fit Franz's pattern. Nothing on Sanchez or Arosco. He must have stepped into something right after leaving New Age." Reacher nodded. "We need his old boss. See if Swan dropped any hints before he walked out." He turned to Neagley. "Set up that meeting with Diana Bond. We need leverage, something to make Swan's ex-boss talk. And I want to hear what she knows about Little Wing." Neagley was already dialing. "Same." They kept the Chrysler. No point switching cars now. Reacher took the wheel, rolling it around to the hotel while the others grabbed their gear. He waited curbside, eyeing the car's reflection in the glass. Sleek, dark blue, built like a tank, just his style. He fiddled with the controls, stashed the dead guy's phone in the charger, and snapped the console shut. Dixon emerged first, trailed by a bellhop and a valet scrambling for her rental. Neagley and O'Donnell followed, her juggling a receipt and her cell. "Plate traces to a shell company," she said. "Walter Corporation. Mail drop in downtown LA." Reacher snorted. "Cute. Walter for Chrysler. Bet the phone's registered to Alexander Graham Bell, Inc. Walter leases 6 other cars," Neagley added. "Meaning backup's coming," Reacher said. Dixon volunteered to drive O'Donnell in her rental. Reacher popped the trunk for Neagley's bags before she slid into the passenger seat. "Where are we staying?" Dixon asked through the window. Somewhere they won't look, Reacher said. We've done the Wilshire, the Chateau Marmont. Time for a change. The dunes on Sunset. Dixon frowned. What's that? A motel. My kind of place. How bad is it? Beds. Locks. What more do you need? They hit the road, Reacher and Neagley leading. The 15 opened up past the city, the Chrysler eating miles in smooth silence. Neagley spent the first half hour battling spotty reception, trying to reach Diana Bond before the desert swallowed her signal. Reacher ignored her chatter and focused on the highway stretching ahead. His driving skills were passable, good enough to get by, but far from polished. The Army had taught him the basics, but he'd never bothered with civilian lessons, tests, or licenses. Neagley, on the other hand, was a natural behind the wheel, smoother and quicker. She tapped her fingers impatiently after wrapping up her calls, eyeing the speedometer with irritation. Come on, step on it, she urged. It's not like it's legally yours anyway. He nudged the gas, weaving past slower traffic, including a sluggish U-Haul crawling in the right lane. Just outside Barstow, Dixon caught up, flashing her headlights before pulling alongside. O'Donnell mimed shoving food into his mouth from the passenger seat. With no other options for miles and stomachs growling, they reluctantly pulled into the same dingy diner as before. The food was just as terrible, and the conversation meandered between half-hearted bites. Mostly they circled back to Sanchez and Orosco, how tough it was for veterans to make it in the civilian world. The military had conditioned them for structure, honesty, teamwork. Out here, none of that guaranteed success. Reacher watched Dixon and O'Donnell closely, sensing their own struggles beneath the surface. Dixon had walked away from her last job. O'Donnell had taken time off for family. Only Neagley seemed untouchable, thriving where others floundered. One success out of 9, hardly a stellar track record for some of the Army's best. You dodged a bullet, Dixon had said earlier. Most days I'd agree, he'd replied. O'Donnell chimed in. All we've got that you don't is luggage. Reacher had countered, so what do I have that you don't? By the time he pushed his plate away, he was closer to figuring it out. Past Barstow, the landscape shifted toward Victorville and Lake Arrowhead, the mountains looming ahead. To their right lay the barren stretch, where the helicopter had buzzed days before. Reacher told himself not to look, and failed, stealing glances north where Sanchez and Swan likely still were. No reason to think otherwise. Neagley's phone buzzed as they hit a cell signal. Diana Bond, ready to move from Edwards at a moment's notice. Tell her to meet us at that Denny's on Sunset, Reacher said. The one we hit last time. Neagley wrinkled her nose and he added, after that diner, it'll taste like a 5-star bistro. She set up the meet while Reacher downshifted, climbing the first slopes of Mount San Antonio. Within the hour, they were checking into the Dunes Motel, a no-frill spot where rooms cost less than $100 and the TV remote required a security deposit. Reacher paid cash for all 4 rooms, no names, no paper trail. They parked out of sight and regrouped in a dim lounge near the laundry room, as anonymous as 4 people could get in L. County. Exactly Reacher's speed. An hour later, Bond called she was pulling into the Denny's lot. They walked a stretch of sunset under the neon glow, stepping inside to find a tall blonde waiting. Dressed head to toe in black, she stood alone, heels clicking softly against the tile. Diana Bond stood out like a sore thumb in that dingy West Coast, Denny's her crisp East Coast demeanor, clashing with the faded booths and fluorescent lighting. She was sharp, mid-30s with an air of quiet frustration, like she'd rather be anywhere else. Neagley made the introductions. "This is Diana Bond," she said, "straight from D, with a pit stop at Edwards Air Force Base." All Diana carried was a sleek crocodile purse, no files, no briefcase. Reacher wasn't surprised. They weren't here for paperwork. They guided her to a back table, too big for a booth, and ordered coffee. The waitress brought steaming mugs, and for a moment the only sound was the clink of spoons. Then Diana cut to the chase. "I could have you all arrested," she said flatly. Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Honestly, I'm shocked you didn't. Figured we'd walk into a room full of suits. One call to the dia would have done it. So why hold back? Call it professional courtesy." Reacher smirked. "Or loyalty. To your boss. To my country," she shot back. "Drop this. Seriously. Then you wasted a trip. Gladly. Taxpayer money well spent." She leaned in. "I'm asking nicely. Not happening. Think about national security." Reacher scoffed. "Between us, we've got 6 decades in uniform. You? None. Your boss? Same. Then spare us the patriotism lecture." Diana exhaled, weighing her options. Finally, she caved. "Fine. I'll give you the basics if you swear this stays between us. Deal. And after this, you disappear." "Done." She hesitated, then spoke. "Little Wing's a torpedo. New tech, Navy subfleet." Rita laughed. "Nice try. We weren't born yesterday. Why not?" First rule of interrogation: nobody tells the truth up front. Plus, Little Wing sounds more like something that flies. And New Age picked East LA right by Edwards, not some Navy hub. Diana shrugged. "Had to shoot my shot. Try again." Another pause. "Infantry weapon. Army. Portable missile system. Details." She shook her head. "Can't. Then your boss takes the fall. That's blackmail. Call it leverage. All I'll say is it's a game changer." Reacher leaned back. "Heard that one before." The conversation took a sharp turn as the implications sank in. "So this thing stays cutting edge for a full year instead of just 6 months?" "More like 2 years, actually." "What's the catch?" "You can't leak this to the press. That's treason. Test us." "You're serious?" "Dead serious." "I can't believe what I'm hearing." "Deal with it, or your boss gets fired by sunrise. Honestly, you would be doing the country a favor. You really don't like him. Does anyone? The media wouldn't touch this. Keep telling yourself that." Bond hesitated before speaking again. "Swear this stays between us." "Already did," Reacher said. "It's not that simple. Like brain surgery." "You familiar with the Stinger?" Bond asked. "The latest model." Reacher gave a slow nod. "Seen them in action." "Everyone has." "How do they work?" "They track jet exhaust heat signatures." "But from below," Bond cut in. "That's their flaw. They have to climb and adjust mid-flight, making them sluggish. Downward radar picks them up. A skilled pilot can dodge them, and decoy flares throw them off. But Little Wing changes everything. Like all game changers, it starts simple. It doesn't even look for its target on the way up. The real magic happens on the way down." Reacher's eyes narrowed. "So it's blind on ascent." Bonds nodded. "Just a fast, dumb rocket. Hits 80,000 feet, stalls, then flips and starts falling. That's when the tech kicks in: boosters, control surfaces, precision guidance. Gravity does the heavy lifting, so the adjustments are razor sharp. It strikes from above," Reacher said. "Like a bird of prey." At hypersonic speed, Bond added. No misses. No defenses. Radar scans downward. Flares drop downward. Until now, planes were safe from above. Not anymore. That's why this is classified. For 2 years, anyone with little wing owns the sky. Maybe longer, depending on how fast the other side adapts. Reacher crossed his arms. Speed like that makes countermeasures a joke. Worse than that, Bond said, human reflexes won't cut it. You'd need AI to tell a bird from a missile, from a satellite. Total chaos. Airlines will scream for protection, but airports are packed with stacked flights. False alarms would be constant. So, they'd have to shut defenses off during takeoff and landing, right when they're sitting ducks. A nightmare scenario, Dixon muttered. Hypothetical, O'Donnell countered. From what we hear, Little Wing's got issues. This stays in the room, Bond warned. We had a deal. It's corporate secrets now. Bigger than national security. The prototypes worked, Bond admitted. Beta tests were flawless. Production's the problem. Rocket tech or electronics? Electronics, Bond said. The rockets are ancient tech. Denver handles those in their sleep. But the electronics? Cole LS still stuck on bench assembly. Can't even scale up. Reacher stayed silent, his expression unreadable. Reacher gazed through the diner window, watching the last streaks of daylight fade over the boulevard. His fingers absently stacked and restacked napkins from the dispenser, flattening them under the sugar jar before starting over. The place had cleared out except for a couple of landscapers slumped in distant booths, their work boots dusty from a long day. Outside, the restaurant's neon sign glowed brighter as dusk settled, its red and yellow hues reflecting off passing cars with their headlights already on. Donald broke the quiet. Little Wing's still just another Pentagon money pit, isn't it? Diana Bond sighed. It wasn't designed to be. Never is. Some parts function, she insisted. Like the M16? O'Donnell shot back. Tell that to the grunts who had to clear jams mid-firefight. But they fixed it eventually. Little Wing will get there too. You know, the most secure aircraft in the world? Dixon smirked. Air Force One. Politicians always get the best armor. Bond leaned in. Little Wing could drop it like it's nothing. Sign me up, O'Donnell muttered. Less paperwork than an election. You get arrested just for saying that, Bond warned. Good luck finding space in lockup for all of us. The waitress reappeared, eyeing their table with thinly veiled hope for a bigger order. Dixon and Neagley caved, asking for sundaes. Bond declined, while O'Donnell went for a burger. Reacher barely glanced up, still fiddling with his napkin tower until the waitress cleared her throat. Apple pie, he said finally, with ice cream, and more coffee. As Bond gathered her purse, brushing imaginary dust off the leather, she stood. I should head back. Reacher nodded. Thanks for coming. Once she left, he realigned the sugar jar with precision. Desserts arrived, O'Donnell's burger, sundaes, Reacher's pie, but halfway through, he froze. His eyes locked onto the sugar container before he turned sharply to Neagley. What's that? Sugar, she said. Wrong. It's a paperweight. So, who carries an empty-chambered gun? Cops. Ex-cops, maybe. Exactly. Reacher's voice sharpened. That new age exec lied. Nobody works completely paperless. People doodle. Take notes. And guess what we saw last time? A photocopier truck rolling out of their lot. Neagley stayed quiet. If she lied about that, Reacher pressed, what else is she hiding? Silence hung heavy. Then Reacher leaned forward. Their security director's ex-Lapide. Bet his whole team is too. Guns cleared, no rounds in the chamber. Standard procedure. The room stayed quiet. Reacher leaned forward. Call Diana Bond. Get her back here now. Neagley frowned. She just walked out. Then she can turn around. Pretty sure her car has a reverse gear. She won't like it. She doesn't have to like it. Tell her if she doesn't come back, the papers won't just be running her boss's name, they'll have her whole story. Traffic was sluggish, exits were a mess, and it took Diana nearly 40 minutes to return. They watched her sedan roll into the parking lot, tires crunching over loose gravel. Moments later, she was back at the table, arms crossed, still standing. We had an agreement, she snapped. One conversation, then you leave me alone. 6 more questions, Reacher said. Then you're done. Not happening. This isn't optional. Not my problem. You came back, he pointed out. You could have ignored me. Could have called your people. But here you are. So drop the act you're answering. The room fell silent. Outside, tires hissed on wet pavement. And somewhere in the back, a dishwasher rumbled. Diana exhaled sharply. 6 questions. Fine. But I'm keeping track. Sit down, Reacher said. Order something sweet. I'd rather eat glass, she muttered, but she dropped into the same chair anyway. First question, Reacher began. Does New Age have competition? Anyone else working on the same tech? No. No sore losers who got outbid. None, Diana said. New Age's setup is one of a kind. Second question, does the Pentagon actually want Little Wing to succeed? Why wouldn't they? Because new weapons mean new vulnerabilities. What if the enemy gets their hands on it? Turns it against us? That's not a concern, she said flatly. If we thought like that, we'd never build anything. No nukes, no stealth tech, nothing. Reacher nodded. Third question, tell me about New Age's bench assembly. Is that the official count? Yep. It's manual labor, Diana said. Workers in clean rooms, soldering under magnifiers. Slow, precise, nothing like mass production. How slow? 12 units a day, max. When did they start? Question 4. Right. 7 months ago. Smooth rollout? That's 5. Follow up. First 3 months were fine. They hit quotas. 6-day weeks. Yes. When did things go sideways? 4 months in. What happened? 6 already? Still following up. Units started failing tests post-assembly. Who runs the tests? The lead engineer. Only one who knows how they're supposed to work. And the duds? Scrapped. Reacher stayed quiet. Diana pushed back her chair. I'm done. Last one, he said. Did you slash their budget over this? Any layoffs? Of course not, she snapped. That's not how this works. Funding stays, team stays. This project has to work. Diana stormed out and Reacher turned back to his pie, fork hovering over the last bite. The apple pie sat untouched, the crust stiff and the scoop of vanilla reduced to a sad puddle. Reacher barely noticed. Food was the last thing on his mind. O'Donnell clinked his fork against his plate. We should pop some champagne, he said. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Should we? Damn right we should. We finally cracked it. And that calls for a party, doesn't it? O'Donnell leaned forward. Look, Swan wasn't chasing some side hustle. He was digging into his own company, trying to figure out why their success rate tanked after the first quarter. He suspected an inside job, so he needed outside help, people he could trust. That's why he brought in Franz, Sanchez, and Orosco. Who else would he go to? Reacher stayed silent, so O'Donnell kept going. First, they crunched the production numbers, all those figures we found. 7 months of data. Then they ruled out sabotage. New Age didn't have any real competitors, and the Pentagon wasn't pulling strings behind the scenes. So, what else was left? They figured the QC guy was faking failures, marking perfectly good units as scrap, then selling them under the table for 6 figures a pop to some guy named Azari Mahmoud. That's what the list and Sanchez's napkin note were about. Reacher exhaled. And they got killed for it. New Age spun a story to explain Swan's disappearance, and the Dragon Lady fed it to us. So now we celebrate, O'Donnell insisted. We know what happened, Reacher said flatly. That's not the same as justice. O'Donnell scoffed. Come on, it's a slam dunk. And here's the kicker, remember when you said we should talk to Swan's old boss? Pretty sure we already did. Who else would have been on that call? Had to be New Age's head of security. Probably. Then what's the problem? Reacher's voice dropped. Remember what you said back in that Beverly Hills hotel? About pissing on their ancestors' graves? O'Donnell grinned. And I stand by it. You won't get the chance, Reacher said. None of us will. And that's why there's no celebration. O'Donnell frowned. They're right here. Sitting ducks. Reacher shook his head. They didn't just sell a few parts, they offloaded 650 fully functional systems. Nobody buys that many unless they're planning something big. And if they got the electronics here, they sure as hell got the rockets and launchers from Colorado. We're looking at a guy named Azari Mahmoud sitting on a stockpile of cutting-edge missiles. You really think he's collecting them for fun? Silence settled over the table. So we blow the whistle, Reacher continued. And the second we do, we're buried under a mountain of feds. We won't be able to sneeze without permission, let alone lay a hand on these guys. They'll lawyer up, eat 3 meals a day on taxpayer dime, and drag it out for a decade while we watch from the sidelines. No one spoke. That's why we don't celebrate, Reacher said. They came after us, and we can't touch them. Sleep didn't come that night. Reacher stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. Images flickered behind his eyelids, France's easy laugh, Sanchez's gold tooth glinting under dim bar lights, Swan's stubborn loyalty. They deserved more than red tape and empty promises. But sometimes the system didn't care what people deserved. Manuel Orosco, his ridiculous tattoo, that exaggerated accent, the endless jokes, the sharp click of his Zippo lighter, always in his hand. Friends. Friends left behind. Friends still waiting for justice. Then more faces surfaced in his mind, vivid, as if they were right there in the room. Angela Franz, neat and put together, her eyes wide with fear. Little Charlie swaying nervously in his chair. Melina, drifting into the dim bar like a shadow escaping the Vegas glare. Tammy Arosco on her couch, her 3 kids wandering their trashed apartment, lost, searching for a father they wouldn't see again. Reacher pictured them 2 girls and a boy, 9, 7, 5, though he'd never laid eyes on them. Even Swan's dog appeared in his thoughts, tail wagging, a low growl in its throat. And Swan's mailbox, glaring under the Santa Ana sun. By 5 in the morning, Reacher had enough. He yanked on his clothes and hit the street, turning west on Sunset with heavy, deliberate steps. He wanted trouble someone to bump into him, Give him an excuse to explode. But Elv, at dawn, was empty. No pedestrians, just the occasional beat-up sedan hauling some poor soul to work, and one obnoxious Harley roaring past, its leather-clad rider earning a middle finger from Reacher. For a second, he hoped the guy would stop give him an outlet for the rage simmering inside. No such luck. The biker took one look at him and gunned it. Up ahead, a chain-link fence surrounded a vacant lot. Nearby, a group of day laborers huddled at a bus stop, sipping coffee from a mission cart. Reacher walked over, tossed $100 on the counter. "Donation," he muttered. The women running the cart didn't blink. Probably used to oddballs in this town. The coffee was decent, better than he expected. He leaned back against the fence, letting the wire give under his weight, and stared into the steam rising from his cup. The fog in his head lifted just enough for a plan to take shape. "Neagley's Pentagon contact he owes me," she'd said. "Bigger than you can imagine." By the time he finished the coffee, he had a shot at something. 50-50 odds. Better than the casino. Back at the motel by 6, he found the others missing, no answer at their doors. He tracked them down at Denny's, crammed into the same booth Neagley had claimed days before. The waitress slapped down a placemat, silverware, and a mug in front of him. He ordered enough food to feed a small army. "You're hungry," Dixon observed. "Starving," he said. "Where were you?" "Walking." "Didn't sleep?" "Not a chance." The coffee came. He took a long pull while the others picked at their plates, exhaustion written all over them. O'Donnell broke the silence. "So, when do we call it in?" Reacher set his mug down. "Maybe we don't." Silence. Then he laid it out, ground rules. "If Mahmoud's got those missiles, this isn't about us anymore. We walk away. No choice." The guy was either military intelligence looking to lock down the entire region, or a terrorist plotting something that would make 9/11 seem like a minor disturbance. Either way, the body count would be catastrophic. Hundreds, maybe tens of thousands. Numbers like that override everything else. Everyone on board? Dixon and Neagley gave silent nods, their expressions grim. No, cut in, no question. We have to operate under the assumption Mahmoud already has the missiles." Reacher shook his head. "Not yet. Assume he's got the guidance systems. No confirmation on the rockets or launchers. It's a toss-up. Did he grab the hardware first or the tech? But he needs both before we sound the alarm. How do we confirm?" Neagley leans on her Pentagon contact. Calls in every favor she's got. If there's an audit in Colorado and anything's missing, we're done. If it's all accounted for, then we move. Neagley glanced at her watch. Past 6 on the West Coast, just after 9 in D. The Pentagon would already be buzzing. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Her contact wasn't an idiot. He insisted on calling back from outside the building, not on his own phone either. And he knew better than to use any payphone near the Pentagon. It took him an hour just to get across the river and halfway through D. Finally stopping at a grimy phone booth outside a corner store on New York Avenue. Then the real negotiation started. Neagley laid out what she needed. He pushed back hard, listing every reason it couldn't be done. So she started cashing in favors, big ones. Reacher almost felt sorry for the guy. When Neagley had you cornered, you didn't stand a chance. 10 minutes later, he folded. Then it was just logistics. Who, how, what counted as proof. Neagley suggested an unannounced Army SID sweep match the records to the actual stockpile. He asked for a week. She gave him 4 hours. Reacher spent those hours asleep. Once the plan was set, the tension drained out of him, and he crashed hard in his room. A maid knocked an hour later, but he waved her off and dozed until Dixon showed up at his door. "Neagley's got news," she said. The update wasn't good or bad, just unsettling. New Age didn't manufacture in Colorado. They outsourced production to an aerospace contractor in Denver. Sid had checked the stock. Every unit matched the paperwork. No discrepancies. Except for one thing. 650 units were boxed up in a separate warehouse tagged for disposal in Nevada. O'Donnell frowned. "Why?" Neagley shrugged. "They're phasing out the Mark Is, upgrading to Mark IIs, which just happens to be the exact number we're tracking." "Exactly. What's the difference?" "Mark IIs have a tiny glow-in-the-dark arrow for loading in low light." "That's it." "That's it." O'Donnell smirked. "It's a scam." "Obviously," Neagley said. "Just slick paperwork to make it look legit when Mahmoud's crew rolls them out." Reacher nodded. "A guard wouldn't blink at authorized disposal, but try walking off with live ordnance, and he'd put a bullet in you without hesitation. The guy was all about paperwork. Show him a form with any excuse scribbled on it, and he'd wave you through with a grin, no questions asked. Even if the reason was as ridiculous as a missing decal on some high-tech gear worth more than his annual salary." Reacher had seen the military scrap million-dollar equipment for less. He turned to Neagley. "How do the electronics attach?" "In," she corrected. "Not on. There's a panel on the side. Unscrew it, slot the pack in, then run diagnostics." "Could I handle it?" "Doubtful. You'd need training. Out in the field, it's a specialist's job." "So Mahmoud's crew couldn't either." "Assume they've got a guy. Nobody drops 65 mil without knowing how to assemble the thing." "Bun. Can we stop the shipment?" "Not without tipping them off. Same as calling the cops." "Any favors left with your contact?" "A few. Tell him to alert you the second those units move." "Until then?" "Until then, Mahmoud doesn't have the missiles. Until then, we've got the upper hand." Time was suddenly their enemy. The moment that warehouse door swung open in Colorado, their window in LA would slam shut. But they weren't ready, not even close. They still needed intel, precise locations, confirmed identities. New Age's sleek office in East LA wasn't the hub. No chopper, no real activity. "I want everyone involved," Reacher said. "Even the dragon lady?" Neagley asked. "Especially her." She lied straight to my face. "They needed gear, clothes, burners, and clean cars." "Training too," Neagley thought. "We're not what we used to be," she admitted. "Slower. Rustier." "We're not that bad," O'Donnell countered. "Back in the day, you'd have put 2 rounds between that guy's eyes," she shot back. "Not a lucky leg shot." They sat in the lounge like tourists planning an itinerary. Their arsenal: 2 hardballers and a Daewoo from Vegas, 13 rounds each for the Colts, 11 for the Daewoo. Pathetic. Their phones, registered to their real names. Useless. Their wheels. A Hertz rental under Dixon's name and the stolen Chrysler. Not ideal. O'Donnell's $1,000 suit and the women's mix of jeans and evening wear. Not exactly tactical. Neagley swore money wasn't an issue, but time was. They needed untraceable phones, anonymous cars, and work clothes a full day's shopping. Then guns and ammo, another day gone. LA's black market had plenty, but connections took time. 2 days to prep. 2 more for recon. "No time for training," Reacher said. Meanwhile, Mahmoud enjoyed a leisurely lunch at a Laguna Beach cafe. His rented townhouse was secure a transient neighborhood where halls didn't raise eyebrows. His was parked 2 streets over, empty for now. New Age had insisted Little Wing stay stateside. He'd nodded, lied about Kashmir, and savored his coffee. He was surprised they'd mistaken him for Pakistani, and even more surprised they cared about his motives. Maybe they were just being cautious, or maybe they had family who traveled often. Either way, it was easier to play along, even if it meant an annoying detour to a shipping container by the docks. But that was a problem with a simple fix. Southern California had plenty of day laborers, and Mahmoud estimated loading the U-Haul would take under half an hour. Clothes and phones, no issue. Any shopping center would do. Guns were trickier, either they'd find what they needed in time or they wouldn't. Dixon preferred a Glock 19, while Neagley, with her larger hands, opted for a Glock 17. O'Donnell was loyal to his Beretta. Reacher didn't care, he wasn't planning to fire a shot. His hands were weapon enough. Still, he agreed to carry whatever 9mm they settled on, just to keep things streamlined. Cars were the real challenge. Finding something truly untraceable wasn't easy. O'Donnell had the answer. Rice rockets souped up Japanese imports with roaring mufflers, slam suspensions, and tinted windows. 3 or 4 years old, they were cheap, everywhere, and practically invisible in LA. Plus, they came with a built-in disguise. Most people assumed the drivers were young gang members, not ex-military operatives. They prioritized wheels and phones over firearms. That way, at least a couple of them could start surveillance right away. A quick stop at a discount store for plain gray shirts, black windbreakers, and sturdy boots. Then a run to Radio Shack for basic burner phones. No cameras, no extras, just talk and text. Cash was the next hurdle. Neagley handled that, walking out of a Beverly Hills bank with 50 grand in a plain paper bag. Within hours, they had everything they needed: clothes, phones, and eventually, 4 beat-up Hondas from a row of dealerships on Van Nuys Boulevard. 2 Civics, 2 Preludes, all with lowered suspensions and enough wear to avoid suspicion. By the time they made it to East LA to scope out New Age's headquarters, traffic had slowed to a crawl, and the sun was already dipping low. Not ideal, but they were in motion, and that was what mattered. The building was dark and empty, nothing worth sticking around for. They hashed out their next move over a group call, then headed to a burger joint in Pasadena for dinner. The place was packed, neon buzzing outside, the smell of grease and fries thick in the air. They squeezed into a booth, all 4 of them in matching gray denim like some kind of unofficial uniform. Nobody said it out loud, but Reacher could tell they were all riding the same high. Sharp, wired, back in the game with everything on the line. The conversation turned to old war stories, the kind that blurred the years until the gray fabric might as well have been army green. The California streets swapped for bases overseas, almost like the old team was back together. Almost. Later, back on Sunset, O'Donnell and Neagley took first watch at New Age, planning to roll out before dawn. That left Reacher and Dixon with the fun job of sourcing firepower. Before turning in, Reacher grabbed the dead guy's phone from the Chrysler and dialed the Vegas number again. Nothing but voicemail. He hung up without a word. Getting untraceable guns wasn't hard if you weren't picky. Just lift one from some lowlife who shouldn't have it in the first place. No paperwork, no trail. But 4 specific pieces. That was a headache. Groups were always tougher to equip than solo acts, and ammo restrictions narrowed the field even more. Add in the gamble of whether a stolen piece was even functional, and the math got ugly. Over coffee, Reacher crunched the numbers. If 1 in 4 random grabs netted a 9mm, and only a third of those weren't junk, they'd need to pull off nearly 50 heists to score what they needed. A full-day crime spree. Then there was the military angle. Fort Irwin was close, but Camp Pendleton had better roads and Marines who hated their Berettas. Some armorers were happy to declare perfectly good M9s faulty and funnel them out the back for cash. Same shady logic as New Age's own racket. But setting up that kind of deal took time, trust. Reacher had done it undercover years ago, and the payoff was never worth the hassle. Dixon had a different plan. Over breakfast, she shot down the idea of walking into a gun store. California's red tape would slow them down. Instead, she suggested heading south into Orange County, where pawn shops and Republican sensibilities might make things easier. A little extra cash could grease the wheels, and the selection would be better. Reacher wasn't sold, but he went along with it. He told her to swap the denim for her black suit. And to take the Chrysler, the Hondas looked too rough for the job. She needed to blend in, just another ordinary shopper browsing for everyday items. No red flags, no raised eyebrows. One purchase at a time would keep things low-key. He'd play the role of her consultant, maybe a neighbor with some tactical know-how from his past. The others made it this far, right? Dixon asked. Further, Reacher said. She gave a slow nod. They had all the intel: who, what, where, why. But something still took them out. What was it? Reacher exhaled. No idea. The question had gnawed at him for days. They hit the road after breakfast, heading for Orange County. Pawn shops were unpredictable. Some opened early, some late, but mornings usually meant fewer customers. Reacher took the wheel, following the same route they'd taken to Swan's place, sticking to the freeway before veering east. Dixon suggested Tustin first. She'd heard rumors about the place, bad or good, depending on who you asked. "You got plans after this?" she asked. "Depends on whether I make it out alive." "You really think you won't?" Neagley's right. "We're not the same as we used to be." The others sure weren't. "We'll be fine." "Hope so." "Ever thought about swinging by New York when this is over?" "Wouldn't mind. But I don't do plans, Carla." "Why not?" "Already had this talk with Dave. People make plans." "Yeah, people like Franz, Sanchez, Orosco." Swan had a whole schedule for his dog's aspirin regimen, 54 weeks worth. They cruised through quiet streets lined with strip malls and fast food joints, everything sluggish under the morning sun. Tanning salons sat empty who needed fake sun in Southern California. The first pawn shop they found was closed, its windows barred with metal shutters. Inside, the displays were all silverware and jewelry, nothing useful. The next place looked promising, open for business, guitars and gaudy rings in the window. And guns. Not on display, but tucked inside a glass case behind a counter. Dozens of them, lined up like a deadly buffet. Perfect. Except for the owner, a by-the-book guy with a dealer's license framed on the wall. He rattled off the rules like a sermon: safety certificates, background checks, waiting periods. Dixon flashed a thick stack of cash, but he barely glanced at it. No dice. Time to move on. 30 miles northwest, Azari Mahmoud stood under the blazing sun, wiping sweat from his brow as his shipping container was emptied into a rented U-Haul. The boxes were disappointingly small, nothing like the bulky home theater equipment he'd listed on the paperwork. Maybe he should have called them portable DVD players, he mused. Something people carried onto planes. Or MP3 players with those tiny white earbuds. That might have raised fewer eyebrows. He smirked to himself. Planes. Meanwhile, Reacher zigzagged east through the outskirts of town, scanning for the cheapest strip of real estate. Sure, financial stress stretched all the way from Beverly Hills to Malibu, but here in Tustin, it wasn't hidden behind manicured lawns. It was right there in the open tire shops, advertising for $99 deals, pawn shops wedged between discount beer stores and sketchy vitamin shops. Dixon spotted one first, but Reacher's eyes locked onto another just as fast. Hers was bigger, so they swung around at the next light only to pass 3 more along the way. Plenty of options, Reacher said. We can afford to get creative. Dixon raised an eyebrow. Creative how? Direct approach. But you stay in the car. You look too much like a cop. You told me to dress like this. Change of plans. Reacher parked the Chrysler out of sight and stuffed Neagley's cash into his pocket before heading toward the pawn shop. The place was massive, more like a warehouse than the cramped urban holes he was used to. The windows were crammed with electronics, guitars, and rifles stacked behind a tangle of guitar necks. Sporting guns, he thought with a scoff, as if hiding behind a tree with a high-powered rifle was fair sport. Might as well strap antlers to your head and charge the damned deer, give it a fighting chance. He stepped inside, took one look at the bustling staff, and turned right back around. Too many eyes. Too many questions. Too big, he muttered, sliding back into the car. Dixon pointed across the street. Try that one. They looped around, pulling into a cracked parking lot beside a grimy beer store. Next door sat a no-name pawn shop, dingy, narrow, and perfect. The window was a mess of watches, drum kits, and guitars, but the real prize was the back wall. A glass case packed with handguns, hanging upside down like bats in a cave. A single guy lurked behind the counter, pale, twitchy, with faded prison ink creeping up his arms. Reacher grinned. Now this is my kind of place. Reacher pulled a thick stack of bills from his pocket, Neagley's cash, and slapped it down on the counter with a satisfying thud. The weight of real money always surprised people. Worn bills carried the grime of 1,000 hands, the oil of 100 pockets. The shop owner's eyes locked onto the pile before flicking up to Reacher's face. What can I do for you? Plenty, I hope, Reacher said. Just had a chat down the road. Turns out buying 4 handguns isn't as simple as walking in and walking out. The guy nodded, jerking a thumb toward the framed license on the wall behind him. Rules are rules. Ever found a way through them? Reacher asked. Or over. Maybe under. Nope, the guy said, grinning like he'd just dropped some ancient wisdom. For a split second, Reacher considered introducing the man's face to the display case. Then the guy's gaze slid back to the money and his voice took on a sly edge. Gotta follow California law. Reacher caught the shift. You a lawyer? The guy asked. Do I look like one? Met a few, the guy said. Reacher figured he'd met more than a few, probably in rooms with no windows and handcuffs bolted to the table. There's a loophole, the guy admitted, stumbling over the word. Statute says you can't sell a gun without paperwork. But loaning, that's different. Reacher raised an eyebrow. How different? Temporary transfer. Less than 30 days. Between friends, family, no problem. Are we friends? Reacher asked. Could be, the guy said. Friends help each other out. Maybe I loan you something, you loan me something. Temporarily, Reacher said. Sure, but loans go bad. People vanish. Happens all the time. Reacher left the cash on the counter and moved to the glass case. Inside, a mix of junk and quality, mostly revolvers, a few decent automatics. Out of 300 guns, maybe a dozen would do. Worse odds than he'd hoped. 7 were Glocks, slightly out of fashion, but solid. 1 was a 19, the rest 17s, all in decent shape. Suppose you loaned me 4 Glocks, Reacher said. Suppose I didn't, the guy shot back. Reacher turned. The money was gone. And so was the guy's friendly act. Now he had a Colt Python in his hand, the barrel long enough to qualify as a small baseball bat. Old, slow, rusty, Neagley had warned. Reacher felt it now. That's not very neighborly, Reacher said. The guy smirked. We ain't neighbors. Reacher sighed, rubbing his temple. This whole thing is ridiculous, he muttered. And I'm not exactly in the friendliest mood today. The guy behind the counter smirked. Tough luck. Hands up where I can see 'em. Reacher hesitated, then lifted his arms, halfway palms open, fingers splayed, a gesture meant to look harmless. The guy snorted. Don't trip on your way out, pal. The shop was tight, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass. Reacher stood near the back, sunlight glaring through the front windows. The clerk leaned against the counter, a third of the way to the exit. Move it, tough guy, he snapped. Reacher didn't budge. He scanned the room, left, right behind him. A door in the back corner, probably a restroom. No office. Just stacks of paperwork shoved behind the register. No partner, no backup. The guy was flying solo. Reacher let his expression sag. The look of a man who'd lost one too many hands in Vegas. Worth a shot. He inched forward, hands still raised. 1 step. 2. 3. By the 4th, he was parallel with the counter. Just a thin slab of wood between them. The clerk stood to his left, revolver loose in his grip. Reacher's left arm snapped sideways. Not lightning fast, but fast enough. 60 miles an hour, a mile a minute, 88 feet per second. His fist connected before the guy's brain registered the movement. The impact sent the clerk's head whipping back, smashing into the framed dealer's license. Glass shattered. The guy crumpled. Reacher vaulted the counter, kicked the revolver aside, and crushed the guy's fingers under his heel. No time for restraints, just efficiency. He fished Neagley's cash from the guy's pocket, snatched his keys, and moved to the glass cabinet at the rear. 7 Glocks went into a beat-up suitcase from a luggage display. A quick wipe down of surfaces, and he was out the door, squinting in the sunlight. Later, at a licensed gun shop in Tustin, they stocked up on ammo, no questions asked. As they crawled through Anaheim traffic, O'Donnell's call crackled through. Dead end out here, he said. You spooked them with that Vegas call. They've gone radio silent. Reacher exhaled. Perfect. The city had turned into a ghost town, locked down tight. Reacher and Dixon stuck to the 101 all the way to Hollywood, ditching the Chrysler in the motel parking lot before switching to a pair of Hondas for the drive out to East L.A. Reacher's ride was a silver Prelude with a temperamental 4-cylinder engine that whined like an anxious dog. The tires gripped hard, but wandered on rough pavement, and the exhaust note, initially amusing, quickly turned grating. The interior reeked of cheap cleaner, and the windshield cracks stretched a little farther with every pothole. Still, the seat reclined enough for his long frame, and the AC blew ice cold, not bad for a stakeout. He'd endured worse. They synced up on a group call, parked separately, and settled in. Reacher tucked himself between a storage facility and a dull gray warehouse, giving him a narrow sightline to New Age's front entrance 60 yards away. The gate was shut, the lot deserted, the reception doors closed. The whole place felt abandoned. Anyone inside? Reacher asked. Not a soul, O'Donnell replied. Been watching since 5. No movement. No receptionist. No dragon lady. Nothing. Reacher dialed the company's switchboard number. Neagley rattled off, but no one picked up. He rejoined the call. Was hoping to tail someone to the plant. Not today, O'Donnell said. Silence stretched 5 minutes, 10, 20. Finally, Reacher called it. Back to base. Loser buys lunch. He rolled in. Last speed wasn't his thing. The other 3 Hondas were already parked. He tucked the Prelude in a corner, hauled the stolen guns from the Chrysler's trunk to his room, then headed to Denny's. First red flag, Curtis Monty's unmarked Crown Vic in the lot. Second, Monty himself inside, sitting with Neagley, O'Donnell, and Dixon at the same table they'd shared with Diana Bond. No food, no drinks, just an empty chair waiting for him. Reacher sat. The air thickened. Monty broke the silence, voice low, almost gentle. Hello again. Reacher cut to it. Sanchez or Swan? Monty hesitated. Both. Reacher pressed. Tony Swan, Monty finally said. Reacher exhaled. Monty leaned in. We've picked up a few tricks lately. Let the buzzards do the legwork. You spot a couple circling, it's usually nothing. More than 2. That's when you take a closer look. Where? Reacher asked. Same stretch of desert. When? A while back. Helicopter drop? Only way in. Positive ID. On his back, hands tied. Prints intact. Wallet still in his pocket. I'm really sorry. The waitress approached the same one from earlier. She hesitated near their table, picked up on the tense atmosphere, and retreated without a word. Monty leaned forward. Why the secrecy? We're not hiding, Reacher said. Just waiting for the funerals. Then why the fake names? You used us as bait. Whoever's after us, we're not handing them an easy target. You still don't know who they are. Do you? Monty exhaled. No freelancing, got it? Reacher smirked. We're on Sunset Boulevard Lapid territory. You speaking for them now? Just looking out for you, Monty said. Consider it a heads up. Andrew McBride vanished in Vegas. No hotel, no rental car, no flight out. Dead end. Reacher nodded. Isn't that just perfect? But a guy named Anthony Matthews rented a U-Haul. Last name on Orosco's list. Monty nodded. End game. Where'd he take it? No clue. Monty pulled 4 business cards from his pocket, fanning them across the table. His name and 2 numbers stood out in crisp print. Call me. Seriously? You're not dealing with amateurs. Tony Swan was as tough as they come, what was left of him. Anyway, Monty left, and the waitress circled back a few minutes later, lingering just out of earshot. Reacher doubted anyone had much of an appetite left, but they ordered anyway. Old habits died hard. Eat when you can, because you never knew when you'd get another chance. Swan would have agreed. That guy ate everywhere, autopsy rooms, crime scenes, even standing over a corpse with a shovel lodged in its skull. Reacher could almost picture him chomping on a roast beef sandwich at the time. The diner buzzed around them, phones ringing, customers coming and going, the sun blazing outside. Reacher ate without tasting anything, his mind elsewhere. Should we relocate? Dixon asked. Now that Monty knows where we are. O'Donnell scowled. I don't like that clerk selling us out. We should take his remotes just to mess with him. Staying put is fine, Reacher said. Monty's not a threat, and I want to hear when they find Sanchez. So what's the plan? Dixon pressed. We rest up, Reacher said. Head out after dark. Pay New Age a visit. Surveillance isn't cutting it time to get aggressive. He tossed a 10 on the table, paid at the register, and they stepped outside, squinting in the sunlight before heading back to the dunes. Reacher grabbed a suitcase, and they regrouped in O'Donnell's room, inspecting the stolen Glocks. Dixon claimed the 19, satisfied. O'Donnell sorted through the remaining 17s, picking the best 3 and pairing them with spare mags for quicker reloads. Dixon would have to reload manually after 17 rounds, not ideal. But if a firefight lasted that long, someone wasn't doing their job. And Reacher trusted Dixon to handle herself. What kind of security are we walking into? Reacher asked. Top tier, Neagley said. High-end locks, gate alarms, motion sensors probably hardwired with backup signals. Maybe even satellite. And who shows up when it trips? That's the real question. Definitely not the cops. Too small time for them. I bet it all feeds right into their private security team, Neagley said. Not the feds. You'd think so, right? The Pentagon's dumping truckloads of cash into that place. Of course, Uncle Sam would want eyes on it. But lately, nothing's that straightforward. They outsourced airport security to the lowest bidder, and the nearest Defense Intelligence Agency field office might as well be in another state. New Age will handle their own security, no matter how slick Little Wing's setup is. How much time do we get once we're past the gate? Who said we're getting past it? No keys, no lockpicks, those things aren't exactly jury-rigged. We're not cracking those. Let me handle the locks. How long before they notice we're inside? 2 minutes, Neagley said. That's the rule. Anything longer, and we're pushing our luck. Reacher nodded. We move at 1 a.m. Dinner at 6. Get some rest. The others filed out, but Reacher lingered, jingling the keys to the Chrysler they'd commandeered. Neagley shot him a look. We're done with it, he said. Giving it back. But first it's getting a wash. No reason to be uncivilized. He drove the Chrysler down Van Nuys Boulevard, past the endless stretch of auto shops, dealerships, tire joints, dent repair spots, and lube stations. Car washes lined the strip like fast food chains, each promising something shinier than the last. Steam cleaning, triple wax, full detailing. He cruised a mile up, then back, picking 4 places that did it all. At the first stop, he handed it over. A crew in coveralls swarmed the car, vacuuming crumbs, blasting it with foam, scrubbing every inch before blasting it dry. Reacher watched, arms crossed, as they buffed it to a high-gloss finish. He paid, tipped, and drove off only to pull into the next wash 100 yards down. The attendant blinked but waved another crew forward. Same routine, same result. Back at the motel, he parked the Chrysler in a sunny corner to air out, then walked a block south to a drugstore that had somehow morphed into a mini Walmart. He grabbed 4 black maglets heavy enough to double as weapons, small enough to handle. The cashier stuffed them into a white iced LA bag, the heart a cheery red. Dinner was Domino's this time, scarfed down in the motel's dingy lounge. Sodas clattered out of the vending machine outside. Perfect fuel for what came next. The meal was nothing fancy, just enough fuel to keep them going for the next 12 hours. An army medic had broken it down for them years ago. Quick energy, slow-burning carbs, the works. What's the plan for tonight? O'Donnell asked, leaning against the wall. 3 steps, Reacher said. First, Dixon checks the front desk for intel. Neagley hits the boss's office. You and I sweep the rest for anything useful. 2 minutes max, in and out. Then we ID security when they show up. You're sticking around after? Just me, Reacher said. You 3 are gone. Upstairs, Reacher took his time hot shower, fresh clothes, a quick nap. His internal clock snapped him awake at 12:30 sharp. He dressed methodically. Gray jeans, gray button-down, black jacket zipped to the collar. Laced-up boots, gloves tucked in his pockets. The Chrysler keys and an extra Glock mag on one side, his phone and the Vegas burner on the other. Flashlight and pistol in his jacket. No loose ends. By 12:50, he was in the parking lot. The others stood in the shadows, avoiding the glow of the streetlights. Listen up, Reacher said. O'Donnell, Neagley, take your Hondas. Dixon, you're driving mine. Park it close facing west, keys in the ignition. Then hitch a ride back with Dave. Dixon frowned. You're seriously leaving the Chrysler behind? Won't need it. It's covered in our prints. Not anymore, Reacher said. Some guys in Van Nuys took care of that. Let's move. They bumped fists in old habit, then split up. Reacher fired up the Chrysler, its engine growling in the quiet lot. The Hondas sputtered to life behind him, their mufflers rumbling. He backed out, leading the way onto Sunset, then south on La Brea, weaving through light traffic. 3 sets of headlights trailed him like a disjointed parade. Past MacArthur Park, the city hushed. Downtown loomed empty, Chinatown's lights glowing but still. Dodger Stadium was a dark silhouette. Exiting the freeway, the streets narrowed tricky even in daylight, worse at night. But Reacher had made this run 3 times already. He slowed 3 blocks out, letting the others tighten formation. A wide loop first, then a tighter pass. The New Age building stood dark, its mirrored walls reflecting the dim glow of landscape lighting. The razor wire on the fence looked dull under the haze. Reacher rolled down his window, gloved hand signaling another lap. One more sweep, then he pointed to the curb. Neagley first, O'Donnell behind her, Dixon pulling up last in the silver prelude. The mist hung low, wrapping the scene in quiet tension. The vehicles rolled to a stop, and with a quick hand signal, the engines were killed. O'Donnell took a detour to inspect the gate before jogging back. That thing's built like a tank, he said, breathing hard. Reacher stayed behind the wheel of the Chrysler, window down, fingers tapping the steering wheel. Big locks just mean bigger mistakes, he replied. Are we keeping this quiet? Someone asked. Reacher shook his head. Not exactly. He jerked his chin toward the gate. Meet me there. The others moved ahead on foot while Reacher eased the car forward, creeping along the smooth blacktop. The roads around New Age's compound were textbook business park design, wide, clean, and utterly devoid of sidewalks. Classic LA. Miles of pavement, but good luck finding a place to walk. The gate was recessed in a shallow curve, giving just enough space for a car to pull in without blocking traffic. Total distance from the gate to the opposite curb: 42 feet. Reacher's brain, always calculating, broke it down instantly: 14 yards, 504 inches, a fraction of a mile. He swung the Chrysler into position, lining it up dead center, then reversed all the way until the rear tires kissed the curb. Foot jammed on the brake, he dropped the windows, letting in the crisp night air. 2 minutes, he called, pointing the others into position. Then he revved the engine hard, feeling the car shudder under the strain. When he released the brake, the Chrysler shot forward like a bullet, tires screaming, smoke curling off the asphalt. The impact was brutal. Metal crunched, the gate burst open, and the car's airbags exploded in a deafening blast. Reacher had his arm up, shielding his face, letting the open windows soften the shockwave. Still, the noise was like a gunshot right next to his ear. Ahead, a blue strobe flashed on the building's wall. No siren reached him over the ringing in his ears. He kept his foot down, the car lurching forward again, tearing through the lot. In the rear view, he caught glimpses of the others sprinting after him. Then came the final act. The Chrysler hit the shallow step in front of the reception area, launching slightly before, plowing through the doors in a shower of glass and splintered wood. The car skidded across the slate floor, obliterating the reception counter and part of the wall behind it, before finally coming to rest buried in debris. Reacher unbuckled, shoved the door open, and rolled out onto the floor. Around him, tiny white strobes flickered like angry fireflies. His hearing was just starting to return, but one thought cut through the haze. Dixon's gonna have a hell of a time finding anything in this mess. Then he pushed the concern aside and got moving. The piercing wail of an alarm shattered the silence. Reacher sprang up, watching as the team scrambled over debris in the doorway, charging into the lobby from the parking lot. Dixon bolted toward the rear while O'Donnell and Neagley made for the hallway where their target had appeared earlier. Their flashlights cut through the thick haze of dust, beams dancing erratically as they moved. He flicked on his own light and followed. 21 seconds in. The corridor stretched ahead, 2 elevators midway down, their panels indicating 3 floors. He didn't bother pressing the button. The alarm would have locked them down. Instead, he shoved open a side door and took the stairs 2 at a time, the siren's shriek echoing painfully in the tight space. Bursting onto the 3rd floor, he didn't need his flashlight. The emergency strobes pulsed violently, casting the hallway in a frenzied, flickering glow. Neagley was already at work, slamming her boot into a door labeled Margaret Berenson. The strobes made her movements jagged, surreal. When the door refused to budge, she drew her Glock and fired 3 precise shots into the lock. Brass casings ejected in slow motion, glinting gold against the carpet before rolling away. One final kick, and the door gave way. 52 seconds now. Reacher moved on, passing Alan Lameison before spotting Anthony Swan 20 feet ahead. He braced against the opposite wall, then drove his heel just above the lock. The wood splintered but held. A sharp palm strike finished the job, and he stumbled inside. 63 seconds. The office was frozen in time, as if Swan had just stepped out. A khaki windbreaker hung on a stand, worn and plaid-lined. File cabinets, a dented leather chair, a desk cluttered with pens, a notepad, and a small stack of papers weighed down by a paperweight, a chunk of Soviet concrete, smoothed by handling, faint graffiti still visible. He pocketed it, then rolled up the papers and stuffed them away. Beneath his boots, something soft. He aimed his flashlight down a brand-new oriental rug, rich reds and intricate patterns. The fibers matched the marks on Orosco's wrists. Cecil. Imported. 89 seconds. 31 left. At the window, he spotted Dixon below, ghostly in the dust, clutching papers and a white binder as she sprinted across the lot. The strobe painted her in eerie blue flashes. 26 seconds to go. O'Donnell burst out of the building first, sprinting like his life depended on it, arms wrapped tight around whatever he'd grabbed from inside. Neagley was right behind him, her dark hair whipping behind her as she ran, fists clenched around stacks of green folders. The blaring siren counted down the seconds. 19 left. Reacher moved to the coat stand, brushing his fingers against the jacket draped there, a silent nod to Swan. Then he stepped back, sinking into the desk chair with a faint creak. 12 seconds now. The hallway pulsed with flashing lights, and he knew they'd come for him soon. If they kept the numbers under 34, he could pick them off one by one without even leaving his seat. 5 seconds. But that was wishful thinking. No way they'd be that stupid. After the first few bodies piled up in the doorway, they'd regroup, call in reinforcements, maybe even SWAT. A siege wasn't an option. 1 second. He launched from the chair, barreling through the shattered door, swerving left into the hall, then right into the stairwell. Neagley had propped the door open smart. He hit the ground floor 10 seconds behind schedule, dodged the abandoned Chrysler in the lobby, and made it to the parking lot 15 seconds late. The wrecked gate loomed ahead, and then he was on the street 40 seconds off the clock. His eyes locked onto the silver Prelude, gleaming under the dim streetlights 100 yards away. The other Hondas were already gone. He covered the distance in 20 seconds flat, throwing himself into the passenger seat, gasping for air. Headlights sliced through the darkness in the distance, speeding closer, brakes screeching as they rounded corners. 3 cars arrived in a rush, dark blue Chrysler 300Cs, just like the one left in the lobby. 5 men stepped out, the leader a wiry guy in a black raincoat over a white tee. He held the others back with a sharp gesture, scanning the busted gate like it might be rigged. Ex-cop, Reacher guessed. The group moved forward in a tight formation, cautious, leaning in like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Then, just as fast, they retreated behind their cars, killing the engines and headlights. Smart. They weren't walking into a trap. Reacher waited, letting his eyes adjust to the sudden dark, watching. He pulled out the Vegas cell phone and scrolled through the menus until he found the last dialed number. Hitting call, he pressed the phone to his ear and scanned the street below. 5 guys, none of them flinching. His bet had been on the raincoat guy, but no luck. Not a single one reached for a phone. No reaction at all. The ringing in his ear dragged on before cutting to voicemail. He tried again. Same result. No movement, no response. A director of security wouldn't be out here with his phone off. He wouldn't ignore a call during an emergency. Which meant none of these guys were in charge. Not even the raincoat guy third in line, at best if Swan was second. And it showed. The guy moved like he was wading through mud, no tactical instinct whatsoever. With 3 cars and a small building to secure, any half-decent leader would have had this wrapped up minutes ago. Send the cars in fast, circling, drawing fire while teams hit the front and back. Simple. But no. Civilians. Finally, after what felt like forever, the raincoat guy stumbled on to the right idea. He barked orders and the cars lurched into motion, peeling into the lot at high speed. Reacher watched them loop the building twice before firing up the Honda and heading west. He stuck to side streets, avoiding the freeway, too many cops patrolling after dark. Somewhere near Dodger Stadium, he took a wrong turn and ended up driving in a lazy circle, passing the Lafayette Academy before pulling over in Echo Park. A quick call confirmed the others were almost back, cruising carefully like bombers returning from a mission. By 3A, they were all in O'Donnell's room. The stolen paperwork spread across the bed. Reacher added Swan's documents to the pile, mostly memos about overtime requests. Nothing useful. O'Donnell's hall wasn't much better, but it confirmed the glass cube was just an office building admin work, HR, logistics. No real value. Then Dixon's find changed everything. In the wreckage of the reception area, she'd crawled under the wrecked Chrysler and struck gold. New Age's internal phone directory. Dusty, slightly crumpled, but intact. The white three-ring binder sat on the bed now, its logo stamped on the cover, pages filled with names and extensions that meant nothing yet. But somewhere in there was the key to the real prize, the plant location. At the front of the book was an organizational chart mapping out the company's structure. Names were boxed in, with the lines branching down through the ranks. The security division was led by Alan Lameison, with Tony Swan as his second in command. Below them were 2 more layers, 2 men under Swan, then 5 more under them, including a guy named Seropian, who was now just as dead as Swan, buried in a Vegas hotel foundation. 9 names total, 2 crossed out, 7 still standing. "Flip to the back," Dixon said. The final pages listed courier service accounts, FedEx, UPS, Dull, along with 2 of New Age's operational addresses, the glass building in East LA and a contracting office in Colorado. Then, oddly, a third address stood out, bold and underlined. No deliveries to this location. It was for an electronics plant in Highland Park, tucked between Glendale and South Pasadena, just a short drive from where they stood. "Now go back a few pages," Dixon instructed. Reacher thumbed through and found a section listing phone extensions for the Highland Park facility. "Look under P," she said. The names ran from Pasco to Purcell, and right in the middle was Pilot's office. Dixon smirked. "We found the helicopter." Reacher grinned, picturing her sprinting through the dust with her flashlight, in and out in under a minute. His old team sent them to Atlanta, and they'd come back with Coca-Cola's secret formula. Neagley had the personnel file spread out. 9 green folders, 2 already irrelevant. He skipped Seropian and Swan, starting instead with Lameison. A Polaroid was clipped inside thick neck, cold eyes, a mouth too small for his face. His record showed 20 years with Leopard, the last 12 in robbery homicide. 49 years old. Next were the 2 third-tier guys. Lennox, ex-limpid, buzz-cut, built like a linebacker. Then Parker, the raincoat guy, tall, lean, with a busted nose that ruined his face. "They're all eggs-lappy," Neagley said. "Quit around the same time. Scandal. Statistically, that's the only way out. Think your Chicago guy can dig up their records?" Neagley shrugged. "We might hack their system. Or lean on some old contacts." Reacher flipped through the remaining files, 4-foot soldiers, all slow and sloppy. "I saw these 5 tonight," he said. O'Donnell raised an eyebrow. "How'd they look?" "Like they couldn't catch a cold." "And the other 2? "Probably at the plant. That's where the real action is." O'Donnell slid the files closer. "How'd we let these clowns take out 4 of us?" Reacher didn't answer. Later, against his better judgment, he opened Swan's file. The Polaroid stopped him cold. The footage was a year old, and far from professional quality, but it was still sharper than Curtis Mauney's grainy surveillance stills. A decade after his military service, Swan's hair was shorter than it had been during his time in uniform. Back then, the buzz-cut trend had caught on with enlisted men but hadn't yet trickled up to officers. Swan had kept a classic side part, neat and trimmed. Over the years, though, his hair had thinned, forcing him to switch to a short Caesar cut. In the Army, it had been a rich chestnut brown, now it was a dull, ashen gray. His eyes were shadowed with fatigue, and thick cords of muscle and fat had formed at the angles of his jaw. His neck looked broader than ever. Reacher couldn't believe shirt makers even stocked collars that size. They looked like they belonged on tractor tires. "What now?" Dixon asked, breaking the silence. Reacher knew she wasn't really asking. She just wanted to pull him away from the file, to keep him from dwelling on it. He shut the folder and tossed it onto the bed, far from the others. Swan deserved better than to be lumped in with the men he'd been forced to work alongside, even on paper. "We need to know who talked and who ran," Reacher said. "The rest can wait. When will we have answers?" "By tonight. You and Dave hit Highland Park. Neagley and I are heading back to East LA in an hour. Get some rest, you'll need it." At 5 in the morning, Reacher and Neagley rolled out of the motel in separate Hondas, steering with one hand while talking on the phone like any other early morning commuters. Reacher figured Lameison and Lennox had rushed straight to Highland Park when the alarm went off, standard procedure, since that location was more critical. The East LA hit might have just been a distraction. But after a quiet night, their suspicions would ease, and they'd swing by the real crime scene at first light. They'd write off the glass cube as a lost cause, send the rank and file home, and call in department heads to tally the damage. Neagley didn't need it spelled out. She was already on the same page. That was why Reacher trusted her. They parked 100 yards apart, blending into the morning traffic. The sun was just up, casting a pale glow over the streets. Reacher sat 50 yards from New Age's building, his car just another anonymous speck in the mirrored glass. A flatbed truck was backed up to the shattered lobby, a steel cable snaking inside. Parker was still there in his raincoat, overseeing the cleanup with one grunt at his side. The other three were probably up in Highland Park, giving Lameison and Lennox a break. The cable jerked taut, and the blue Chrysler inched backward out of the wreckage, moving a lot slower than when it had crashed in. The paint was scuffed, the front end dented, the windshield cracked and bowed, but all in all, it had held up like a tank. Subtle as a sledgehammer, tough as 1-2. Once it was strapped down, the flatbed hauled it away. Almost immediately, its twin rolled in another blue 300C, smooth and confident. It paused just inside the lot, and Alan Lameison stepped out to survey the wrecked gate. Reacher recognized him instantly from his file photo. In person, he was about 6 feet, maybe 240 pounds, broad shoulders, narrow waist, lean legs. He moved like a guy who could handle himself. Dressed in a gray suit, white shirt, and red tie, he kept one hand pressed against his chest to hold the tie in place, even though there wasn't a breeze. After a quick glance at the damage, he climbed back in and drove deeper into the lot. Reacher stepped out of the car just before reaching the mangled entrance, where Parker stood waiting in his raincoat. The two exchanged a few words before Reacher pulled out the Vegas phone and hit redial. 50 yards off, Lameison's hand shot to his pocket. He yanked out his phone, checked the screen, and stiffened. "Got you," Reacher thought. He hadn't expected an answer, but Lameison flipped the phone open and snapped. "How's your morning so far?" Reacher asked. "Just getting started," Lameison shot back. "How was your night?" "I'm going to kill you," Lameison scoffed. "Plenty have tried." I'm still standing." "They aren't." "Where are you?" "Out of town." "Safer that way." "But we'll be back next week, next month, next year." "Get used to checking your 6. You'll be doing it a lot." "You don't scare me." "Then you're an idiot," Reacher said and hung up. He watched Lameison scowl at his phone before dialing someone else. No callback came. 10 minutes later, Lennox rolled up in another blue Chrysler, 300C black suit, military buzz cut, thick frame, flushed face. "Swan's second in command?" "Parker's counterpart." He carried a cardboard tray of coffee and vanished inside. By 7, Margaret Berenson arrived, HR's iron-fisted queen. She wheeled her silver Camry into the lot, parked neatly, and picked her way through the debris. Lameison stepped out long enough to post the last guard at the gate, while Parker took position at the door. 2 more suits showed up, probably finance, and facilities waved through by the sentry. Then the CEO arrived in a sleek Jaguar. The old man exchanged a few words with Parker through the window before driving off, clearly preferring delegation to hands-on management. For the next 2 hours, nothing moved. Then Dixon called from Highland Park. She and O'Donnell had been staking out the plant since before dawn. They'd watched the guards arrive, seen Lameison and Lennox leave, noted the workers trickling in. "Place is legit," Dixon said. "Multiple buildings, high fence, tight security. And there's a helipad out back with a white Bell 222 parked on it." At 9:30, Berenson emerged, navigating the wreckage before pausing on the steps. She headed for her car just as Reacher's burner phone buzzed Neagley. "Both of us?" she asked. "Yeah," Reacher said. "You tail, I flank. Time to move." He tugged on his gloves, fired up the Honda as Berenson started her Toyota. She'd turned right coming in, she'd turned left leaving. Reacher swung a U-turn down the block, stiff from sitting too long. He cruised back along the fence just as Berenson hit the exit. A block away, Neagley's Honda rumbled low, exhaust fogging the cold air. Berenson blew past the ruined gate, took the left. Neagley mirrored the turn, falling in 20 yards behind. Reacher eased off the gas, hanging back as Neagley and Berenson made their turns ahead of him. The Prelude's low profile made it harder to keep eyes on the silver Toyota, but Berenson wasn't exactly speeding either. She was cautious by nature, or she had other things weighing on her. Maybe the memory of past wrecks lingered longer than the faint scars on her face. She swung right onto Huntington Drive, a stretch of old Route 66, and Reacher hummed a few bars of the classic tune before cutting himself off. Berenson's blinker flashed as she slowed for a left turn. "South Pasadena." His phone buzzed Neagley. "I've been tailing her too long," she said. "Taking the scenic route around the next block. Your turn to move up." He hit the gas, keeping the line open as Berenson disappeared around a curve onto Van Horn Avenue. The road twisted enough that he lost sight of her for a moment, but another press of the accelerator brought her back into view. In the rear view, Neagley's car slid into place behind him. The scenery shifted as they crossed into South Pasadena winding streets, manicured trees, the kind of postcard, perfect neighborhood that made people believe in the California dream. Reacher had seen places like this in picture books as a kid, back when home was just a concept tied to whatever base his family was stationed at. Berenson took a left, then a right, rolling into a quiet cul-de-sac lined with tidy houses soaking up the morning sun. Reacher didn't follow her in his Honda might blend in downtown, but here it'd stick out like a sore thumb. He braked a few houses down and Neagley pulled up behind him. "Now?" she asked. There were 2 ways to handle this. Wait and give her a reason to open the door later, or move fast while she was still fumbling with her keys. "Now," Reacher said. They jumped out and ran not too fast, just enough to look like a couple out for a morning jog. The cul-de-sac curved, and when they rounded the bend, they spotted Berenson's Toyota idling in front of a brick-faced house. The garage door was lifting, revealing a mess of kid gear bikes, a skateboard, a baseball bat piled against the wall. Neagley was already sprinting, beating Reacher by a solid 10 seconds. She slipped inside just as the door started descending again. Reacher jammed his foot under the sensor, forcing it back up, then ducked under. Inside, Berenson was out of the car, But Neagley already had her one hand twisted in her hair, the other locking her wrists behind her back. Berenson thrashed for a second before Neagley shoved her face first against the Toyota's hood. Then she went still. The woman sagged in Neagley's grip, her shouts cutting off abruptly as Reacher delivered a controlled strike to her diaphragm, just enough to leave her gasping. The garage door rumbled shut behind them, plunging the space into the sickly glow of a single bulb. A side door led outside, while another flanked by an alarm panel promised access to the house. "Alarm active?" Reacher asked. Berenson wheezed, "Yes." Neagley scoffed, jerking her chin toward a bike and skateboard leaning against the wall. "Kids what, 12? Mom was gone before dawn. Bet he barely made the bus, no way he remembered to set it." "Father?" Reacher countered. "Gone. No ring on her finger. Boyfriend." Neagley's laugh was dry. "You serious?" The Toyota's keys jingled as Reacher tested them in the lock. The door swung open without protest, no beeps, no flashing lights. "Lying comes easy to you, huh?" he said. Berenson stayed silent. "HR specialty," Neagley muttered, shoving her into a cramped kitchen that hadn't seen an upgrade in years. The duct tape came from a dusty garage shelf, its end stubborn until Reacher grabbed a knife from the block. He wound it around Berenson's limbs with practiced efficiency. "Army taught us one thing," he said. "Need intel? Start with the clerk. That's you." "You're insane," she spat. "Tell me about the scars. Ancient history. Could make new ones." The knife clattered onto the table, followed by the Glock and a chunk of concrete. "Pick your poison." Berenson's sobs were ragged, her shoulders trembling. "Wrong audience," Reacher said. She turned to Neagley, finding no mercy in her stare. "Talk," Reacher pressed. "I can't," Berenson whispered. "He'll hurt my boy." "Who?" A choked silence. "Lameison." Her breath hitched. "I can't say." Reacher leaned in. "Time to choose, Margaret. Right now you're on the wrong side of this. He'll kill him." "Then give us a name." "Dead men don't make threats." Neagley rolled her eyes. "Enough. Waste of bullets." Reacher yanked open the fridge, grabbing a bottle of overpriced water. He took a swig, the plastic crinkling in his grip. Neagley declined with a shake of her head. The silence stretched heavy with the weight of choices yet unmade. He dumped the remaining water down the drain, then grabbed the empty plastic bottle and sliced a rough oval into its base with the kitchen knife. After a few adjustments, he slid it snugly over the barrel of the Glock, lining up the neck of the bottle with the muzzle. "Improvised suppressor," he muttered. "Won't hold up for more than one shot, but that's all we need. The neighbors won't hear a thing." He leveled the gun just inches from Berenson's face, forcing her to stare straight into the makeshift silencer with her right eye. She didn't hesitate, words spilled out of her like a dam breaking. Looking back, Reacher could have predicted the whole story. Edward Dean, the former lead engineer at the Highland Park facility, had been promoted to quality control manager, and lately he'd been cracking under pressure. He lived way out past the mountains, in a remote stretch of desert near Palmdale, where the isolation was supposed to be peaceful. But when his annual review rolled around, Margaret Berenson, sharp as ever, noticed something off. Dean blamed the brutal commute at first. Everyone in L had horror stories about traffic, but she wasn't buying it. Then he claimed his neighbors were the issue. Biker gangs, meth labs, the usual desert badlands rumors. That she could almost believe. But then Dean let slip something about his 14-year-old daughter, and Berenson's instincts kicked in. At first, she assumed the girl was mixed up with the wrong crowd, maybe drugs, maybe worse. Then the truth surfaced. The Highland Park plant was cutting corners, and Dean was caught between corporate loyalty and his duty to the Pentagon. The stress was eating him alive. Then Tony Swan vanished. No warning, no trace. Berenson, trained to spot gaps in the system, dug into it like a detective. She asked questions, pressed for answers, until the day she came home to find Alan Lameison casually shooting hoops with her 12-year-old son. The sight of Lameison ruffling the boy's hair, his massive hand dwarfing the kid's skull, sent a chill down her spine. Lameison suggested the boy keep practicing free throws while they talked inside. Then he laid it all out: what happened to Swan, why it happened, and how Dean had been coerced into compliance with threats against his daughter. The message was clear: the same could happen to Berenson's son. Lameison's warning was laced with menace, his words painting a grim picture of bikers with no limits. And then came the final instruction. When Swan's old friends came asking questions, she was to play dumb. Because if she didn't, the desert would swallow another kid whole. The initial orders were clear. Any inquiries had to be shut down with polite but absolute finality. The second rule: never breathe a word about what had just been discussed. After that, he forced Berenson to follow him upstairs and submit to something intimate, framing it as a way to solidify their agreement. Once that was over, he casually shot hoops with her son before finally leaving. Reacher didn't doubt her story. He'd spent enough time around liars to recognize the real thing when he heard it. His skepticism ran deep, but he always left a sliver of room for truth. The basketball, the prison talk, the coercion, none of it felt invented. People like Margaret Berenson didn't have the imagination to fabricate something like that. Their worlds were too narrow. He sliced through the duct tape binding her and helped her up. "Who else knew?" he asked. "Lameison," she said. "Lennox, Parker, and Seropian. That's it." "Yes. What about the other 4 ex-cops? Different breed, different time, different department. Lameison wouldn't bring them in on something like this. Then why hire them? Bodies, muscle, they follow orders on everything else." Reacher frowned. Then why bring in Tony Swan? He was always going to be a problem. Berenson sighed. Lameison didn't want him. "I pushed for it, told the CEO we needed fresh perspectives. Too many guys from the same background was a liability." "So you hired him?" "Basically. I regret it now." "Where's the main operation?" "Highland Park. The helicopter's there, along with some storage buildings. It's a massive property." Reacher glanced at Neagley before turning back. "You got somewhere safe to go?" he asked. "Go?" Berenson blinked. "You think this ends in a couple of days?" "It will." "You don't know Lameison. You can't win." Reacher smirked. "Can we take him?" he asked Neagley. "Like a rented mule," she shot back. Berenson shook her head. "There are 4 of them." 3, Reacher corrected. "Seropian's out. 3 against 4, I like those odds." "You're insane." "They'll definitely think so." Right before they realize they're screwed. She hesitated, then muttered, "I could get a hotel." "When's your son due back?" "I'll pull him out of school early." Reacher nodded. "Pack fast." She turned toward the stairs, and he slid the kitchen knife back into the drawer. Swan's rock went into his pocket, and he peeled the Evian bottle off the Glock. Neagley raised an eyebrow. "Would that have actually worked as a silencer?" Probably not, Reacher admitted. Read about it in a book once. Sounded good in theory, but in reality, would have just blown up in my face. Still, looked convincing, didn't it? Better than just waving a gun around. His burner phone buzzed, Dixon calling. She and O'Donnell had been staking out Highland Park for hours and were starting to draw attention. Fall back, Reacher said. We've got what we need. Then Neagley's phone rang her Chicago contact. She listened in silence, absorbing details before hanging up. Lapded gossip says Lameison's beaten 18 internal affairs cases in 20 years, she reported. What kind? Everything. Brutality, bribes, evidence tampering. Guy's dirty but slippery. Reacher scoffed. How does someone like that land a defense contractor gig? Neagley smirked. Better question, how would he get hired by the Lapid in the first place? Neagley shot him a look. Promotions. By keeping his nose clean and playing the game. That's how. And having a partner smart enough to stay quiet when it mattered. You think his partner was any better? Birds of a feather, Reacher muttered. Neagley smirked. You'd know all about that. 40 minutes later, Berenson emerged with 2 bags, a sleek black leather carry-on and a bright green duffel with a college team logo. Reacher figured one was hers, the other the kid's. She tossed them into the trunk of her Toyota, and he and Neagley moved their own cars into position, forming a tight convoy. Close protection detail wasn't much different from surveillance, just a different mindset. Neagley stayed glued to Berenson's bumper while Reacher hung back, keeping watch. After a mile, he decided O'Donnell had been wrong about those flashy Hondas being the most invisible cars in California. The Toyota practically disappeared into the road. Even staring right at it, the thing barely registered. Berenson pulled into a sprawling beige school building, the kind of place that went eerily quiet when classes were in session. 20 minutes later, she reappeared with a small, brown-haired boy in tow. The kid barely came up to her shoulder, looking confused but not exactly upset about getting sprung early. From there, Berenson took the 1110 into Pasadena, eventually stopping at a quiet inn tucked away on a side street. Reacher approved. The place had a rear parking lot hidden from the road, a bellman at the entrance, and 2 sharp-eyed clerks behind the front desk. Better security than some no-name motel. He and Neagley gave them 10 minutes to settle in, killing time with lunch at the lobby bar. Club sandwiches, coffee for him, soda for her. Reacher liked the little wooden skewer that held the sandwich together, perfect for dislodging stubborn bits of chicken afterward. No one wanted to talk to a guy with food stuck in his teeth. His phone buzzed as he finished his coffee. Dixon, again. She and O'Donnell were back at the Dunes Motel with an urgent message from Curtis Monty. He wants us up near Glendale, Dixon said. Same spot as before. Where we found Orosco. Yeah. But he didn't say to meet at the morgue. He said the hospital across the street. So if it's Sanchez, he's still breathing. Both teams were 10 miles out, but Reacher figured he and Neagley had the better route, a straight shot on the 210, while Dixon and O'Donnell fought through surface streets. Except the freeway was a parking lot. Within seconds of merging, they were stuck in a sea of idling cars, heat shimmering off hoods, going nowhere fast. Classic L.A. Reacher checked his mirror. Neagley's white Civic was right behind him, tinted windows hiding her from view. A bold "No Fear" decal stretched across the top of the windshield. Fitting, he thought. He called her. Radio says there's a wreck up ahead, she said. Perfect. If Sanchez held on this long, he can hang tight a few more minutes. Reacher drummed his fingers on the wheel. Where'd they slip up? This wasn't their hardest job. Neagley exhaled. Something blindsided them. Something they never saw coming. Where would Swan have begun? With Dean, Neagley said. The quality control guy. His reaction was the red flag. Bad data alone might not raise eyebrows, but bad data plus a guy on the edge? That's a problem. Did he get the full story from Dean? Maybe not everything, but enough to connect the dots. Swan was sharper than Berenson. What came next? 2 moves at once, Neagley said. He made sure Dean was safe, then went hunting for proof. With backup from the others. More than backup, he outsourced it. Had to, with his own office compromised. So, he never confronted Lameison? Not a chance. Rule 1. Trust nobody. Then what went wrong? Still a mystery. How would Swan have protected Dean? He'd have gone to local law enforcement requested patrols, at least. Lameison's ex-Lapid. Could have had friends still on the force tipping him off. Doesn't fit, Neagley said. Dean lived outside Lapid territory. Swan wouldn't have gone to them. Reacher paused. Which means he didn't go to anyone, he said. That's Curtis Monty's turf, and he knew nothing about Dean or New Age. Barely even knew Swan except through Fron's. Swan wouldn't leave Dean hanging. Then maybe Dean wasn't the starting point. Maybe Swan found another angle. Like what? Neagley asked. No clue, Reacher said. Maybe Sanchez has answers. You think he's still alive? Stay hopeful, but be ready for the worst. The call ended. Their lane inched forward. In 90 seconds of talking, they'd crawled maybe 5 car lengths. The next 5 minutes of silence got them another 10, slower than a stroll. Around them, drivers killed time, phoning, reading, shaving, reapplying lipstick, smoking, snacking, blasting, music. One guy had his arm out the window, soaking up the sun like he was on vacation. Reacher's burner buzzed. Neagley again. More from Chicago, she said. We hacked deeper into Lapid files. Lennox and Parker were just as dirty as Lameison. Partners, both forced to quit before Internal Affairs could nail them for the 12th time in as many years. Lameison probably hired them a week later. Glad I don't own New Age stock. You do. It's all Pentagon money. Where do you think your taxes go? Not to me, Reacher said. Up ahead, the freeway straightened, revealing the bottleneck, a stalled car in the left lane, barely visible in the haze. A tiny obstacle, but the whole highway was paralyzed. Reacher hung up with Neagley and dialed Dixon. You there yet? He asked. About 10 minutes out. We're stuck. Call if there's news, good or bad. Another 15 minutes passed before they reached the breakdown, swerved around it, and finally picked up speed. 10 miles took 40 minutes, a pathetic 15 mph average. They skipped the morgue, parked near the hospital entrance, and spotted O'Donnell's Honda and Dixon's in the lot. Inside, the lobby was half empty, plastic chairs scattered under fluorescent lights. No sign of Dixon, O'Donnell, or Monty. Reacher approached the front desk, where a clerk barely glanced up at his question about Monty before shrugging. Reacher approached the front desk and asked for Jorge Sanchez. Nothing. He inquired about unidentified emergency admissions and was sent to another counter down the hall. The clerk there had no record of any John Does and claimed no knowledge of Sanchez or an L. County sheriff named Curtis Monty. Reacher reached for his phone, but a security guard stopped him, citing hospital policy against cell signals near sensitive equipment. Stepping outside into the parking lot, he tried Dixon's number. No answer. O'Donnell's line was dead too. Neagley frowned. Maybe their phones are off. Could be they're in ISU. Then where's Sanchez? This place has no record of him. They have to be here somewhere. They just arrived. Reacher shook his head. Something's off. Neagley pulled Monty's business card from her pocket and handed it over. Reacher dialed the sheriff's cell. Nothing. His office line silence. Then Neagley's personal phone buzzed. She answered, and her expression drained of color, her skin turning ashen. That was Chicago, she said quietly. Turns out Curtis Monty was Alan Lameison's old partner. 12 years with La Police. A cold realization settled over them. Neagley had been right, but only partially. Dean had played a role, but he wasn't the first domino to fall. Swan must have reached him later, after the others were already tangled in the mess. There was no other way to explain how bad things had gotten. Reacher shut his eyes, reconstructing the scene in his mind. Swan talking to Dean in his desert home near Palmdale. A quiet girl slipping past an open door. Fear tightening Dean's face, while Swan listened, steady as ever. Then Swan driving straight to Monty, laying out the truth, demanding action. And Monty picking up the phone afterward, sealing their fates right then. Reacher opened his eyes, jaw set. We're not losing two more. Not while I'm still standing. They left Neagley's Civic in the lot and took Reacher's Prelude, driving with no real destination, just needing to move. Neagley broke the silence. They knew we'd come eventually. The waiting was eating at them. So they rigged the timeline. Monty pushed Angela Franz to call me. Fed Brant the bait story to keep him hooked. They tracked us, fed us just enough to keep us circling, waiting to see if we'd walk away. When we didn't, they decided to finish it. First Vegas, now this. They merged onto the 210. Traffic flowing smooth and fast. So what's the plan? Neagley asked. No plan, Reacher said. The phone directory Dixon had grabbed was back at O'Donnell's motel, but Sunset Boulevard was too risky right now. Instead, they pieced together fragments of the Highland Park address from memory and headed that way. Highland Park was all manicured streets and sleek business parks, the kind of place where tech companies hid behind unmarked facades. No billboards pointed to New Age's location, so they scanned for fenced-off buildings and helipads. Dixon mentioned a Bell 2022, Reacher said. You'd recognize one? Neagley smirked. I've passed 3 in the last 5 minutes. She said it was white. 2 sightings in the last 5 minutes. Where exactly? Second one was a mile back, 2 lefts and a right. The first was 3 stops before that. Both locations fenced. Confirmed. Any storage sheds? At both. Reacher jerked the wheel, cutting an illegal U-turn across the empty road before doubling back. 2 lefts, a right, then a slow crawl as Neagley gestured toward a cluster of dull metal buildings crouched behind a fence that looked like it belonged around a military black site. The barrier stood at least 8 feet high and nearly 4 feet thick, layers of razor wire coiled between barbed mesh, topped with spirals of jagged steel. A nightmare to breach. Inside 4 structures, 1 large warehouse and 3 smaller outbuildings. A concrete helipad held a motionless white chopper. That's a Bell 2022? Reacher asked. Unmistakable, Neagley said. So is this the spot? Hard to say. Beside the pad, an orange windsock drooped from a tall pole, lifeless in the still air. A parking lot held 13 unremarkable cars, no luxury models, no blue Chryslers. What do assembly line workers drive? Reacher mused. Exactly those, Neagley replied. They rolled past 2 more locations before stopping at the third, a near replica of the first. Same imposing fence, same blank metal buildings, same lineup of budget cars, same white Bell 222 parked on the pad. No signage, no identifiers. We need the exact address, Reacher said. No time. The dunes is too far. But Pasadena isn't. They took York Boulevard east, merging onto the 1110, pulling up outside the Pasadena Inn 15 minutes later. Inside Margaret Berenson's room, they kept explanations vague, no need to shatter her confidence in them. She confirmed the first location was their target. Returning, the fence looked even more daunting up close. A tank might have had a shot. A car? No chance. Not a Honda, not even a heavy-duty truck. The outer wires would stretch like elastic before snapping, sapping momentum. The inner coils would compress like a spring, entangling and stalling anything that tried. On foot, a guy with bolt cutters would bleed out before making it halfway. Scaling it? Impossible. The loose spirals of razor wire made ladders useless. Reacher circled the block. The compound spanned a couple of acres, square-shaped, roughly 100 yards per side. 4 buildings, cracked footpaths, dead grass. The fence ran 400 yards without a single weak point. Only one entrance, a sliding steel gate topped with more wire, flanked by a guard shack. Pentagon specs, Neagley said. Has to be. Inside the shack, an older guard in a gray uniform, sidearm on his belt. His job was simple. Right credentials, he'd hit a button. Wrong ones, he wouldn't. A bulb overhead would cast a dim glow after dark. No way in, Reacher muttered. Are they even here? Where else? It's a private prison, safer than any alternative. That's where they took the others, Neagley said, her voice tight. Reacher kept his hands steady on the wheel. How'd it happen? Monty grabbed them in the hospital parking lot. Probably had backup from Lameison's crew. Busy place, total ambush. What could they do? The prelude wasn't anything special, but Reacher didn't want it recognized if they kept circling the same blocks. He took a sharp turn and parked half a mile down the road. Silence stretched between them. What was there to say? Then Neagley's personal cell buzzed. She answered, listened, then snapped it shut, pressing her fingers to her temples. My contact at the Pentagon, she muttered. Those missiles just left the facility in Colorado. Reacher exhaled slowly. If Mahmoud had them, this was way beyond just the 2 of them now. They had to swallow it and keep moving. He met Neagley's stare. How heavy are they? She blinked. Weight-wise? Yeah. Pounds, ounces give me something. Never handled one myself. New models. But they've got more range than Stingers, so heavier. Figure 50 pounds each with crates, tubes, manuals. Reacher did the math. Over 16 tons. Needs a semi, Neagley said. Average highway speed 50? Roughly. North on I-25 to I-80, then west toward Nevada, that's 900 miles. 18 hours, give or take. Call it 24, with driver rest stops. They're not dumping them in Nevada, Neagley cut in. They didn't steal these to bury them. They're gonna use them. Fine. Any major targets, still 18 hours from Denver. Neagley shook her head. We can't wait that long. You said it, 10,000 casualties if they pull this off. Not yet, though. Every minute we sit here, that truck gets farther away. What if it's headed to JFK? Or O'Hare? Imagine little wing hitting an airport. Reacher's jaw tightened. Don't. This is a moral disaster. 2 people we know versus 10,000 we don't. We have to tell someone, Neagley insisted. Reacher stayed quiet. They'll listen this time, she pressed. Will they? They ignored every warning before 9/11. You're reaching. Things are different now. We'll tell them, Reacher said. Just not yet. Carla and Dave would have better odds with SWAT backing them up. Reacher snorted. They'd be dead before the first flashbang went off. Neagley's voice turned sharp. We can't even get past the fence. Dixon and O'Donnell die, 10,000 strangers die, and then we die. That's the math. You planning to live forever? I'd like to make it past sunset. How about you? Reacher shrugged. Never really cared either way. Seriously? Why would I? You're insane. Look at the upside. Which is, maybe we win. Just us. Here? Maybe. But after, we've got no clue where that truck's headed. We'll figure it out. You sure about that? It's what we do. Neagley scoffed. You're betting 10,000 lives on a hunch? Reacher's grip tightened on the wheel. Yeah, I am. He drove another mile and parked near a Harley custom shop, the choppers gleaming under the afternoon sun. In the distance, New Age's helicopter hovered like a wasp. What's their security setup? Normally, motion sensors, heavy-duty locks, round-the-clock guard in the booth. But today, Neagley shook her head. They know we're coming. Every thug they've got will be inside, armed and waiting. 7 guys. At least, maybe more. And we're outside the fence, which is 10 feet tall and razor-wired. Reacher smirked. Let me handle the fence. There's no way through. Don't need one. There's a gate. When does it get completely dark? Let's say 9 o'clock to be safe. They won't move before nightfall. That gives us 7 hours. 7 out of our 24. We never had a full day. You made me CO. We've got what I say we've got. They might have already taken them out. They didn't touch Franz, Orosco, or Swan. They're too careful about evidence. This is crazy. I'm not losing 2 more, Reacher said. They circled the New Age compound one last time, fast and unnoticed, mapping the layout in their heads. The main gate sat dead center at the front, leading to a short driveway that ended at the primary building. Behind it, 3 smaller structures were spread out, one near the helipad, another a short distance away, and the last, standing alone, about 30 yards from anything else. Everything sat on concrete slabs, clad in dull gray metal, no markings, no frills. The whole place was stripped down, functional, no trees, no shrubs, just patchy brown grass, dirt paths, and a parking lot. Where are the Chryslers? Reacher asked. Out hunting for us, Neagley said. They drove back toward Glendale, stopping at a grocery store first. Matches. 2 cases of Evian 12 liters total, shrink wrapped in plastic. Next, an auto shop for a red gas can and a bag of rags. A quick fill-up at a gas station, then southwest towards Silver Lake. Reacher called Neagley. We should swing by the motel now. They might still have eyes on it. Even better, if we can take one down early, that's one less problem later. Could be more than one. Bring it on. The more the merrier. Sunset Boulevard stretched through Silver Lake, south of the reservoir. Reacher found it and drove west, cruising past the motel without slowing. Neagley trailed him and her Civic, keeping distance. He took a left, parked a block away, and they slipped through back alleys toward the motel 15 feet apart. No sense making an easy target. Reacher went first, hand tight around the Glock in his pocket. He entered the lot from the rear, squeezing past dumpsters. The place looked quiet. 8 cars, a few out-of-state plates, no blue Chryslers, no shadows moving. He veered right while Neagley took the left, their old pattern R for Reacher, L for her middle name. Halfway around, nothing seemed off. No one lurking in the lounge, no one in the laundry. The clerk sat alone in the office. He stepped onto the sidewalk, scanning the street, some traffic. Nothing alarming. Neagley finished her sweep, shaking her head. Clear. They moved toward O'Donnell's room, still spaced apart. The door jamb was splintered. Someone had forced it open with a pry bar. Reacher pulled the Glock free, taking the hinge side. Neagley stepped to the handle side, ready. She gave a quick nod, and he kicked the door wide open with his boot. In one fluid motion, she dropped low and pivoted into the room, weapon raised. Standard procedure: hinge side swings, handle side sweeps in low to avoid catching a bullet meant for chest height. But the room was deserted, just wrecked, torn apart. Every file, every spare Glock, every box of ammo gone. Even Seropian's Daewoo and the hardballers had vanished. O'Donnell's expensive suit lay crumpled on the floor, stomped into the carpet. Dixon's room was no better. Neagley's too. And Reacher's own space looked like a tornado had hit it, his folding toothbrush crushed underfoot. Bastards, he muttered. They swept the motel again, then the surrounding block. Nothing. Neagley leaned against the Prelude, arms crossed. They're all holed up in Highland Park. Reacher exhaled. 2 Glocks between them, 68 rounds, plus whatever they'd stashed in the trunk. 2 against 7 or more. No time, no advantage. Just a fortified enemy position with no weak spots. A suicide run. Let's move, he said. Waiting for nightfall dragged like a bad movie. The clock barely inched forward. They'd parked 3 blocks from New Age's factory, Neagley's Civic facing west, Reacher's Prelude east, both with a clear line of sight. The lot had emptied of worker cars, replaced by 6 sleek Chrysler 300Cs. Business hours were over. The stage was set. In the distance, the helicopter sat idle, a tiny white speck. If those rotors spun up, the game changed. Reacher's phones buzzed twice in his pocket, Neagley killing time. First call, you and Carla finally happen? Reacher hesitated. Twice. That's it. Good. Thanks. About damn time. 15 minutes later, another buzz. You ever make a will? Pointless, he said. That toothbrush was my last worldly possession. Seriously, though, feels fine. Carla and Dave aren't exactly living the dream either. Not tonight, they're not. At least we go down together. Better than alone, Neagley agreed. Meanwhile, a white semi groaned along I-70 in Colorado, barely half-loaded, crawling toward Utah. Mountain slowed it down, but once it hit I-15, the ride would smooth out, straight shot to California. The driver wasn't stopping. No time. Azari Mahood unfolded his map again. 3 hours, maybe more. Crossing lay south to north wasn't going to be a joyride. The rented truck handled like a tank, sluggish and unresponsive, and the thought of battling rush-hour traffic made him groan. He figured 4 hours should cover it better early than stuck in gridlock. After setting his alarm, he stretched out on the bed, willing sleep to come. Meanwhile, Reacher squinted through the windshield's tint, which exaggerated the fading light, turning the sky prematurely dark. Rolling down the window, he confirmed the truth. At least another hour of sun, then twilight's slow fade. He exhaled, forcing his pulse to steady, and waited until Lameison's call shattered the quiet. Lameison dialed Reacher's burner phone, not the Vegas line, and the caller ID flashed Carla Dixon's number like a taunt. His voice oozed arrogance. "Reacher, we need to talk." "Then talk," Reacher said. "You're wasting my time." "Still confident?" "You haven't won a single round. Except Saropian." "True," Lameison admitted. "And that one stings, doesn't it? Get comfortable with losing. You've got 6 more coming before I finish this." "Wrong," Lameison shot back. "We're cutting a deal instead." "Keep dreaming. You like the terms. Want to hear them? Make it fast. I've got an FBI meeting downtown. They'll love hearing about Little Wing." Lameison laughed. "Tell them what?" "The paperwork's clean, defective units, officially scrapped. Pentagon stamped and everything." Reacher stayed silent. "Besides," Lameison added, "you're not near the FBI. You're too busy playing hero for your friends." "You sure about that? You'd never risk them with the feds." "Maybe I'm not as sentimental as you think." "Then why are you here?" "Swan, Franz, Orosco, Sanchez, they sang your praises before they died. Don't mess with the special investigators." Cute motto. Too bad it's outdated. "Ancient history," Reacher said. "Not to Dixon and O'Donnell. They still believe in you. So here's the deal. You and Neagley turn yourselves in. We hold you a week. Then everyone walks. Or we snap O'Donnell's bones and let the boys have fun with Dixon before carving her up. Then it's a one-way helicopter ride." Reacher's jaw tightened. "Little Wing's already moving," Lameison pressed. "Kashmir's a lost cause anyway. Why die over a war zone full of nobodies?" Silence. "Well," Lameison said, "deal or no deal?" "No. Think harder. Dixon won't survive what we've planned. Why would I trust you? You'd shoot me the second I walked in." "True," Lameison said. "But you'll risk it. Because their blood's on your hands. You failed them. And from what I hear, that's not how Jack Reacher operates." "Where are you?" Reacher demanded. "You already know." Reacher gauged the light again, compensating for the tint. 2 hours out, he said, voice edged. "Your turn. South of Palmdale." "Why?" Dean had answers, like Swan did. "Turn around now," Lameison ordered. "Unless you want Dixon to suffer. I bet she's the type to lose it when things get rough. My boys will have a field day with her. Maybe I'll even put her on speakerphone so you can hear the show." Reacher let the silence stretch before answering. 2 hours, he said flatly. "We'll talk then." He ended the call and dialed Neagley. "We move in 60, he told her. Leaning back in the driver's seat, he shut his eyes and waited. When he opened them again, the eastern sky had deepened to an inky blue, the last traces of daylight slipping away. Somewhere in his past, a meticulous teacher had once lectured him about the difference between twilight and dusk, insisting they weren't interchangeable. If he needed a word for that hazy in between, she'd said, it was gloaming. And right now, the world was drowning in it, just not as much as he would have preferred. A quick call to Neagley, just one ring before hanging up. Her car window slid down, and a pale hand flickered in the dark, signaling readiness. Reacher turned the key, the engine purring to life without headlights. He pulled away from the curb, gliding east toward the thickening night. A right turn, then 3 blocks later, he traced the perimeter of New Age's property, hugging the fence line. Another turn brought him parallel to the side of the lot, where he rolled to a stop near the curb. If the compound were a clock face, he'd parked at the 4. If it were a compass, he was just shy of due east. Stepping out, he stood motionless, listening. Nothing. Highland Park wasn't deserted, but this stretch was all business empty after hours, streets swallowed by shadows. Popping the trunk, he crushed the interior light with a quick punch, then slid open the plastic wrapping around the Evian bottles. One by one, he drained them into the gutter, lining up 12 empties like soldiers at attention. Next came the gas can, 5 gallons, nearly 19 liters, filling each bottle with precision. The sharp tang of gasoline hit his nostrils, a scent he'd always found weirdly satisfying. The rags came next, white cotton squares rolled tight and stuffed halfway into the bottles, wicks soaking up fuel. Molotov cocktails, crude but brutal. History lesson flashing through his mind. Fascist origins, Finnish defiance, Soviet taunts. Never knew a tank could burn so long. Buildings, tanks didn't matter to him. A 13th rag, drenched in gas, went into the trunk's latch, trailing like a tiny flag. Matches in his pocket, he hauled the bottles out, setting them in a neat row behind the car. Then he struck a match, touched it to the rag, and watched the flame catch. Showtime. The first bottle sailed over the fence, shattering against the building's foundation in a burst of fire. The second followed, another fiery arc painting the night. He struck a match and touched it to the rag, then stepped back and hurled the first bottle with all his strength. It arced through the air, shattering against the building's metal siding in a burst of white-hot flames. The fire spread quickly, licking up the wall as he tossed the next 2 bottles directly into the blaze. His shoulder ached from the effort, but he kept going, adjusting his aim, one to the left, another, to fill the gaps. Soon the grass around the building was engulfed, thick smoke curling into the sky. By the time he threw the 9th bottle, flames had reached the door. The 10th one didn't break, just rolled and spilled burning fuel, racing through the dry brush. He took a breath, picked his spot, and launched the last 2, one high on the wall, the other sealing the corner in a shower of fire. After stamping out the rag, he peered through the fence. The entire side of the building was ablaze, heat warping the metal, smoke billowing into the night. With a final heave, he sent the gas can spinning into the heart of the inferno. The explosion was instant, a blinding fireball that roared skyward before settling into towering flames. The paint on the siding bubbled and blackened. Satisfied, he slid back into the Prelude, cranked the engine, and took off, muffler growling. 3 blocks later, he parked behind Neagley's Civic, watching the distant glow. The fire raged, painting the clouds orange. He smirked. Molotov would have been proud. The sirens started wailing within minutes. New Age clearly had direct lines to the fire department. Blue lights flashed in the distance as Neagley pulled out, Reacher right behind her. The trucks barreled toward them, horns blaring. At the last second, Neagley swung left, cutting off the lead engine. Reacher followed, tires squealing, leaving the chaos in their wake. The fire truck's siren wailed like an angry beast as Neagley gunned the engine, tearing down the street. She kept it tight to the curb, hugging the chain-link fence that bordered New Age's property. Reacher stayed glued to her bumper, the wailing sirens behind them growing more frantic with each passing second. Without warning, Neagley swerved to the shoulder like any law-abiding driver would, forcing Reacher to brake hard behind her. 3 massive fire trucks shot past, their engines roaring as they veered sharply toward New Age's front gate, already rolling open before they even arrived. Nothing gets doors unlocked faster than a blazing emergency. Neagley didn't wait. She threw the car into reverse, skidded into a side street, and was sprinting into the shadows before the engine even died. Reacher was right on her heels, boots pounding asphalt as they bolted across the road. They caught up to the last fire truck, just as it slowed to turn in, sticking to its blind side, away from the guard shack and the chaos unfolding near the flames. The noise was overwhelming, sirens blaring, diesel engines growling, the sharp stench of burning chemicals stinging the air. Neagley broke left, sprinting along the inside of the fence, while Reacher cut diagonally through the overgrown grass. 10 seconds of full speed running, then he hit the dirt, rolling hard before flattening himself against the ground, face pressed into the earth. When he finally lifted his head, the scene ahead was pure bedlam. 3 fire trucks, their blue and red lights slicing through the smoke, crews scrambling with hoses and gear. Beyond them, flames licked at the night while New Age security darted in and out of the heat, useless against the inferno. Reacher twisted his head, scanning the darkness until he spotted Neagley, just a shadowy lump in the grass 40 feet away. They were in, undetected. The fire took 8 minutes to die. The firefighters lingered another 31, hosing down embers and scribbling reports. 39 minutes total. Reacher spent the first 20 scoping out the buildings, inching as close as he dared. The last 19? Crawling backward like a crab, putting as much distance between himself and the action as possible. By the time the trucks rumbled out, he was wedged in the far corner of the lot, 150 yards from the mess. The helicopter sat untouched on its pad, about 70 yards off. Nearby, a small outbuilding, probably the pilot's office, stood with its door hanging open. Inside, Reacher had caught a glimpse of maps pinned to the wall before a guy in a leather jacket bolted out. 30 yards south sat the parking lot, 6 identical blue Chryslers lined up cold and silent. Beyond that, another outbuilding, storage, maybe where the fire chief had taken a quick peek inside. Then the main facility, the heart of the operation, where workers in hairnets bent over lab benches. Figures moved in the lingering smoke, shouting orders. Reacher was sure he spotted Lameison hulking, furious barking commands. Lennox and Parker were there too, along with a handful of others. Hard to count in the chaos. 3, maybe 4. Could have been 5. The third building stood isolated at the far corner of the compound, its door untouched. No one had approached it, not Lamaison's men, not the firefighters. That's where they're keeping them, Reacher figured. The main gate had screeched shut behind the last fire truck, its heavy slam rattling the razor wire coiled along the top. Inside the guard shack, the silhouette of the watchman was sharp against the lit window, the glow casting a perfect circle of light, broken only by the shadows of the window bars. Beyond the main structure, Lameison had his security team fanning out. He split them into 2 pairs, one moving clockwise along the perimeter, the other counterclockwise. They moved slow, scuffing through the grass, eyes flicking between the fence and the ground. Reacher rolled onto his back, scanning the sky. Full dark now, the smog swallowing any trace of moonlight, leaving only the faintest orange haze from the city. He turned back, watching the searchers. The clockwise pair would hit Neagley's position first. His own pair had about 150 yards to cover 4 minutes at their sluggish pace. They weren't using flashlights, just feeling their way along, focused on a narrow strip near the fence, like they expected to trip over something. Reacher slid backward, finding a shallow depression behind a tuft of grass. The compound sprawled over 2 acres, plenty of space to stay hidden. The odds were good, but only if they stayed still. And staying still wasn't an option. 2 hours had passed. Reacher pulled out his phone, shielding the screen's glow with his thumb as he dialed Dixon. Lameison picked up. "We're stuck on the 210, Reacher said, keeping his voice low. "Traffic's backed up." "Cut the act," Lameison snapped, his voice crackling through the receiver. "You're here. You lit that fire." Reacher glanced up. The searchers were still 100 yards out, oblivious. "What fire?" he said. "We're on the freeway." Pathetic, Lameison spat. 5 minutes and it was out. Try 8, Reacher thought. But he stayed silent, tracking the approaching pair. 90 yards now. "Deal's off," Lameison said. Reacher exhaled slowly. "Time to move." Reacher held up a hand. "Hold on," he said. "I'm still weighing my options here. But let's be clear, I'm not stupid. I need confirmation they're alive. For all I know, you could have taken care of them already." "They're breathing," Lameison replied. "Prove it." "How?" Reacher glanced at the approaching figure still a football field away, but closing fast. "I'll call you once we're past this gridlock." "Bring them to the gate." "Not happening." "They stay put." "Then we've got nothing to discuss." Lameison exhaled sharply. "Fine. I'll ask them something, anything you want." The searchers were now 70 yards out, moving methodically through the grass. "Make it good," Reacher said. "Something only they would know. We'll check their answer and call you back." "I'll call you," Reacher corrected. "I don't pick up while I'm behind the wheel." "You're not driving." "What's the question?" "Ask them who they worked with before the 110th. He ended the call and pocketed the phone. The searchers had halved the distance, their flashlights sweeping the fence line. Then, from the main building, a door swung open. A silhouette Parker, most likely hurried toward a small outbuilding, unlocked it, and disappeared inside. 30 seconds later, he re-emerged, securing the door behind him. The holding cell, Reacher thought. Good to know. The searchers were now 20 yards out, close enough to hear the crunch of their boots on dry grass. His phone buzzed again. Dixon's name flashed on the screen, which meant Lameison was calling back with the answers. "I told you I'd call," Reacher thought, silencing the vibration. "Not now." He tucked the phone away and focused. The two men were almost parallel with him, 8 yards to his left. Reacher pivoted silently, shifting position until he was directly behind them. He rose smoothly, matching their pace, closing the gap 6 feet, then 4. Both were big guys, easily 6'2" and over 200 pounds, dressed in cheap suits, their necks thick from years of bad decisions. Reacher struck first, driving his fist into the base of the nearest man's skull. The impact whipped the guy's head forward, then snapped it back like a wrecking ball. He crumpled without a sound. The second man spun, eyes wide, but Reacher was already moving, his forehead connected with the guy's nose in a wet, decisive crack. The man wobbled, then folded like a dropped coat. Reacher wasted no time. He rolled the first guy onto his back, clamped a hand over his mouth, and waited. Less than 60 seconds later, it was over. He repeated the process with the second man, then rifled through their pockets. A Sig Sauer P226, nearly 200 in cash, and a wallet full of useless plastic. He took the gun and the money, left the rest. The night was quiet again. For now. The second man carried a backup phone, a Sig Sauer, and a wallet along with Dave O'Donnell's ceramic knuckles tucked in his jacket pocket. A trophy maybe for a job well done at the hospital ambush, or just petty theft. Either way, Reacher claimed it as his own, sliding it into his pocket before stashing the pistols in his waistband and the cash in his back pocket. He wiped his hands clean on the dead man's jacket and moved low through the grass, scanning the darkness for Neagley. No sound came from her direction, but that didn't faze him. Neagley versus two guys in the dark? About as predictable as sunrise. He dropped into a shallow ditch, propped himself on his elbows, and dialed Dixon's number. Lameison answered instead. "Where the hell were you?" "Told you," Reacher said. "I don't answer when I'm driving." "You're not driving. Then why didn't I pick up?" "Whatever," Lameison snapped. "Where are you now?" "Close. Before the 1110th. Dixon claims she was with the 53rd MP. O'Donnell says the 131st. "Got it," Reacher said. "I'll call back in 10. When we get there." He ended the call and sat up, legs crossed in the dirt. The answers were proof of life, just not true ones. Moving fast, Reacher pushed through the grass, searching for Neagley. 50 yards in, his hands hit something solid, a body. Cold, dressed in a blue suit and white shirt, neck snapped clean. "Neagley," he murmured. "Here," she answered from 20 feet away, propped on one elbow. "You good?" "Never better." "Was there another one?" "Behind you. Right side." Reacher turned. Another suit, another broken neck. "Any trouble?" "Like swatting flies," she said. "Quieter than you, too. Heard that headbutt from here." They tapped fists in the dark, her version of a high five. "Lameison thinks we're still outside the fence," Reacher said. "Offering a deal surrender, get locked up for a week, walk free when the heat's off." As if one of these guys had Dave's knuckles. Not good. They're alive. For now. As for proof of life, Dixon said 53rd MP. Dave said 131st. Bull. There was no 53rd MP. And Dave went straight to the 1/10th from Ox. "They're talking to us," Reacher said. 53's a prime number. Carla knew I'd catch it. Meaning? 5 plus 3 is 8. She's saying there are 8 hostiles. 4 left. Lennox, Parker, Lameison. Plus 1. Who's the 4th? Dave's message. 131. 13th letter, first letter. M and A, Neagley said. "Money," Reacher confirmed. "Kurt Money's here." "Perfect," she said. "Saves us the trap." Another fist bump. Never fist bump. Then the phones rang. 2 of them, sharp and grating, from the dead men's pockets. No doubt the same was happening 50 yards back with the other bodies. A group call. Lameison checking in with his patrol. The ringing stopped. Silence settled. "What would you do?" Reacher asked. "If you were Lameison." Neagley didn't hesitate. "I'd load up those Chryslers, hit the Brights, and turn this place into a dragnet. Run us down in under a minute." Reacher nodded. "To Point of Posen." On foot, the lot felt vast. Against headlights. Tiny. And in the dark, nowhere to hide. The blinding glare of xenon headlights turned the open space into an inescapable arena. Reacher imagined vehicles lurching across the uneven terrain, their beams pinning him like a spotlight dodging left, then right, shielding his eyes as more cars joined the hunt. His gaze flicked to the perimeter. "Exactly," Neagley said. "That fence works both ways. We're like billiard balls, and they're about to rack us up. What if they don't spot us?" "You really think they won't?" "Just humor me." Neagley shrugged. "They'll assume we slipped out somehow. And then, panic mode. How? Carla and Dave are dead and they'll bunker down." Reacher nodded. "My thoughts exactly." He took off running, Neagley right behind him. The helicopter loomed ahead, a pale ghost in the city's ambient glow. Neagley matched his pace effortlessly, though Reacher was no sprinter, more of a freight train than a race car. His pockets jangled with every stride, slowing him down. A college athlete would have covered the 60 yards in seconds, Neagley maybe 8. Reacher lumbered through in 15, just as the building's door burst open, spilling light and men into the night. He ducked left, using the chopper as cover, Neagley tight at his side. Parker, Lennox, and Lameison sprinted toward the parking lot. For every step they took, Reacher and Neagley inched clockwise around the bell, fingers grazing its slick underbelly. The metal was cold, damp with condensation, reeking of fuel and machine oil. 3 Chryslers roared to life, their V8s shattering the quiet. Headlights flared blinding, razor-sharp beams cutting through the dark. Then, worse high beams kicked in, turning the field into a surreal stage. The cars split apart, tires churning dirt as they fanned out. Within moments, they'd found the bodies. Headlights froze, casting elongated, twisted shadows. 3 figures darted through the beams, flickering like ghosts. "We can't stay," Neagley muttered. "Next pass, we'll be lit up like a Vegas marquee." "How long?" "They'll check the fence. 4 minutes tops." "Start the clock," Reacher said. He shoved off the chopper and bolted for the building. The door stood slightly ajar, light still blazing inside. Reacher paused, then slipped in. Clock ready. The place was eerily empty, offices on one side, a glass-walled lab on the other. The air smelled of hot circuitry, like a freshly unboxed gadget. One office door bore a nameplate, Edward Dean, Development Engineer. Reacher moved past the Quality Control Office and stopped at the next door, Margaret Berenson's. The so-called Dragon Lady. Probably a satellite office, he figured, so she could handle HR messes without hauling factory workers all the way down to the corporate glass tower in East LA. Next came Tony Swan's door, same setup. 2 locations, 2 workspaces. Then Lameison's. The door was wide open. Reacher exhaled, pulled his Glock, and stepped inside. The office was standard 8x8 cubicle, desk, chair, fabric walls, phones, file cabinets, paperwork. Nothing out of the ordinary. Except for Curtis Mounty sitting behind the desk, looking like a guy who just heard bad news from a doctor and was bracing for worse. His hands rested on the desk, fingers twined together like they were holding on to each other for comfort. "Lameison was my partner," Mounty said, voice flat. Reacher nodded. "Loyalty. Tough break. Against the wall sat a dark gray Samsonite. Sturdy, but not oversized. Definitely not a carry-on. The initials AM were stuck on in plastic letters." Neagley checked her watch. 70 seconds. Mounty swallowed. "What now?" "With you?" Reacher said. "Nothing yet. Breathe easy." Neagley kept her gun trained on Mounty while Reacher crouched, flipped the suitcase onto its back, and forced the latches open with brute strength. The locks snapped like twigs. Inside, stacks of embossed certificates, foreign bank letters, and small suede bags heavy with something that wasn't feathers. 65 mil, give or take, Neagley said. Reacher folded the papers, handed them to her, then dumped the bags into her pockets. The empty suitcase gaped open on the floor. He stood, gun in hand, and turned back to Mounty. "How much of this was yours?" "A fraction," Mounty muttered. "Try 0. Neagley cut in. 2 minutes. Mounty's eyes flicked toward the window. "Your buddies are here." "I know. Lameison was you said that." Mounty exhaled. "They know me here. I've been around. Pick up the phone. Or I redecorate this office with your brains. Monty smirked, but there was no humor in it. You'll do it either way. I should, Reacher said. You sold out 6 of my people. Monty nodded. Figured this was coming when we missed you at the hospital. Binary traffic, Reacher said. Always screws somebody. Neagley tapped her watch. 2:15. Monty licked his lips. We negotiating? Call the gate. Tell them to open in exactly 1 minute. Monty hesitated. Reacher pressed the Glock to his temple. The phone rang, the guard answered, and Monty gave the order. When he hung up, Reacher glanced at Neagley. Time to move. Are you taking orders from me? He asked. Affirmative, she replied without hesitation. Good. Here's the plan the second that gate cracks open. We bolt for our rides and haul out of here like our lives depend on it. What's next? We circle back later. Will we make it? Reacher gave a firm nod. Only if we move now. They're already behind the wheel, so we can't waste a second. You're quicker than I am, so don't slow down for me. Don't even glance back. Every inch counts. Got it, she said, checking her watch. 3 minutes down. Reacher seized Monty by the collar, yanking him upright. He hauled him past the desk, down the hall, and into the open space near the entrance before shoving him outside. The air reeked of burnt debris. In the distance, the 3 Chryslers were spinning in tight circles, their headlights slicing through the dark like spotlights over a prison yard. Wait for the signal, Reacher muttered to Neagley, eyes locked on the gate. The guard shifted in his booth, the wire rattled, and the metal groaned as the gate began to slide open. In one fluid motion, Reacher pressed the Glock to Monty's temple and fired. Neagley was already sprinting before the body hit the ground, darting past the guard hut and slipping through the gap in the gate like a shadow. Reacher hesitated just long enough to watch her vanish into the night before turning and sprinting the opposite way. 15 seconds later, he was back at the Bell helicopter, crouched low. Maybe they'd spotted Neagley and assumed he was ahead of her. Or maybe the screech of the gate or the gunshot had tipped them off. Either way, they took the bait. All 3 cars spun out, kicking up dirt as they fishtailed toward the exit, their headlights flooding the street before disappearing into the dark. Reacher waited, counting silently, then crept along the helicopter's side. He bypassed the cockpit, testing the rear door instead. Unlocked. A quick glance confirmed no movement from the pilot's hut. He eased the door open lighter than expected, more like a delivery van than an aircraft. Slipping inside, he pulled it shut with a sharp click. The cabin was dim, the interior surprisingly spacious, wider than a minivan, but with the same corporate vibe. Black leather seats, high-backed and plush, arranged for luxury rather than utility. The missing center row left an odd gap, and the outdated carpet and quilted vinyl suggested a second-hand lease. Reacher crouched near the window, watching, waiting. No alarms. No shouts. Just the hum of the night outside. The cabin carried a lingering scent of aviation fuel, sharp and metallic. Behind the last row of seats, a narrow compartment stretched probably for storage. Reacher figured, like the cargo area of an SUV. Not spacious, but enough. He located the release levers, folded the seats flat, and hauled himself into the cramped space. Sitting sideways, legs stretched out, his back pressed against the cold bulkhead. He pulled the confiscated cigs from his waistband and set them beside him. With a grunt, he yanked the seats upright again, listening for the click of the latches. He slouched lower, testing if he could stay hidden. Close enough. Outside, the windows were fogged with condensation, turning the glass into blank gray screens. No movement, no sound except the muffled hum of the insulated cabin. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. Suddenly, headlights flickered across the misted panes, 3 sets of beams swinging wildly before steadying, then cutting out. The cause had returned. Footsteps crunched outside, voices low and tense. No celebration, just frustration. The hunt had failed. Time dragged. The cold seeped in, stiffening his muscles. He imagined the chaos 40 yards away, Monty's body slumped in the doorway, the empty suitcase abandoned, voices rising in argument. Normally, being trapped like this would have set his nerves on edge. Claustrophobia was the closest thing to fear he ever felt. But right now he had bigger problems. 20 minutes later, the helicopter groaned as someone climbed in. The door thudded shut, followed by the creak of a seat, the snap of a harness. Orange instrument lights flickered to life, casting jagged shadows. The fuel pump whined. Reacher tilted forward, peering through the gap between seats. A leather-clad arm moved over the controls, the pilot muttering checklists under his breath. Then bang, a deafening burst of noise like a piston firing. Again, and again, faster, until the rotors caught with a rhythmic whop-whop. The entire craft shuddered, swaying like it was finding its balance. The noise was overwhelming, gears grinding, exhaust shrieking, the rotor's steady thrum vibrating through the floor. Reacher wedged the cigs under his thighs to keep them from clattering, and gripped his Glock tight. Then the rear door flew open. A wave of noise and kerosene fumes rushed in. Carla Dixon tumbled inside, landing hard on her side, wrists and ankles bound with coarse rope. The last time he'd seen her like this, horizontal, disheveled, was in a Vegas hotel room. Now she was just another piece of cargo. O'Donnell hit the floor hard, landing feet first as they dragged him inside. He was bulkier than Dixon, and the impact sent a shudder through the cabin. They bound him just like her, leaving him face down beside her, their bodies stacked like firewood. The helicopter's struts groaned as Lennox and Parker climbed in, slamming the doors behind them before dropping into the back seats. The seat in front of Reacher sagged under their weight, pressing against his cheek. He shoved his head deeper into the corner, his buzz cut scraping against the rough carpet. The rotor blades chopped, the air whop, 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 while the suspension swayed unevenly, dipping and rising like a restless animal. Then the door near the pilot swung open, and Lameison shoved himself inside. "Go," he barked. The turbines whined to life, vibrations rattling through the cabin as the rotor spun faster, whip, 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 before the whole machine shuddered and lifted off. Reacher felt the floor tilt beneath him as the wheels retracted. The helicopter banked sharply, climbing before leveling out, the nose dipping forward for speed. He braced his hands against the seat in front, fighting the momentum threatening to slide him forward. The engine settled into a steady hum, and that familiar disorienting sway of helicopter flight took over. He'd spent enough time on chopper floors to know the drill. The flight lasted exactly 20 minutes, right on schedule. Corporate birds were faster than the old military Hueys he remembered. He kept his head low, some primal instinct kicking in. If I don't look, they won't see me. His muscles flexed in tiny, controlled movements, fighting stiffness. The noise was constant but bearable, the rotor's rhythm blending into white noise. No one spoke. Then the chopper slowed, leveling out before tilting back slightly. It pivoted left, hovering now, the engines roared trapped inside the cabin. Reacher leaned forward, peering between the seats. Lameison pressed his forehead to the window before turning to the pilot. The words played in Reacher's head before they were even spoken. He'd imagined this moment too many times. "Where are we?" Lameison asked. "The Badlands," the pilot answered. "What's below?" "Sand. Altitude 3,000. Wind? None. Just some thermals. Safe?" "From a flying standpoint, yeah." "Then do it." The helicopter steadied into a hover, the engine dropping to a deeper growl as the rotor thundered overhead. The floor swayed in unsteady little circles, like a toy top winding down. Lameison twisted in his seat, giving Parker and Lennox a quick nod. Reacher heard the snap of seatbelt buckles, then the weight shifted off the seats ahead of him. The leather cushions sighed as the seatbacks tilted forward, giving him an extra inch of breathing room. The only light came from the dim orange glow of the cockpit. Parker stood on the left, Lennox on the right, both hunched awkwardly under the low ceiling, knees bent for balance on the shifting floor. Their arms stretched out like tightrope walkers. One of them was about to have a bad day. It all depended on who reached for the door. Lennox took the job. He grabbed his dangling seatbelt with one hand, then shuffled sideways, fumbling for the door release with the other. The latch clicked, and the door swung halfway open before the wind ripped it the rest of the way. The pilot tilted the chopper slightly, letting gravity do the work, then leveled it again, holding the door open with the force of the spin. Lennox turned back, red-faced and crouched like a wrestler, one hand gripping the harness, the other flailing for balance. Reacher leaned forward, thumbed the seat release, and forced the backrest flat. He braced his forearm against it, raised the Glock, and took aim just above Lennox's belt. The gunshot was barely audible over the engine's roar. The bullet punched clean through Lennox's gut, no surprise at this range. Reacher had picked his target carefully. A shot through Parker might have clipped something vital, but Lennox was the safer bet. The bullet exited straight out the open door, leaving no damage behind. Lennox froze, blood blooming dark on his shirt. His hands twitched in the air, mirror images of each other. Shock twisted his face as he hovered near the edge. Reacher adjusted his aim slightly and fired again, this time center mass. The bullet shattered Lennox's sternum, the impact nudging him backward. But it wasn't the bullet that finished him. It was his knees. He dropped just a fraction too far back, his stiff, aging joints buckling under his weight. For a second, he looked like a man trying to sit on an invisible chair before gravity took over. The man's knees buckled sharply, bending just past 90 degrees before locking up. The abrupt halt sent his upper body lurching backward, his backside slamming against the doorframe, before momentum flipped him completely out into the night. Reacher caught one last glimpse of his shoes spread wide, vanishing into the wind like forgotten punctuation marks. The whole thing had taken less than 2 seconds, but to Reacher, it stretched like an eternity, long enough to replay Franz's and Orosco's lives in his mind. He moved with eerie precision, every muscle fluid, every thought razor sharp. The cabin was chaos frozen in time. O'Donnell strained to lift his head. Dixon writhed onto her back. The pilot sat rigid in his seat. Parker crouched awkwardly, while Lameison gaped at the empty space where his man had just been, his brain struggling to catch up. Then Reacher rose. Dropping the second seat, he surged forward like something out of a nightmare. Tall, silent, unstoppable, his frame filling the cabin, his head brushing the ceiling. He stood firm, feet planted wide for balance, a SIG trained on Parker's face, a Glock leveled at Lameison's. The guns didn't waver. His expression didn't change. The helicopter shuddered around them, the open door yawing like a broken wing. Wind howled inside, thick with the stink of jet fuel. O'Donnell twisted, his eyes flicking to Reacher's boots before squeezing shut. Dixon rolled onto her shoulder, facing the rear. The pilot, Parker, Lameison, all of them just stared. This was the moment. Firing forward risked hitting critical systems. Freeing O'Donnell or Dixon meant taking his eyes off Parker. Hand to hand was impossible, no room to move. Lameison and the pilot were still strapped in, one wrong move away from sending them all tumbling into the sky. Stalemate if they were smart. They weren't. O'Donnell heaved himself closer. Dixon rolled aside, and suddenly there was space. Reacher took it, driving the Sing into Parker's gut. The man doubled over, gasping, stumbling right into the gap. Reacher pivoted, planted a boot on his backside, and shoved. Parker pitched forward, arms flailing, and disappeared into the night with a fading scream. Before the sound faded, Reacher had Lameison in a chokehold, the SIG aimed at the pilot, the Glock digging into Lameison's neck. After that, the pilot didn't move. The bell hung in the air, rotors thundering, the world still spinning. But the fight was over. The cabin door gaped open, held in place by the rushing wind. Reacher tightened his grip on Lameison's neck, yanking him backward until the seat straps dug into his shoulders. He set the Glock down and dug into his pocket for O'Donnell's brass knuckles, gripping them like a makeshift tool. A quick glance over his shoulder. Then he shoved Dixon forward, pressing the jagged edges of the knuckles against the ropes binding her wrists. She flexed her arms, and the rough fibers snapped one by one. Reacher could feel each break through the hard metal, tiny vibrations signaling progress. Lameison thrashed, but Reacher locked his elbow tighter, cutting off his air just enough to keep him in check. The downside: his SIG now pointed past the pilot instead of directly at him. Not that it mattered, the guy didn't even flinch. Hands steady on the controls, feet planted, he kept the chopper in a slow, lazy turn. Reacher kept working at the ropes, blind but relentless. A minute passed, 2. Dixon shifted, testing the give in the fibers. Lameison fought harder, muscles straining, big guy, strong, scared. But Reacher was bigger, stronger, and way angrier. He cranked his arm tighter, debating whether to knock Lameison out cold. No, he needed him awake for what came next. Then suddenly the ropes gave way. Dixon's hands came free, and she pushed up onto her knees. Reacher handed her the knuckles and his Glock, switching the SIG to his right hand. Things got easier fast. Dixon didn't waste time. She lunged across the cabin, rifling through Lameison's pockets. Wallet. Another SIG. O'Donnell's switchblade. A few quick slashes and her legs were free. Seconds later, O'Donnell was too. Both of them stiff, hands trembling from hours tied up, but they didn't need precision for what came next. O'Donnell grabbed the pilot by the collar, shoving a gun under his chin. No way he'd miss at point-blank range, shaky hands or not. The pilot froze. Reacher pressed his SIG into Lameison's ear and leaned toward the cockpit. "Altitude?" he asked. 3,000, the pilot choked out. "Take it higher," Reacher said. "Make it 5. The chopper climbed the open door, swinging wildly before slamming shut. The cabin fell eerily quiet. O'Donnell kept his gun on the pilot. Reacher held Lameison pinned, his grip unyielding. Lameison's resistance had faded, like he knew what was coming but couldn't quite believe it. The bell leveled off. The rotors whined, steady and urgent. The pilot glanced at Reacher, waiting. "More," Reacher said. "Another 280. Let's hit a full mile." The engines roared as the chopper inched upward again, hovering precisely 1 mile, the pilot confirmed. Reacher turned to Dixon. Open the door. Lameison tensed, suddenly wide awake. The man writhed violently in his seat, his voice cracking as he pleaded, "Stop! I'm begging you, don't do this." Reacher pressed his arm harder against the man's throat, his voice low and steady. "Did my people beg when you came for them?" Lameison stayed silent, his head shaking slightly. "They wouldn't," Reacher said. "Too much pride for that." Behind them, Dixon braced herself against the cabin wall, fingers gripping Lennox's harness as she stretched for the door release. She was smaller, the effort more of a struggle, but she managed it. Her palm smacked the latch, and with a hard shove, the door swung wide. Wind roared inside, the night air biting cold as the landscape outside blurred past. The distant glow of L flickered under a haze of smog before the rotation swept it away, leaving only the vast, empty darkness of the desert below. Reacher turned to the pilot. "Spin us again." The helicopter tilted into another slow turn, the open door now fully exposed. Dixon dropped onto Parker's folded seat while O'Donnell kept his grip tight on the pilot's collar. Reacher wrenched Lameison's head back, forearm crushing his windpipe, then reached over and hit the harness release. The strap snapped free. Lameison hit the floor hard but scrambled up fast, desperate, heels digging into the carpet for leverage. Reacher was faster, his boot slammed into Lameison's ribs, followed by a sharp elbow to the temple. He forced him face first onto the floor, knee planted between his shoulders, the cig's barrel pressed to the base of his skull. Lameison's scream cut through the engine's roar, his legs kicking uselessly. Reacher leaned in, unmoved. Too late for begging now. Weak swings from Lameison missed entirely before he tried to buck Reacher off. Muscles straining, but 250 pounds wasn't shifting. He collapsed, panting. Reacher switched the gun to his left hand and locked his right around Lameison's throat, fingers digging into pressure points. The screaming stopped. Lameison's legs went still. Reacher held the choke another full minute before flipping him onto his back, dragging him toward the open door by his belt and collar. The helicopter's slow rotation brought the desert back into view, endless black, a mile straight down. Lameison's eyes flew open as he realized where he was, legs dangling over nothing. Reacher had planned a speech. Something about justice, about the friends he'd lost. But words didn't matter now. Lameison wouldn't hear them anyway. Fear twisted through Lameison like a live wire, the roar of the helicopter drowning out everything else. Reacher leaned in, his breath hot against the man's ear. "You picked the wrong fight," he said. "Now it's time to settle up." With a sharp shove, he forced Lameison's arms behind his back. The man jerked forward, scrambling to brace himself against the door frame, but Reacher didn't let up. Another push sent him crumpling, knees to chest, teetering over the edge. One glance down, nothing but darkness. A drop so deep a car, speeding at 60 miles per hour, would take a full minute to hit bottom. Reacher planted his boot against Lameison's spine and kicked. No scream followed. Or maybe there was one lost in the rotor's howl, as the chopper banked sharply, the door slamming shut behind him. The sudden quiet was almost eerie. Dixon threw her arms around Reacher, while O'Donnell shot him a dry look. "Cutting it a little close, weren't you?" Reacher shrugged. "Had to decide if I should let them toss you first. Took some thought. Where's Neagley? Hopefully tracking those missiles. They rolled out of Colorado 8 hours ago, and we've got no clue where they're headed. The pilot was no threat, Crashing would kill him too, so they left him alone after checking the fuel gauge. Less than an hour left. No cell signal either. Reacher ordered the pilot to drop altitude and drift south until bars flickered to life. Dixon and O'Donnell slumped into their seats, too wired to buckle in. Reacher sprawled on the floor like a starfish, exhaustion weighing him down. Lameison was gone, but the fight wasn't over. O'Donnell broke the silence. Where do you move 650 missiles? The Middle East, Dixon said. Ship the electronics through LA, the launchers through Seattle. Reacher lifted his head. Lameison swore they were Kashmir-bound. You buy that? Halfway. He wanted to believe it made it easier to sleep at night. But governments don't pay in diamonds and bearer bonds. Dixon frowned. That what you found? 65 million in Highland Park. Neagley's holding it. You'll need to launder it, Carla. Assuming I live long enough. My flight home might get vaporized. Today, tomorrow doesn't matter. They'll hit us when we least expect it. O'Donnell whistled. 8 hours at highway speed. That's a 500,000 square mile search radius. 502720, Reacher corrected. Pi's only 3 decimals, but that's the trade-off. We could have stopped the truck early or come for you. Thanks, O'Donnell muttered. For the record, I voted to intercept. Neagley overruled me. So how do we fix this? You ever watch a center fielder? He doesn't chase the ball, he predicts where it'll land. Like Mantle. You weren't even alive in Mantle's era. Highlights exist. Point is, the U is 4 million square miles. Slightly bigger than center field. Then where do we run? Dixon crossed her arms. Mahmoud's no idiot. Cautious, calculated. He won't make this easy. The guy just dropped 65 million on what amounted to a pile of high-tech parts. He probably made sure the contract included someone teaching him how to put the damn things together. Who would do that? Dixon asked. O'Donnell frowned. Remember what Neagley's contact said. Diana Bond, the politician. She mentioned New Age's engineer handles the final checks because right now, he's the only person alive who actually understands how Little Wing functions. Dixon nodded, and Lameison had leverage over him. Blackmail, Reacher said. The guy's daughter was the bargaining chip. O'Donnell scoffed. So, Lameison was planning to drag him around like a show pony. Except you tossed Lameison out of the chopper before asking where. Reacher shook his head. Lameison talked about it like it was already over. Done. There was something final in his tone. He wasn't taking anyone anywhere. Then who's handling it? Not who, Reacher corrected. Where? Dixon caught on. If there's only one engineer and Lameison wasn't moving him, they'd have to bring the missiles to him. O'Donnell laughed. Yeah, because hauling a semi-full of missiles to some guy's condo in Century City makes perfect sense. Reacher smirked. He doesn't live in the city. He's out in the desert middle of nowhere. Perfect spot for a truckload of hardware. The pilot cut in. Cell service is back. Reacher dug out his burner phone, dialed Neagley. She picked up fast. Dean's place, he asked. Confirmed, she said. I'm 20 minutes out. The chopper's GPS wasn't exactly cutting-edge, no fancy maps, just a pair of flickering coordinates. Reacher told the pilot to head south of Palmdale and hold position. The guy started sweating fuel levels, so Reacher ordered him lower. A few hundred feet up, you might survive a crash. A few thousand? Not a chance. He called Neagley again. She'd gotten Dean's address from Margaret Berenson but was driving blind, her Civicus dim headlights barely cutting through the dark. The cell signal kept dropping. Before losing her again, Reacher told her to find the property and start circling with her brights on. Up front, Reacher took Lameison's seat, pressing against the window like he had. Dixon and O'Donnell scanned the sides. The pilot swung wide arcs to cover blind spots, but all they saw was endless black, broken only by the occasional orange glow, maybe a gas station or some roadside dive. A few cars crawled along distant roads, none of them Neagley's. Reacher tried his phone. Dead. Fuel's critical, the pilot warned. Dixon pointed. Highway at 9 o'clock. Reacher squinted down. Not much traffic, 5 cars total, split between north and south. He mentally flipped through maps. We shouldn't be seeing a north-south route here. We're off course. The chopper banked hard east, leveling out again. The pilot's voice tightened. I need to land. Now. You land when I say, Reacher shot back. Beyond the mountains, the air cleared. The horizon stretched uninterrupted, and far ahead, a faint grid of lights pulsed Palmdale. A decent town from what he'd heard. Growing fast. Almost welcoming. The price tag made it a no-go for anyone hunting for cheap land and solitude. Head south, Reacher ordered. Gain some altitude. The pilot shook his head. Climbing burns fuel. We need a better approach. The bell rose sluggishly, barely a couple hundred feet before the pilot leveled off and banked into a slow, sweeping turn, scanning the horizon like a spotlight. Nothing. No signal bars on their phones either. Higher, Reacher demanded. Can't, the pilot shot back. Check the gauge. Reacher glanced at the fuel needle, buried past empty. He shut his eyes, mentally retracing the map. Berenson had mentioned Dean griping about a brutal commute to Highland Park. Only 2 routes made sense, Route 138 skirting Mount San Antonio's east side or Route 2 winding past Mount Wilson. Route 2 was narrower, more twisted, dumping into the 210 at Glendale, a nightmare compared to the eastern option. No sane person would pick it unless they had no other choice. That meant Dean was coming from due south of Palmdale, not southeast. Reacher squinted ahead until the distant city lights flickered back into view. Turn us around, he said. We're running on fumes. The pilot hesitated. Just do it. The chopper pivoted sharply, nose dipping as it surged forward. A minute later, Neagley's signal blazed into sight, a frantic whirl of blue light a mile ahead and 400 feet below. She'd locked the Civic's steering, carving tight circles while flashing between high and low beams, turning the desert into a strobe-lit stage. The sweeping lights carved stark shadows across the terrain, revealing low buttes, jagged gullies, and a cluster of buildings to the north. Power lines cut across the east, while the land dropped sharply west into a shallow arroyo. Put us down there, Reacher said, and keep the skids up. Why? The pilot asked. Because I said so. The pilot adjusted course, descending smoothly until the arroyo filled the windshield. Ignoring the blaring landing alarm, he settled the bell onto the rocky bed with a crunch, the cabin tilting slightly. Outside, Neagley's headlights pierced the rotor stirred dust storm just as the engine sputtered and died. Silence. Reacher was out first, waving Dixon and O'Donnell toward Neagley before doubling back to the cockpit. The pilot still sat strapped in, tapping the fuel gauge like it might magically refill. Nice landing, Reacher said. You've got skills. Thanks, the pilot muttered. That trick with the rotation keeping the door open mid-air. Clever. Basic physics. Or maybe you've had practice. The pilot went still, 4 times, Reacher said. That I know of. No response. Those were my friends, Reacher said. Lameison said I had to. For what? I'd lose my job. That's it? You tossed 4 people out of a helicopter to keep a paycheck? I follow orders. Ever hear of Nuremberg? That excuse doesn't fly. The pilot swallowed. I know it was wrong. But you did it anyway. What choice did I have? Plenty, Reacher said. Reacher flashed a quick grin, and the pilot seemed to ease up slightly. With an almost amused shake of his head, Reacher stepped closer and gave the man's cheek a casual pat, friendly at first, his hand lingering on the side of the guy's face. Then his thumb slid toward the eye socket, his index finger pressed against the temple, the rest of his fingers curling behind the ear into the hair. One sharp twist, and it was over. A single brutal motion. He gave the head a few rough shakes, testing, making sure the job was done clean. No half measures. No chance of survival. Stepping back, Reacher left the pilot slumped in his seat, still buckled in. 50 feet away, he turned for one last look. The chopper lay tilted in the ditch, rotors sagging, fuel tanks drained. From a distance, it could pass for a crash, just another tragic accident. Not flawless, but believable. Neagley had parked the car a short distance from the arroyo, headlights still blazing. Reacher glanced back once more. The bell was nearly hidden, only the top of the rotor barely visible above the settling dust. The others stood in a tight huddle, Dixon and O'Donnell nodding, Neagley holding back. You good? Reacher asked. Neagley folded her arms. You're lucky you didn't mess that up. I needed you to confirm the missile trajectory. You already had it figured out. Second opinions matter. And the address. Well, here we are. No missiles in sight. Yet, hopefully. Let's go meet Mr. Dean. They squeezed into the cramped Civic, Neagley driving the short stretch to Dean's front door. He answered immediately, clearly the helicopter and headlights had woken him. He looked more like a washed-up gym teacher than a rocket scientist, tall and lanky with messy sandy hair, barefoot in sweatpants, and a wrinkled t-shirt. Who the hell are you? He demanded. Reacher laid it out who they were, why they'd come. Dean just stared, baffled. No evasion, just genuine confusion. Let's back up, Reacher said. We know about the electronics. We know why you did it. Something flickered in Dean's expression recognition. Maybe fear. Reacher pressed. We know about the threat to your daughter. What threat? Where is she? Gone. Her mother too. School still in session. Family emergency. Reacher nodded. Smart move. I don't know what you're talking about. Lamaison's dead. A brief spark of hope flashed in Dean's eyes before he could hide it. Tossed him from the chopper, Reacher said. You into wildlife? Drive south tomorrow, climb on your car roof. 2 vultures? Probably a dead coyote. More than 2. That's Lameison. Or Parker. Or Lennox. They're all out there. Dean shook his head. Bullshit. Show him Carla. Dixon handed over Lamaison's wallet. Dean sifted through the contents under the hallway. Light license, credit cards, ID. His hands trembled slightly. Dad, Reacher repeated. Dean shoved everything back and returned the wallet. Silent. Dean stared at the wallet in his hand, then back at Reacher. This doesn't mean anything, he muttered. Reacher shrugged. I can take you to the pilot if you want. He's not flying anywhere. You're lying. He just touched down. Not anymore. You're insane. And you're free. Dean stayed silent, his fingers tightening around the leather. Reacher gave him a moment. Think it over, he said. But we need answers. Who's coming and when? Nobody. Bullshit. That wasn't part of the arrangement. Really? Dean exhaled sharply. Lameison, he's really gone. Reacher's voice turned ice cold. 4 of my people are dead because of him. If he were still breathing, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Dean swallowed, processing it. Fine. But I still don't get what you're after. Yeah, I've falsified documents 650 times, okay? That's bad. But that's it. Nobody asked me to assemble anything or train anyone. Then who else knows how? It's not rocket science. Plug and play. Designed for grunts in the field, half asleep under fire. Easy for you. Easy for anyone with hands. Troops don't move until they're trained. Obviously, we'd run a course at Fort Irwin. I'd handle the first batch. Lameison knew that. Standard procedure. So he sold you out for a sneak peek. Dean shook his head. No, he never mentioned it. And he could, if it's not like I had a choice. Neagley cut in. 9 hours. Dixon added another 130,000 square miles. Reacher did the math in his head. 133,555, to be exact. The expansion alone was bigger than most states. Circles grew fast when you squared the radius. They're coming, he said. No way they're not. Silence. Dean led them inside. His place was a rugged cabin, concrete and timber, weathered but sturdy. The living room had Navajo rugs, sagging couches, and a fireplace full of cold ash. Books lined the shelves, CDs stacked haphazardly. A vintage tube amp and horn speakers sat in the corner city guy's idea of off-grid living. Dean disappeared into the kitchen to brew coffee. Dixon checked her watch. 9 hours, 26 minutes. Neagley and O'Donnell looked lost, but Reacher got it. At 50 miles an hour, that put the search area at 700,000 square miles. Mahmoud's careful, Reacher said. He won't gamble. Either it's his cash or someone else's, and he doesn't want to lose his head over a bad deal. He's coming. Dean says no. Dean says he wasn't looped in. Big difference. Dean returned with mugs. They drank in silence for 15 minutes. Then Reacher turned to him. You wire this place yourself? Some of it. Got any zip ties? Plenty. In the workshop. You should take a drive, Reacher said. Head to Palmdale. Grab breakfast. Stay gone till afternoon. Why? What's happening here? Not sure yet. But you don't want to be around for it. Dean hesitated, then grabbed his keys and left. The engine growled, gravel spat, and then quiet. Dixon broke the silence. 9 hours, 46 minutes. Reacher nodded. 750,000 square miles now. He's coming, he said again. No doubt. The radius of the search area had expanded to 1,000,000 square miles by 1:17 a.m. Reacher flipped through an old atlas he found on a shelf. Tracing a probable route, Denver was 18 hours out, which meant Mahmoud would likely roll in around 6 in the morning. Perfect timing, if you were a guy looking to make a point. Lameison would have already warned him about the threat against Dean's kid, and Mahmoud would bet on any teenager being home at that hour. A neat little reminder of just how exposed Dean really was. Reacher stretched his legs, stepping outside first, then pacing through the house. The property was bare bones, just the main house, a detached garage, and the workshop Dean had mentioned. Beyond that, nothing but open darkness, the kind that made you feel small. Inside, the place was straightforward. 3 bedrooms, a den, a kitchen, and a living room. One bedroom belonged to the daughter, judging by the photos pinned to a corkboard. Groups of girls, all smiles and braces, the same blonde kid in every shot. 14, maybe. Still a little gawky, but with the kind of face that would turn heads in a couple of years. A walking target in the wrong hands. The night dragged on, the kind of heavy darkness that makes you question whether dawn will ever come. By 5, the eastern sky started to pale. Half an hour later, the landscape sharpened into view, endless, barren land. Not a neighbor in sight. Power lines cut a lonely path north, and a gravel driveway stretched into the distance. Reacher walked a stretch of it, checking sight lines. The helicopter was hidden behind a stubborn mesquite bush, and Neagley's Civic was tucked behind the garage. Perfect. He spotted a flat slab of rock, coffin-sized, and set Swan's concrete chunk on it like a grim marker. Then he ducked into the workshop, the air thick with the scent of sun-warmed oil. A tray of heavy-duty cable ties caught his eye, 8 of them, thick as his thumb. He pocketed them and headed back inside to wait. 6 o'clock came and went. No Mahmoud. The search radius ballooned past 2.5 million square miles. 6:15. 6:30. Then, at 60:32, the phone let out a single, half-hearted chime. "Showtime," Reacher said. Lines cut. They took positions by the windows. A minute later, a white speck glinted in the distance, trailing a dust cloud lit gold by the rising sun. The engine noise grew a tired V8, gravel crunching under its tires. Then silence, followed by the sharp click of a parking brake. A moment later, the crunch of footsteps on loose gravel broke the silence outside. The driver of the truck stretched with a loud yawn, his boots scuffing against the dirt. Then came the sharp rap of knuckles against the door. Reacher didn't move. The knock repeated, more insistent this time. He waited, counting silently to 20 before finally walking down the narrow hallway and swinging the door open. A man stood on the porch, backlit by the harsh desert sun, with a rented U-Haul parked crookedly behind him. The truck was boxy, its white and red paint job dulled by dust, looking like it might tip over in a stiff breeze. Something about it nagged at Reacher. Had he seen it somewhere before? The man, though, was a stranger. He was average height, well-dressed, but wrinkled from travel, his dark hair slicked back in a way that screamed expensive barber. His features were ambiguous. He could have been from half a dozen different countries, his skin a warm brown, his face unreadable. Azari Mahmoud, on the other hand, had no trouble sizing up the man in front of him. A towering, rough-looking guy with a shaved head, built like he could bench press a car, dressed in faded jeans and scuffed work boots. He looked like he belonged in the middle of nowhere. "Edward Dean?" Mahmoud asked. Reacher played along. "Yeah. Who are you?" Mahmoud smirked, glancing around. "No cell service out here, huh? So. And I made sure your landline's dead. Cut it 10 miles back." Reacher didn't blink. "I asked who you are. Names don't matter. I'm a friend of Alan Lameison's. That's all you need to know. Treat me like you treat him." Reacher snorted. "I don't treat Lameison with respect. Get lost." Mahmoud's smile didn't waver. "Let me rephrase. The threat Lameison made still stands. Only now it works in my favor." "Threat," Reacher echoed. "Against your daughter." Silence. Mahmoud pressed on. "You're going to show me how to arm Little Wing." Reacher glanced at the U-Haul. "Can't. You've only got the electronics." "The missiles are coming," Mahmoud said smoothly. "They'll be here soon." "Where's the target?" "Here and there. Inside the U. Plenty of options." Reacher's jaw tightened. Lameison said Kashmir. Mahmoud shrugged. We might share a few with friends. We? Big organization. Reacher exhaled, then stepped aside. Fine. Come in. Mahmoud strode past him, expecting obedience. He barely made it 2 steps before Reacher slammed a fist into the back of his skull, sending him sprawling toward the living room where Frances Neagley was waiting. Her fist snapped up in a perfect uppercut, dropping him like a sack of bricks. Less than a minute later, Mahmoud was hogtied on the floor, wrists and ankles cinched tight with plastic ties, his face already swelling. He groaned, blood trickling from his lip. Reacher kicked him in the ribs. Shut up. Then came the real truck, a massive 18-wheeler from Denver. Its driver lasted about as long as Mahmoud before ending up in the same position, trussed up beside him. Reacher dragged Mahmoud outside, dumping him face up in the dirt beside his U-Haul. The man's eyes were wide, terrified. He knew what was coming. Reacher left him there. Some fates were worse than death. O'Donnell hauled the driver out next, and for a second the group just stood there, taking in the desert one last time. Then they piled into Neagley's Civic and tore south. The second they hit cell service, she called her Pentagon contact morning in D. Still early out west. She gave coordinates, explained what they'd find. Then they kept driving. Fast. Reacher kept his eyes on the rear window as the car sped forward. Long before they reached the mountain pass, he spotted a fleet of helicopters cutting across the horizon Bell A-1s, probably from a Homeland Security outpost nearby. The sky buzzed with their presence. Once they cleared the peaks, the conversation shifted to finances. Neagley handed Dixon the financial documents and the diamonds, and they unanimously decided she'd take them to New York to liquidate. Priority 1, reimbursing Neagley's operational costs. Priority 2, establishing trust funds for Angela and Charlie Franz, Tammy Orosco's kids, and Sanchez's friend Milena. And finally, a donation to PETA in memory of Tony Swan's dog, Maisie. Then came the uncomfortable silence. Neagley was squared away, but Reacher could tell Dixon and O'Donnell were struggling, torn between pride and necessity. So he cut through it, admitting he was flat broke and proposing they split whatever remained 4 ways as compensation. No objections. After that, the car stayed quiet. Lameison was gone, Mahmoud was locked up, but none of the others had returned. And Reacher couldn't shake the nagging thought. If that stalled car on the 21 Hen hadn't delayed him, would he have done any better than Dixon or O'Donnell? Then Swan, Franz, Sanchez, or Orosco. Maybe they were wondering the same about him. The uncertainty gnawed at him. 2 hours later, they pulled into Lax, dumped the Civic in a fire lane, and scattered toward different terminals. One last fist bump on the sidewalk, promises to stay in touch, then they vanished into the crowd. Neagley to American, Dixon to America West, O'Donnell to United. Reacher lingered in the heat, watching them go. He left California with nearly $2,000 cash from the dealers behind Hollywood's Wax Museum, Seropian's Vegas payout, and the New Age guys in Highland Park. It lasted him almost a month. Then, at a bus station ATM in Santa Fe, he punched in his usual routine. Mental math first, then a check against the bank's records. For only the second time ever, the numbers didn't match. The screen flashed a balance over $100,000 higher than he'd calculated, $111,822. Stang to be exact. Dixon's doing. War spoils. At first he was annoyed not at the amount but at himself. He was certain Dixon had tweaked the total to send him some clever message, but the number refused to reveal its secret. Not prime, no interesting factors, no hidden meaning in its digits. Just a bland, forgettable figure. Had she lost her edge? Or was he missing something? He hit the mini statement button. The paper slip curled out, listing his last 5 transactions, Neagley's initial deposit from Chicago, then his $50 withdrawal in Portland. The rest, still a mystery. First came the airfare from Portland to Lax, way back at the start. Next, a hefty deposit, $101,810. Followed by another on the same day for exactly $10,012. He let out a quiet laugh. Dixon was sharper than he'd given her credit for. The first amount wasn't random 1018, repeated twice. Military code for mission accomplished. A double victory, whether it meant rescuing the others or taking down Lameison and Mahmoud. Maybe both. Clever Carla. The second deposit was even more personal. 1001, her zip code in Greenwich Village. A not-so-subtle nudge. Feel like swinging by New York after this? He remembered her asking. He crumpled the receipt and tossed it, grabbed $100 from the ATM and walked into the bus station. No destination in mind, just the first ticket he saw. Plans. He never made them. I don't do plans, Carla, he'd told her. The bus could be heading anywhere, and that was fine by him.